Hello, y'all. How are you doing? I think that volume might be a little bit louder than I expected to be. Probably ramps up over time, I guess. I'll get that knocked down a little bit. There we go. Also, it stopped being so loud. Eh, whatever. Uh, what do you know? Hello, y'all. It is Monday, December 30th. Couple days before New Year's, one day before New Year's Eve. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. That's not important. What is important is today I am doing Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. What's also cool, Randomizer. And what's also cool is I got these actual Wiimote and Joy-Con all set up and ready to go. In fact, if you look at your screen, you can see that I am indeed moving it around. Don't worry, don't worry, the gameplay will fill the entire screen, top to bottom. Don't worry about that. That's fine. It's within expectations. Anyway, hey, this is Metroid Prime 3 Corruption Randomizer. If you don't know what a randomizer is, basically it means all the items are going to be in random locations throughout the game. I've been curious about Metroid Prime 3 Randomizer for a while, considering that, well, I've done Metroid Prime 2, I've done a lot of other Metroids and Zeldas and games of that nature. I always thought that Prime 3 would probably adapt pretty well to randomization, considering that it already has a very robust fast travel system, insofar as you can take your ship and fly it to quite a number of ports, of like landing places, and you can use that to just bounce around the world very freely, or the worlds, plural, more freely than in most other of these games, most other games like this, which I think is pretty cool, just pretty handy. I think will lead to a nice experience for us playing. This randomizer is a fork of Randovania, meaning that you don't get it through Randovania, which kind of confused me for a while until I looked into it. You, in fact, get it from elsewhere. You get it from a website, I guess. How would I describe it? You get it from a Git project separate from Randovania. It's a fork. It takes the Randovania and it customizes it, and specifically for the purposes of randomizing Prime 3. And yeah, once I got that figured out, and also I figured out how to do the Wiimotes, and also I figured out where I could find a item tracker, we were pretty much good to go. And you know, off to the races, as it were. Um, I'll say I don't have a map tracker here, so I'm gonna have to rely on the in-game map on my memories as for like where places I need to check are. Seems like I booted up real quick. Seems like places I need to check are marked on the map, so the in-game map. So like, you know, we can use that. I will have to try to intuit what I can and can't do at any given moment, but you know, it's better than nothing, and hopefully should be enough to get us through the video game. The other thing to note is that, another thing to note is that, we are starting with a very generous seed. I have set up a pretty generous seed for us today. In particular, let me explain how this seed is set up. So, I have decided to not double exactly, put a extra instance of every item in the game. Every item, every progressive set. So, say, you know, progressive beam, for instance, where we get the plasma beam, then we get the nova beam, then we get the, this is the chain charge. Let's say that you have the progressive beam that goes plasma and then nova. There's a third copy of those two beams out in the world, so we are more likely to find it. Say something that only has one of, like charge beam, for instance. There's two of them in the world instead. Also, worth noting that I've decided to not start with some things that you usually start with, like charge beam, like morph ball bombs, like double jump, because I think those would be fun upgrades to find in the world. Also, I have decided to like compensate for that. I'm starting with more energy, more energy canisters, or not energy canisters, health things. What are they called in Metroid? I think energy canisters are like the things you collect, the energy cells. I'm starting with more things of health because there's fewer of them to find in the world. I've also messed with the number of missiles to compensate and removed any extra ship missiles from the game, pretty much, besides the ones you get from picking up the pickups, just to make sure that, you know, there's 100 things to find in the game. It comes out to that. Also, I'm starting off with hyper mode. Decided just I don't know. I feel like with hyper mode, the other three hyper mode items require hyper mode, so it's kind of weird if they're all locked behind that one. So I decided, sure, why not? I'm also starting with the command visor because I want to be able to use any ship ports that I find and have like the maximum amount of traveling. Like whenever I see a fast travel point, I want to be able to call my ship and bring it to me. I think that's pretty much everything I changed. Everything else is like vanilla. Everything else is like normal. Nothing else comes to mind. I might have made like some damage run check things more lenient by making sure like, okay, well, you have to have like, before something is in logic, you have to have like more than enough energy to make a run through a hot zone or something like that. If that makes sense. I think that about sums up the setup. With that, I think we're ready to go. Where the fuck's my phone? That's not good. I should always have my phone next to me. It's really far away. I'm gonna throw to a break for 2 seconds, and then I'm gonna come back and we're gonna start. Alright. Yes. Let's let's get into this then. Very good. I'll say I did launch the game, but I didn't do much in there. I just made sure it was running and checked like the how like you know, large the play space was, so I knew what to crop on the OBS size. I'll say I went with the with 4x3 so I could have the tracker be on screen at all times. Felt like a little more awkward if I was doing a regular, like, you know, 16:9 situation as far as the tracker goes. This is just, more convenient. I can also zoom in on myself, though you won't be able to see as well the nice shirt that I have on of Twilight Princess fame. The shirt is inspired, you know, you get it. It's Midna, and the wolf is on it. Quick thing. For those watching the VOD, I just actually had to cut out a bunch on account of we launched the game and there were a whole bunch of graphical issues that I hadn't seen when I tested it earlier. Ended up fixing them by switching the graphics backend to be Direct 12. You know, different what's the word, plugin. Now that that's done, seems to be working. So let's start over fresh. Like I said, that whole part's gonna be excised from the VOD. It's not that compelling. It's just me, like, going, ooh, that doesn't look good. That doesn't look good. And clicking on options you can't see. Not compelling, I think. Also, not nice to look at when it flashes purple every other frame. Ooh, nasty. But seems to work now, so let's go. I'm gonna start the timer as soon as this loads in. And yeah. We're starting a bit later than I planned, honestly. It's nearer to 5 than 4 at this point. Well, whatever. Still, we have plenty of time today. Let's do this. I'm hitting start as soon as I get character control. I'll say, again, I'm using the Wiimotes and nunchucks, so it's gonna be a little cumbersome to switch to the mouse to do the tracker stuff, but whatever. Timer begun. Now, we didn't do much in the part that was reset. We basically just walked over here, collected the grapple voltage, and then found out, oopsie daisy, grapple voltage, then found out that, oh, we can't go over there because that door requires an energy thing. So our only choice here is to turn around, get into the ship, and go somewhere else. Lovely. And I hope inside the ship works properly. I tested a decent amount of things, but I didn't test in the ship. I say a decent amount. I made sure that, like, the top and bottom weren't... Like I said, there were some visual issues. The top and bottom were flickering, and there were big blue lines, like, covering the screen up. What is this? It's a fun thing to add to the game by the random mania people. This is the code thing. That's for, like, sending messages. Here's how you fly. You do this. Oh, I'm getting tired already of holding my Wiimotes. I regret words/deeds. Okay, so we have access to Uria. We have access to Norian. We have access to Elsia. I believe this is how the game starts off originally. So, yeah, let's just hop over the Norian then. Once you get past the first sequence, which this randomizer starts after. Like I said up front, we don't start with, I decided not to start with double jump or charge beam or morph ball bombs, but I am starting with the command visor and hyper mode, and some energy tanks to make hyper mode possible. Energy tanks? There's energy cells and energy tanks in this game. Little confusing, I guess. Alright, let's roll. Oh, wait a minute. That's, charge beam? I feel like that might require charge beam or missiles. Oh, no, just shoot the thing. Durr. What is this? This is the grapple lasso. Okay. Pretty nice start. Again, I'll say also, I have set it so that there's multiple copies of every item. We'll, you know, 2 copies of every item and 3 of every progressive set. We'll see how that ends up, you know, making this run feel. I wanted this to be, pretty doable on account of, you know, I haven't done it before, but it's possible that this might be a baby seed as a result. I say that. I've had a number of randomizers that have started with the appearance of a baby seed, and then you realize there's like 1 or 2 items that are just nowhere to be seen, and you know, so long as those items aren't there, there's a lot you can't do. Okay, I don't want to go into there yet. I'm not sure if it's safe. Obviously, I don't have the right beam. That yet. For this morph ball thing, hey French Bleach, I can jump by shaking up the Wiimote. So if I go down here and it requires morph ball, oh, I thought I disabled morph ball bombs. I guess I didn't. Okay, whatever. You know what? I probably set it so that there are some in the world, but forgot to disable them as starting. Whoops. You make some small error there. Whatever, that's fine. I'll say, in the original game, you start off with morph ball bombs, so it's not like a weird thing. It's just that I thought it'd be fun to have to find them. Regardless. Jesus, our luck is... What is this? Progressive beam? Fuck, man. I'll say the obvious. Most things are not, upgrades in the game. You know, most things are the other thing. Just nothing. Just like a energy tank. Just like a missile upgrade. We have gotten lucky with our first couple of checks here. Like, this one in particular, I mean, look at this shit. I got it right outside something you use this beam for. We can go in here as, like, one of the first things that we do. That's a randomizer for you. Something important is going to be very hard to find. There's going to be stuff that's just, like, you know, decently difficult. Like, there's a missile pack. Let's go get that. God damn it! Okay. Also, I have adopted a position of having the Wiimote resting on my knee. My Wiimote hand. I think that is more comfortable than just holding it up without any, like, bracing this entire stream. This is a tank, right? It's not like the upgrade itself. No, it's the missile launcher. The fuck? Getting some incredible luck here with our first handful of checks. What the hell? I did make it more generous than it would usually be. But this is ridiculous. There's some phase-on guys here. Some phase-ing, I suppose. This we need the ice missile, so we can't go in there. I think that means that, oh, we can actually go to the door over here. Door over here. That ice missile, though, is out. What do you want to bet that we get an ice missile, like, before we get back here. What is the scene? Okay. Some Phaaze guys are coming out to fight. Can I deal with them with my, Yes, I can. Good, 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 good. Plasma beam. Good enough. That requires... how many are them? Jesus. How many of them are there? There are a lot of them. That requires, like, the Phaaze bomb, doesn't it? Requires some special equipment that we don't have. So I think... I think this room might be a bust. Also, I am wondering, is this an infinite... Is this an infinite, Do these guys just keep coming? Okay, good, they don't. And it just destroys itself. Fantastic. That thing is out of our reach, though. We can't, This is a thing. Oh, jeez. Fuck off, Ing. Fuck off, Ing. How's the audio, by the way? Is the audio good? Yeah, this requires, like, the multi-missile thing. We don't got that. We can bring our ship in, though, if we want to fast travel somewhere else. Let me think. Let me look. Is it faster to get in the ship here, or is it faster just to walk back? And also, are we done here entirely? What do you scroll the map? Is it just A? Yeah, you hold down A, and then you can pan. C and the stick. Yeah, we need to get back here and explore from there. I think this might be faster. Also, we can save. Alright, we've had some lovely luck so far. I am astounded, really, honestly. By the way, I'm aware that y'all can see when I'm, like, hovering my mouse over something. It'll show, like, a label of what it is. That's helpful to me to make sure I know, like, what I'm, picking off this, this here tracker. I'll also say, went with a sort of a pinkish red, like, magenta color for the tracker background. For, like, the, frame around it. Usually I go with, like, green, which is, like, the default color of, Paper Mario's online tracker, which is a color I like a bunch, but I figured, like, you know, there's really no need for it to be that for this, considering that, you know, it could be any color, so thought about it and went with something that sort of matched my, the background I have here, which, while spacey, isn't really a, isn't really from Metroid, it's from Space Station Silicon Valley. I just thought, like, This is the nice enough. What was that? Nothing? Okay, moving on. I just thought it was a nice enough spacey background for the purposes of this stream. And looking at it now, yes, I think it is plenty spacey. For randomizers, since I got the green screen, I've been like, you know, I have to create a background or something for games like this or otherwise 4x3 games. But I'm thinking maybe I shouldn't just always insist on making a new one. Maybe reusing some old ones more often. Like the one I used for the last, DK64 randomizer stream of like the jungle background is pretty sick, and I would like to use that again one day. I think that would be most economical. I forget what these things are. You need like a custom visor to get through them. Probably a custom visor. Guy looks funny. Guy, that human. That human. Hey, buddy, why is the door closed? Okay. I guess that it was like an area that was open during the prologue, and it's not open during the later parts of the game. Okay, so there's probably not items there, and we don't have to worry about it. Okay. Got it. That hyper missile? Oh, fuck. We have not found a single expansion. How can this be? I feel like the last time I did Metroid Dread Randomizer, we had similar luck. It can't last. It's impossible to last, but my god, is it being nice to us. I say nice to us, it's just being unreasonable. Like, I know I put in... I put in, like, some extra copies and shit, but, like, most of the items are still missiles. Most of the items are still missiles or health packs or whatever the fuck. God damn, we're getting lucky. Also, can we get to... What's, where's that, missile door? Try to find that. Wanna miss a fork that we could maybe pursue down. Pursue down? Weird phrase. There we go. There's gonna be a single room, not just a map room. What does this do in the randomizer? Very nice. I thought we already had the map, but now we can see this area that's is beyond our access. That's a big, large tower. I forget. I bet that big, large tower is where you fight Ridley or something. You know, where you have to fall down the whole big, tall tower. It's probably from the initial cutscene version of Norian. And that makes sense. Maybe I should travel more in a ball, considering that is faster than traveling as a human. That's a good idea. Yes. Okay, I'm just gonna call my vehicle here. After we empty the next area, the next room, I think we can leave. I think we will have gotten everything there is here on Norian. In fact, I think that might be just true generally, not like specifically. Well, there is that ice missile door. There is that ice missile door. I bet that's something. But for the most part, we will be able to leave here and never return until we get the ice missile. So that's nice. How do you get up there? Well, you don't get up there by jumping off. I know that much. Okay, so that goes into that building there. Which... Morph ball, spider track. That's spider track, right? Oops, daisy. Just confirm real fast. Yeah. That's... Oh, yeah, you morph ball or jump up to there and then you grab on. Okay, well... Another thing that we require later items for. Note. Going the wrong way. I meant to check the next area, not the previous area. This door's opening. Good, okay. Thought for a second it might be like another deactivated door or something. I don't have the space jump, so I can't do that way, but I can do it this way. Maybe that's a reason why it doesn't like you know, why the game starts you off with it, because it starts you off with the ability to like flick up and do a bomb. So like getting over some of those jumps with Morph Ball is like easy enough as well. Hey buddy.
I'm sorry, but this is very complex and it can't be disrupted.
Okay. You're doing stuff. Something over there. Something over there. But critically, no items. So yeah, I think we're done here on Norian. Pretty amazing haul here on Norian. We didn't have a we didn't have a non-critical item, a non-essential item in our initial checks here, which, that's astounding. What the hell? How the fuck does that happen? Good luck, I suppose. This comes down to good luck. Alright, I think let's head to Brio next. Thinking. To get to... Nice thing here is we can also go to all the fast travel points now. If ever we need to come back to this planet. So Elsia requires the Morph Ball hyper thing to get in. To get into that, and we don't have that, so... Brio is, gotta do. Interesting. All the three... I guess all those three different areas are open from the start, huh? That's a cool thing about the game, that literally is like, yeah, hey, you can land, like, here, here, and here. Like, oh, whole planet's open to you, dude. Like, there's nothing stopping you from exploring any of these. Though, obviously, by the nature of a Metroid game, there is a correct answer. There is a correct area to explore, and, try to figure it out, I guess. I always loved the worlds in this game. I really loved... I've always loved their variety and, like, their originality. You know what I mean? Like, the first Metroid Prime starts you off... There's, like, forest, there's ruins, there's... Forest, ruins, ice, fire, and Phaaze. Phaaze being the one, like, super original... Being the one... Oops, I knocked into the... I hit the... Sorry. I hit the microphone with my, Wiimotes. Need to be more careful about that. Basic elements in the first game, and then the second game you have, like, desert wasteland, you have, like, bog, you have high-tech city. Three pretty cool biomes. And this one you have fuel gel planet that also has an ice side. You have cloud city, and then you have acid rain planet. I think those biomes are just really very cool. And yeah. I am realizing now, without double jump, we can't get any further here, I don't think. We could if we had the grapple hook as well, but I just have the grapple beam. Grapple beam is what I have. I could grapple that, grapple beam that. I could pull that, which is fortunate because otherwise I wouldn't be able to get back out. Okay, okay. Worth noting that even though with the bomb jump, I can do some of the things that would typically be reserved for double jumping. There are still interesting things that are off the table as a result of not having it. In particular, when you have to jump horizontally. I'll be more careful about weighing in into the microphone. It's something I need to be more conscious of while playing a Wii game. I don't think I played many Wii games on the channel before. I played a couple, as well as the not Wii game, Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, which is a drum game, little different, but still quite of a odd case. Motion controls, huh? Let's just go area by area. I think that these three zones are what we can do right now. I mean, it's possible something could be on Elsia in that first area. We do have an odd assortment of items. Maybe we could get past the usual barrier using, like, the plasma beam or something. or by grapple energying something. Well possible. We should keep that in mind. Perhaps the missile destroys things that you need to use the... No, I think you need the hyper ball, hyper bomb, hyper morph ball, hit A thing. What is that called? Hyper ball. You need the hyper ball to proceed. Those guys are tough. And there's more of them. That second one seemed to go down easier. Here's at least one item. Watch this be our first nothing of the game. Oh, no, that's not nothing. Grapple swing. I think grapple swing will let us go. Will let us go where we couldn't go before. As that area in the earlier zone had like grapple swing things. The hell is this? I think you have to jump up to there. Can we do that? Yeah, we can. I'll say I did at one point investigate using a regular controller and like mapping controls appropriately, because my initial attempts at doing the Wiimote with the PC ended in failure. But eventually I was able to get the actual Wiimote working with the game, with the randomizer here. And once that was in place, I said, well, of course I'm gonna do it. Oop. Phaaze on overload here. What the fuck does this do? We need the ship missile for this. I don't have any ship missile though, so that's right out. And if I'm not mistaken, whatever item is in this room, yeah, it's on the other side of the wall, so that's out as well. We're done here, but we have... Okay, okay. Go ahead and eat shit, you two. I'm sick of y'all. Fine. We're done here. We can move back on to go back where we came. That said, I would like to go to the last landing site just to see what's there, get in mind like what we need to go forward there, and also get anything we can do. I mean, I'll say we haven't found any missiles or health energy tanks beyond what we started with. So it would be nice to get some of that. I say, you know, I'll say again, we started with good amounts. We started with 3 energy tanks and missiles. Just got 5 from the first pickup, but you know, most things are missile pickups in this randomizer, so we'll find some in time, I'm sure. Ugh. Oh, you know what? I don't think I said at any point in the stream so far that this is probably, definitely, almost certainly the last stream of the year. Tomorrow's is New Year's Eve. I don't plan on doing anything stream-wise for tomorrow. Don't plan on doing anything stream-wise for New Year's Day, neither. That's nice. It doesn't have to be a charge beam. I wonder if that's because I already have the plasma beam. So... I already had the plasma beam. So, so that would definitely ignite things in the same way that charge shot would. Don't jump in the fuel gel. Jumping in the fuel gel is a bad idea. Also, this game really is designed for you to have the double jump at all times, huh? I'm regretting, like, putting that as, like, a, unlockable. God damn it, I knocked the... Sorry about that, folks. Again with the hitting of the mic. So it's a very good mic. I should be more careful not to hit it. I'm very fond of this mic. I hope that it lasts forever and doesn't need replacing ever. It'd be a damn shame if it ever reached the end of its operational life. I've had a couple issues with these microphones before, with them, like, suddenly acting up on occasion. So please do tell me if anything ever sounds weird. And, you know, at the very least, I can switch them around and put, like, the one that's at the desk at the couch or vice versa. But, like, that's sort of, kinda last resort. What? Why here? This is the start of the room. This is where we started. Get over there. I would need the double jump. Get over that way. Get over there. Know what I need, but I need something. So, like... Oh, hang on. I can... I can get rid of that ice. That goes somewhere. I'm not sure how you get up to there. Isn't that where we started, though? We started over there. We ended up going over there and then falling out. While this way... I think we can maybe get up to this ledge with some clever business, but is it high enough to get over here? Yes. Okay, cool. Are these the guys that lift you up? Yes, these are the balloony guys. Very nice of them to lift us up. I know, it's fine. I guess that's their mama or something. But we have bombs, so we're good. Charge beam. God damn, this luck. I don't know if, like, it's predisposition to place things in nice places or what, but my god, it's being exceedingly nice. I'll say if this luck continues, like, for sure, next time I ever play this randomizer, I'd crank the difficulty. You know, this is pretty absurd, the luck we've had. I say crank the difficulty, specifically what I mean. So I would make sure that the number of item checks in the game were vanilla, normal, and not add extra copies of everything. Maybe I'd keep, like, the progressive ones having extra copies. You know, I feel like, you know, going from 2 to 3 feels like less of a big difference from going from 1 to 2. Probably, maybe. Do we need to get to that ledge under the main one that we entered? Right here. Beautiful. There we go. We can go up or down. This is an elevator. Go with this direction first. This is how you go to the ice side. We're very early to go to the ice side, but you know, what? Oh, good. Okay, that's something that guy needs. Okay, right. Yes. He isn't just gonna walk. He has to, like, ring a bell or something. Gong a gong. But that's a thing that requires boost ball. We don't have boost ball. Noted. All right. Um... This is the point in the game where you get the... Oh, I'm very sick. This cutscene. I can't... Oh, I can charge now. I can charge now. I got the charge beam. I could also use missiles to, rapidly expel. Sick. From now on, we'll get overloaded sometimes. That's nice. It's a boss? What's going on here? Hey, buddy. See you later. Just a hangar. Kinda looks like a hangar. Jail processing site. Nah, not a hangar. Just a coincidence, it kinda looks like that. These guys take a lot of hits. Let's just go with the energy tank. Shoot them using this. Ugh. I like that the energy tank, the hyper mode, trivializes a lot of the combats. You know, I love Metroid Prime 2, but the way that it's a very difficult game is a little bit of a inconvenience, I guess. That's a weird thing to say. I like this one more, where you can just sort of like, okay, well, if I want to just go ham and just kick these guys' asses, all I need to do is sacrifice a little health, which, you know, you might as well do. Don't know if I can get up there. Up. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. It's not good. Oh boy, okay, good, okay, we're alive, we're alive. Fortunately, I don't have the ability to double jump. So, like, I can't get out of there quite so easily. Or maybe I could if I went into that little groove there. Don't know really what the point of that groove is, though. So, like, I believe we might be done in this room for now. I think it's time to back the fuck out. Right? Let me check. Yeah, we can't get through that room. We can't get up to the door. Need to back out. Go back to there. It'd also be good to save. Okay. Ugh. So we've now done everything over there. These bastards are back. Fortunately, the plasma beam is more than strong enough to do them in without much fuss or muss. So, question I have now is that can we get over to there with that? I'll say, I do see very clearly that is not anything major. That is a missile expansion, which, no, is not major. Nice, though, but it's not major. Ah, that's how we get over here. We gotta make that jump using the boost ball mechanic. I don't know how we get over to the other thing, though. How we get over to the ice missile door, but again, everything over there we don't need. So, not really a terrible concern. That's just a scanny thing. These are just scanny things. We don't need these. Make sure it's not a hint, though. Yeah, it's just lore. Just lore. Don't need it. Huh? Where are we? Like the top half of the room we started in. Interesting. This will allow us to get an item in this room then? Ah. What is that? Is that another hyper missile? Okay, we already have that, so don't need it. So we can't reach it anyway. Good. Nothing. Nothing. Time to leave. Whoopee! Yay! We have found a lot of stuff. We have made a lot of progress. I am satisfied. I am happy with what we've found so far. Boo, 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 boo. Now, without the hyperball, we can't go to Elsia yet. At least we can't do anything productive there. But Let me before we do anything further, just like make extra sure. Oh, we can't go to the Galfar system. Oh, that's just where the ship is. That's just where that ship is. We can't go to Galfar, and we can't go. We can't actually go to the Phaaze planet, the pirate homeworld, as well. Okay, cool. So everything's unlocked. Is Galfar? That's the abandoned ship, right? That is the abandoned ship. I guess for some reason I thought that the place that started us out with would be the non-abandoned ship from like the start of the game. I guess that's just literally unavailable. It gets destroyed or something. It makes sense, actually. Let me see and make sure that there's nothing we can do on Elsia. And maybe we should also stop by the pirate homeworld as well. It's good to go these places just to make sure we know what's blocking us in each area, what we need to proceed, and also, you know, get any low-hanging fruit that there is there. You know, if there is low-hanging fruit, it is important to grab. There's the seed. So I guess beneath the clouds, there's like some solid stuff or something. For the seed to be like anchored in place there. Maybe it's just like hovering in the same way the city is. We'll see. Not sure like if there's anything available here that we can get, but let's just find out. Hang on. Now, what the hell is, the map says there's something right here. So I wonder, like, is that bird head going to drop something? Or if I hit one of those guys... Do those have the pickup in question? Not sure how you get that. I'm betting the bird head is the key. All support structures have eroded over time. There's also appears to be something in there. Data bots. I think there might be an item in there as well. Let's just relax and, you know, sort of go inside and see what's up. Oh, we can just walk up here. It's fine. Oh, you know what that might be? That's probably the boss fight one, isn't it? There's an item you get from doing a boss fight here later on, correct? So, naturally, once you defeat the boss or whatever, you can just go, you get that item. That'll be what that one is. Right, okay. Makes sense. For that one, I do think it's probably something like, probably something like you have to shoot it or hit it with something. But whatever you have to shoot it with, I don't got. Well, this would work already. I probably at least need power bomb or ship missiles. No, there's no ship missile target. In any case, we know what we can't do here, which is everything, so let's bail. Yippee! Got a good amount of sleep last night, but I'm still groggy. Sleeping in mostly the last week, and that's nice, but you know, I need to not get so used to that, I guess, is what I'll say. Start like getting up in the morning rather than just sleeping through it. It's like 5, nearly 6 p.m. and yeah, I've been just sleeping through entire days. I'll say something that I think about when I sleep through an entire day, which is that, like, even if I'm sleeping through an entire day and like staying up through an entire night, I still feel like whenever it's past midnight, right? There's like a feeling of, well, it's too late to start something. You know, I still have that feeling. So, you know, by like sleeping at unusual hours, I have like somehow taken up all productive time, if that makes sense. I can get past that shield, but I can't. I'm not sure I can reach that thing. Oh, it just nice. Teleported me over. Go. I could kick a train somewhere else if I wanted. Let's explore the near parts of this area before we necessarily explore farther parts of this area. Nice. I don't know what's up with that. But, you know, what the fuck. It's just how I feel at the end of a night. I say the end of a night as if, you know, it's the capstone of a long day, but, you know, getting up and then immediately turning around and being like, okay, well, it's too late to do nothing. Let's just, watch some anime and relax, rather than get done, like, one of a half dozen productive things that I've been meaning to do. I feel like my most productive days are definitely the days where where I put on a stream, you know? I say that. Work days. Work days are also plenty productive, but, you know, haven't had any of those since, you know, since Xmas, the week of Xmas began. Or really, the week before Xmas ended. Nice. Yippee. Hope performance-wise, it seems to be hitching a little bit, but, what are you gonna do? performance-wise. It's looking nice, and you know, all that. I can't get up there on account of not having the double jump. So I think this is all we can do here for now. I think everything in this room requires the ability to jump twice. Cool. Let's do that train, and then we'll check out the other landing sites on this planet. We'll take the train wherever the train goes, and then we'll you know, sort of wing it. Just do whatever Oh, we need to just interact with the thing. Tilt. Chill. Come on. Oh, there we go. Motion controls. Ooh. I'll say, weird thing about getting the Wiimote working with Dolphin is that I have a Wiimote Plus. You know, like a newer Wiimote that I usually use for the Wii U, but that didn't work with the Dolphin. Only this older one that I had from like when I got the Wii at launch. My first Wii, I guess. Did I have two Wiis? I think I only had one Wii, but I eventually got the black Wii Motion Plus Wiimotes. You know, when that happened. I also have the Wiimote Plus attachment for what the fuck? For, this is a boss fight, hey. Do we have enough health and stuff to fight this guy? Oh, don't tell me it's gonna be in the acid rain. I think we might just take a death here. If that's how this works.
You know, you should never trust strangers, Sammy.
That's me, I'm Samus. This is the first boss we're fighting. And, it's sort of a compilation boss. We have 3... I'll say we're not outside. So the acid rain isn't a concern. But I am not 100% sure we have everything we need to fight these phases that she do. Well, okay, some of them are not like... This is hardly a mini-boss. At the very least, we have our powered up... Our, like, first beam upgrade. So we are doing decent damage to her. Okay. Yeah, that's you know what? I guess you don't have the acid protection at this point in the game, so it's not a you go out and it's not, you don't have to go out into the acid rain at this point. Okay, this guy just like fourth ball bomb him, right? And then you shoot the circle. So far, so good. I mean, this is going fantastically well, honestly. We haven't even lost a full tank of energy, and we're even gaining some back. Like, I was kind of worried, considering that this is a pretty fucking late game boss. And not at all the first one you're expected to encounter, but she is being pushed over. Ooh. Over halfway done. Is she gonna transform into us now? Yep. Probably a good call. We're a pretty good form. Worked so well for the Phaaze monster. Dark Samus. I've always thought that was a little bit goofy when she's just like right on you and you have to shake her off. Very silly how close she gets. Where did she go? Hello? Should I be using my Phaaze mode? Like, I mean, that's like my super strong mode. And it's not like, so far, health has been a huge concern in this fight. Just lost our first energy tank. Oh, is she invisible? Well, at any rate, she doesn't seem to be using that as like a permanent mode. We don't have the visor that lets us see invisible things. So her vanishing is like a problem for us. Okay, that did just cost a bit of energy for not much gain. Perhaps this last phase we really do need. Actually, it looks like she is taking damage. She is like going, ah! Stop hitting me! Okay. Let's just stay the course. Hope for the best. Let's try a charge beam. Oh, it doesn't look like it's doing anything. There we go. Okay, yeah. Needed to hype her up to get that last damage in. I wonder what we're gonna get from our first boss fight of the randomizer. My bet's the first generic missile expansion that we've gotten so far in over an hour of playing. I'm gonna bet just a missile or an energy tank. I mean, it's kind of wild that we haven't gotten one so far, considering we've checked like... Yeah, that's okay, we got something we already had. Multiple copies of every item and all. Makes sense. Still, most items are missiles and energy tanks, so like, kind of ridiculous that... It's still kind of ridiculous we haven't gotten one yet. I'd say it's kind of ridiculous. It's definitely ridiculous. Ooh. That was a boss fight. Oh, I see. We came in through the exit of the boss fight there. That's why, it was weird when we were entering, like, cutscene-wise. Because we came in through the back door. You know, and we're kind of expected to come in through the front door where the elevator is. Yeah, yeah. Well, let's take the elevator down, I guess, and just sort of, you know, explore. We may have not gotten anything from the boss, but we have gotten to a new area that has checks of its own. I'll say check-wise, I'm pretty sure there are a total of 100 pickups in the game. So, no, if we've gotten like 10, 20 of them. I don't think we've gotten like 10, 20 of them. That's like a tenth of the game right there. I say that doesn't sound that impressive then. If we've been going like over an hour. Hey, cool, it put me here, at the bottom of the room. And here's a room where, again, we won't be able to get out or get back where we came, because that requires a... Oh, no, it doesn't. We can use a walk ramp thing. Those are Metroids. We don't have Ice Missile, so we better hope the hell that they're not gonna come out anytime soon. Easy now. Easy now. This door opening? You know, we maybe could have considered, like, doubling back to the ship so as to save before, like, going and exploring. But, what's that phrase? Luck favors the bold. Let's hope that that works out in our favor. Or else we might have severe regrets. I suppose also if we do find a warp point, like, you know, we do have to worry about if we are, like, soft-locked or something. Might be a way to, like, warp back to the thing or something from anywhere that they added as, like, a, First jump and fire, wow. Visor and hyper. Lock rumble. I think in the randomizer they might have added some systems. I'm not sure though. In any case, let's hope for the best. Hope we can get back from wherever we end up going. There's an item back there. I think it might be it's either a progressive missile or a missile pickup. I'm not sure which. In any case, I don't know we can disable that. So, moving on. Can you randomize the first as well? The first two as well? That's correct, Zachary, yes. I have done randomizer runs of 2 on the channel before. Oh, crap. I was like an alarm thing. There's a guy up my ass. I seem to have been warped. I seem to have been warped to the middle of this room, the front door. On account of that alarm system. Okay, cool. It's kind of funny when you're going through an area backwards, it turns out. It can be kind of funny. Okay, here we go. Energy tank. That guy just warp away? Why did he do that? I mean, it's a reasonable thing to do. I wouldn't want to be killed by Samus either. You're excited about that? Yeah, I've done 2 before on stream. I've never been as huge into 1 as I am into 2 and 3. So, like, I've always done... I've only, like, finished and done runs of 2 before. But, maybe I could do Prime 1 randomizer sometime. I don't know. I've played that game enough times where I could probably manage to find things. Oh, hey, good. We found our way back to the ship. Wonderful. Yeah, this... So far, it's pretty cool, this randomizer. And it's nice that, unlike 1 and 2, 3 has a very robust fast travel system where you can just go wherever makes sense. And, you know, do things a little bit out of order as a result. I say do things out of order, you know. Sometimes the game requires you to do... The next item you need is in a different location than where you are, so you have to go somewhere else. Right now, for instance, we're just sort of looking around. We did a boss fight. We went backwards through the areas. I think that we didn't see any items that we could necessarily just grab right now. So let's just pop somewhere else. I'll say Rio has a lot of potential right now. We have most of what we need to do stuff in Brio, I think. Especially with the grapple beam. Since I can grapple tether, or what's it called? Is it grapple swing? Grapple swing. I got the grapple swing. So I can, you know, go some places there, but let's just bounce around here for a bit and just see if there's anything over here we can get. And also, it'll be helpful to know, like, what it is we need to proceed into the Pirate's homeworld. You know, and once we get whatever it is, we know to come back. Lovely. And I think the overall objective is we need to get, like, all 3 seeds killed. We need to kill all 3 seeds, and I think then we have to do something on like, the abandoned ship. We have to do a bunch of fuel cell malarkey. Not entirely sure. I don't entirely remember, like, what the whole deal is with that. I'll say I didn't see any options for, like, clear condition or anything of the sort. As far as, like, things you can modify in the randomizer. That's, what is that? X-ray visor. Ooh. Hey, nice. X-ray visor. That would have helped in the boss fight we just did. What a coincidence. Where is that? Right here. Yes. X-ray visor. Also, it means now we can do things like this. These door things. Rubber. This whole malarkey. Oh, but that just gives us a map. That's nothing. Ooh. Yeah, I downloaded the map. I think it already gives you the map to begin with. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Regardless, that's a thing we can now interact with. So that's cool. We have been exploring for a while. We haven't found any energy tanks. We haven't found any missile tanks neither. Well, actually, there's one right there, isn't it? Yeah, okay, there's a missile expansion. I mean, actually, I'll say we have seen some, but we haven't been able to pick them up at all yet. Not a single one. In fact, this one's no different. I can't access it from this side. I think with just basic shit, I might be able to get... I might be able to get to where it, is. But, we'll see. Like, if we traverse the outside here. This is the acid rain planet. We ought to be careful of the acid rain. Is that a magnet track? We don't got that. Holy Jesus, the acid rain is really, really deadly. Huh. It does not fuck around. Jesus Christ. That's worse than, that's worse than Prime 2's, dark. That eats away faster than Metroid Prime 2's Dark World at its like most intense. Wow, damn. I do that grab from the start. Even if I can, I can't do a double jump yet. I don't got that, so I can't do nothing here. It looks like. Good, okay, we now know. Double jump, main thing holding us back here. Right just now. Okay, let's get off this godforsaken world then. Let's go back to the nice world where it's full of lava. And it's not lava, it's fuel gel. Which I suppose is a natural resource of that planet. This, like, explosive liquid that just pools and occasionally naturally lights itself on fire. I guess. Back to Brio. Back to Brio. We haven't gotten ice missiles, and we haven't gotten, what else do we need to get stuff in, Norian? There was ice missiles and spider ball. Spider ball was the other thing for Norian. Got neither of those, so Yeah, and we need an energy tank for, we need one energy tank for the abandoned ship. Let's go. I'm gonna stretch. Ooh. I'm glad that the cursor is not visible no matter where I put my mouse. That is ideal. I always want to make sure to remember to set it up that way. Sometimes I don't, and whenever I don't do that, I apologize for that because I really should. This is the part of Brio that we need to go to, right? We need to like swing across a gap that otherwise is impossible without double jump. Ugh. Damn it. There we go. I hope we get double jump soon because, you know, it's not like it's the most important item in the world, but the game is so built around having it that taking it away is kind of like starting Paper Mario jumpless, you know? It's like, I say that, it's not really that severe. It's more like starting Paper Mario hammerless, where it's like, you're kind of expected to have at least a hammer for most of that game. Same way in this game, you're expected to have at least the ability to clear a simple, gap. Look at this, we're hovering. How about that? And we can get around it with some bomb bullshit, but this is annoying, man. Kind of tedious, kind of, rip my configuration choices a little bit. God damn it. The slope is like, causing me to slide when I land. And oh boy. How about I try from this angle first? This looks a little more doable. Try from over here. Oh boy. All I want right now is double jump. I don't think I care about anything else that I could find. I just want to be able to jump twice without hassle. Watch it be in the next room. I say that would be a hell of a nice coincidence if it was. Watch it be the next pickup. I say, you know, if it's like, I guess it wouldn't be a coincidence. It'd just be like, yeah, no, you continue to want that one, even if it's two-way. If I could say that again in 10 minutes, like, watch it be the next one. I could keep saying that until it's correct. Until we get fuck off me. Okay. Cool. We're locked in here. Those doors don't work. Open these hatches. Okay, pull them in pairs. Lassoing is a bit of a workout. That's a bit of one. Man, this is a really specific era, isn't it? Like, the whole motion control era where, like, yeah, half the inputs back then were like, oh, you just gotta go like this. Or this. I say half, feels like half. There's a bunch of buttons as well. You know what I mean. Nowadays, it's like, okay, you want to tilt, you'll be like, okay, yeah, tilt sort of to aim, maybe, if you want to. If you care to. You can do that, and that's fine. And maybe on occasion, like, you know, flicking the controller up will do a thing. But it's, like, rare. It's, like, by no means normal anymore. Okay, there's nothing over there. Indeed, nothing in here. So I guess let's head back. There's something up there. You can get up there. Just double check here. Ah. Now that the power's on, this has become a challenge area. Fuck. Fuck, but okay. Just barely got through there. This a missile expansion? Hey, we got our first missile expansion of the randomizer. Fucking, an hour and 40 minutes in. Most of the pickups are missile expansions. How the hell does that happen? And also, like, didn't that happen the last time I played Metroid Dread Randomizer? Also, like, an hour 40 minutes in? How does that happen to the same dude twice? Come on. Also, we've gotten, like, half the items in the game in that time. It's a little bit absurd. A little bit absurd. Again, most of the items, most of the pickups are missile expansions. It is not an uncommon item. Over half. I'm pretty sure. I don't have the exact figures. Do the shafts to do the locks. Not sure what we can actually do from here, though. Like, if the gimmick here is that you have to, like, climb up. and get into all those various shafts, then, like, without the ability to double jump, not sure what we can actually do here. I mean, I think we've gotten some fantastic luck, but at the same time, you know, I do have to ask myself, where can we go? And, answer seems to be, like, surprisingly locked down. Like, we might need all these items we've gotten to go to places where to go somewhere new. Maybe that's just why the seed is the way that it is. Maybe if we had started with double jump, we'd be seeing a lot more missile expansions. For example. Okay, I can't get over here. Not sure I can get to this platform. Okay, again, don't have the double jump, so... E. And, okay, good. It would respawn us here. But I'm really not sure if this jump is even possible. Yeah, okay. It doesn't seem like it gives us very much horizontal wiggle room here. And I don't think we can get there with what we got. I think it's possible. I mean, I can give it another try. Maybe starting from, like, this corner here. Right now, like, from where I am and where I'm respawning, I'm not sure, like, how I can get back to, like, solid ground, get back to somewhere where I can proceed. This might not be a good place for us to be right now. We are taking a little bit of damage every time we try this, but that's not really gonna add up very fast. I think 16, it's like 2 damage per or something. So you got a higher bump the first 2 times? Well, I'm missing right now, is the thing. I'm just missing a bunch. That's a real problem. Here we go. This gets us back to solid ground. Maybe possible. I'm really not thinking so. At any rate, we can backtrack now. And, shit, where do we go now? I haven't gotten Spider Ball, so... I think maybe we should go back to the pirate homeworld. There were a couple of hiccups there where I didn't really investigate too hard how you get them. But it's possible we might have one or two things waiting for us there. God damn it. I think the pirate homeworld is going to be the answer. How do we trigger this fight? What? Is it because we... I guess we did activate the ship. We activated a ship since we, came through here last. That'd be it. You activate the ship, these guys activate. Trying to think if, like, anything on Brio can be done. Not without Boost Ball, I think. Without Boost Ball, nothing will happen there. It's trying to make me go into hyper mode. That doesn't seem necessary, video game. These guys are, not that strong. One more of these. I am really sick and tired of not being able to double jump. I regret my configuration choices. Let's go back to the other planet. And, I say the other planet. Let's go back to Pirate Homeworld, I think. I am curious, like, if it's possible to do, I'm wondering if there is anything we can do on, the Cloud City one. But I have my doubts that that's a thing. Another thing is that Norian might have an energy tank. I'm not 100% on that. Worth thinking about if we want to see if we can get an energy tank somewhere on Norian, but I necessarily think that's the case. Let's go to Pirate Homeworld and see if we can get some of those things. You know, we've had incredible luck so far, insofar as, like, oh yeah, item, but also with the items we got, we are still kind of pinned in pretty tight, such that, yeah, what few items that we can get, one of them must be the next thing that actually unlocks a bunch. And, like, the thing that would unlock the most would be, clearly the double jump. So let's see now. Let's just go up here and we'll go through it in a linear fashion. I say a linear fashion. Like a front to back fashion. Not going in reverse like last time. Not sure we'll be able to get... I mean, actually, we did get the visor that lets you see X-rays, so we can... There are doors we can interact with now that we couldn't before. That could be the next thing, logically. Okay. Fuck you guys. I've seen this cutscene before, guys. I don't know why you needed to show it again. Okay, I've killed the guys. Now, what is possible here? Actually, we might need to do this back to front, actually, because of these, platforms. See these platforms here? They are, really need you to double jump. Like how you can see your hand under the thing. We need double jump to do... double jump to do anything in this particular room. Which means that, we do then have to double back. But because we have access to the other side, because of the grapple beam, the thing that we have, we can do this area in reverse and just go downhill and, you know, see if we can get any collectibles along the way. Which I'm thinking we will be able to. With the X-ray visor in particular, that should let us get to a new room, if not a new area. I'm not sure particularly which one it would be. Ow. It's weird but nice that it works like this, but when you jump off this edge and respawn, you respawn on the edge. Very nice, because I can't double jump. Ooh. It's funny that the nunchuck only does, like, acceleration. Only does, like, sensing this sort of movement. And not like, it's not like a Wiimote. It can't be used for things. I wonder if they considered giving it the kind of precision that would be necessary to have it, like, sense, like, oh, you're tilting the left-hand thing up or to the side. Obviously, Joy-Cons would be able to do that eventually, but still, you only have... Usually, I think, whenever there is tilt stuff, it only is paying attention to, like, one, or, like, both together of the tilting controllers. Maybe it just makes sense to have it so, like, oh yeah, what's the thing in your primary hand? That's the one that we care about the tilt of. Secondary one, yeah, not only is it cheaper not to track that, but also it's kind of a headache, as far as us humans and our limited capacity, you know? Okay, what can we do here? In this room, nothing, but in the previous room, something. Was I always inside? I guess this room is just like a horror door, where eventually you'll be able to go outside and do stuff. Or if you take this morph ball crack, which I don't have the item for. Okay, I can't do that. Noted. But this room is a great big shaft that has nothing in it itself. Okay. So for this one, all we need to do is fall down to here. And again, we don't have screw attack, so we can't go up from here. We can proceed downward. I think the next room is going to for sure have something for us. In particular, there are 2 items here towards the bottom. One is in the cage, and I'm not sure if it's an expansion. I think that's a missile expansion. I think that's nothing. The other one is some sort of boss, I think. Is that a mini-boss like in Metroid Prime 2, or is that just... you go into that tank and then you just get a thing? Not sure, but I will say... I do have what I need to do this. So... this will let me get something. Maybe. This will be the way forward. Is this gonna release the, Oh, it's an energy tank! Wait, an energy tank, not an energy cell. Okay, so... also, we released the Metroids. That's, is concerning. Okay, I can get into there and get an item there. Like some sort of elevator. Okay, so... I've gotten the first item here. That's an energy tank. Not an energy cell. An energy tank. Let me see my inventory. So it's not an energy cell. It's an energy tank. Noted. We can also now get... excuse me, let me get whatever this is. A missile expansion. Figured as much. Okay. Get the fuck off me. I don't have ice beam, so that's not great. Okay, we got everything that was in there, which wasn't terribly useful, honestly. We can't get into the ice door yet. Don't have ice beam. Maybe we could do something in this corridor. That's another thing. It appears to be the next thing. That elevator was just a way of getting up here. Only a way of pressing upwards, which we don't need to do and can't do entirely anyhow. Oh shit. Fuck. Wait, this is worse. This is worse than open alarm room. Buddy! Hey, what's up? Chill, okay? Everyone be chill. Please. Does this require, like, what's the other beam type? The progressive beam? A Nova beam. I guess it requires the Nova beam. Okay. So with the Nova beam, we can do whatever thing is, gets that thing. So this is out of the question as well. In this room, there is some pipes that lead to this room. If we can get into there from this top area, that would be most convenient. What would be most inconvenient would be if we... Huh. Hey, we seem to be behind a door. Oh, hey, good. The cutscene brought us outside. Okay. So, that's interesting. That cutscene brought us here, where we already know we can't do anything, so we might as well leave. It's good to know that this area has nothing for us. We can just go. Okay, I'll use my hyper mode. You got it. Okay, we've been through that whole area, and we got, Did we get anything? We got an energy tank, which is nice. We got a missile expansion, also nice. None of that is going to necessarily do anything for us. What can we do now? Let's look at the map. Plus and minus. So this whole area, I think, unless there's a way of getting into this pipe thing from the bottom area, which I doubt this looks like. You come in from the top and leave through this pipe here. I don't think there's anything further we can do over here. Is there anything we can do over here, though? So you come out here, you come up here. This is an area that's a one-way door. This is an area that I think you have to, like, you know, come through the back door. This area here, we could maybe get through that door, but, like, we'd be braving the acid rain to do so, and we don't have double jump, so we can't get onto the second level of this whole room. I think there is much we can do here. Actually, right just now. So, what about Norian? So at Norian, we have one place where a yellow door is blocking us, which... Whoops. Which one is map and which one is, Okay, yeah. Yellow we can't deal with yet. So that's all we really need to know about that particular door. It's locked. It's super locked. Oh. What about forward through there? Can we do that now? How do you get into that door? I think there was some sort of locking thing, but I don't remember if it was like an Echo Visor thing or a Nova Beam thing or what the deal was with this whole area, but this could be the way. This requires the spider beam, and there's nothing in this room. Not even like an energy thing. The only other place that we could really go to is Brio. And this room requires ship missiles, so that's out. And that's a missile expansion, A. That's nothing, B. And deal with this room. This room required double jump to be able to get up onto the thing in the center that lets you get higher than that. So that is out. Yes. What about the main one? The main one, that's pretty straightforward. That's like the most straightforward of the bunch. This one, this room is the main barrier. And it has this door that requires you to get to the central pillar. The central pillar is difficult to reach without the ability to do double jump. This room requires ice missiles to freeze the stuff, or maybe screw attack could also do the job. Not sure about that. And this is behind the big doorway that we haven't unlocked. This part of the area. I feel like Norian might be our best bet here. Either that, or maybe we can get what we have, whatever this is, whatever that is, in SkyTown. But I have my doubts as to that. And we don't have any energy cells yet, so I think we can do... I don't think we can get into this one. Yeah, it's right. We have to find those randomly. So, cool. Let's go to Norian, then. Norian it is. Norian. Really not 100% sure if we have everything we need for this one place, but it's the only thing I can think of at the moment. If anyone has any thoughts, any ideas, I'm all ears, I'll say. I wish there was a, like, proper map tracker for this. Though, you know, it is great that the map just is there. You know, I can just look at the map and try to figure it out on my own. But a proper map tracker that told me like what I can and can't get at any given time for any given inventory status is just a very handy thing the first time you play any randomizer. What could it be that would unlock stuff? Double jump would be the main one. Ice missiles would also be very useful. The sonic beam would let us get something, and, you know, maybe not that many things, but at least one other thing, so that would be a good get. Double jump, though. Double jump is the ideal thing. Ah, it was multi-beam. Alas. Shit. Unless... Oh. This isn't a fancy door. This is just... shoot them individually and then go through. Fuck, okay. I didn't realize it was that easy. That said, this is an ice door, so... we can't get that one then. That's right out. Oh, crap. Is there even any collectibles this way? As far as I can tell, no, but let's make extra certain, I guess. Okay, yeah, it's off limits, so no, nothing over there. Shit! Well, what else do we got here? Spider ball. Ice missile, and also it's probably just a map room. Data storage, yeah, probably just a map room. Multi-missile thingamajig for that one. Okay. Oh boy. Well, the only thing I can think of... Maybe I could do like a bomb jump into the enough height to do the thing on the morph ball on the pirate homeworld. Maybe I could use morph ball jank to get up to the grapple ledge, but that would involve unmorphing mid thing, and I don't even know if like that lets you keep all the height that you would otherwise have. Let's go to here's what I'm thinking. Let's go to let's go to SkyTown again and make sure that we can't get whatever is in the guy's head. Let's go to SkyTown and See what's up. I guess the Norian is the Norian the place that did get attacked in the first part of the game? Maybe it is the same place, except it's all like moribund now because it was you know, pretty much destroyed. I kind of always thought of them as like two different ships though. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe if they have different names, then they're different ships. If they have the same name, they're the same ship. I just never have like cared enough to check. Okay, having this beam doesn't seem to really help much in in terms of indicating what you're supposed to do there. If there's a way, I don't see it. I mean, I could... Hang on, I do have the Phaaze missiles. Maybe the Phaaze missiles are what I need here. Those might be... the... high-end... Nah. Okay, good guess, though. Good guess. I mean, I guess I can try laser barrage as well. Nah. Nope. These are ignitable by strong impacts. I had to guess it was probably like a power bomb thing or something. But I'm suspecting that we just... there's nothing we can do here. Okay. Pop up to the galaxy map, go to the pirate homeworld. To be clear, we haven't gotten any energy cells, right? When we pulled an energy cell out of the wall. Here's the thing about energy cells I'm sort of confused about, because they're not in the tracker, I don't think. Or rather, when you have the option to config, I didn't see any option to, like, have fewer of them. I guess because they're, like, clear conditions, you can't really... Well, I say that. If there was an option to add more of them to the randomizer, it'd probably make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? To add, like, extras. Maybe, though, whenever you get an item from pulling one, you also get an energy cell, in which case, you know, we'd be off to the races here. Let's just see if that's the case. And also make sure there's nothing else we can do over here, because, yeah, no. Running out of ideas here. Okay, no, they are randomized. We don't got none. What's that? I guess that's just a empty door. Like it's a hole in the wall. It's not necessarily a door. Ugh. I got one more idea, but I don't know. After that, I am very curious, like, what the spoiler log... If the spoiler log could give me, like, an order of event, you know, like a progression, and tell me, like, okay, yeah, this is the one you're supposed to get next, and it's here. That would indicate, like, what I can get next. But maybe it's not that, you know, maybe you have to, like, know. Maybe you have to, like, go through some processes. Pirate Homeworld, that's where we're going. Particularly the command center, where, the acid rain is. We don't have immunity to acid rain, which is not very good. Not very good for us. But, we do have 4 energy tanks, which aren't really enough to just charge headlong into the rain. No, definitely not. But there is an area we can access, technically. Rain aside. Okay. This is where we got the X-ray visor, and we can see that it is not a functional elevator. It's just a big hole. That's just the light, and it doesn't do anything. Okay. Let's just check floor 2 real fast. Make extra sure that it is what I think it is. A room you can't proceed in. I'm pretty sure this is a, unable to use from this side, yeah. You have to get over there, to the other side, to be able to access it. Ugh. Their number system seems to be based around just doing like 1 for 1, 2 for 2, 3 for 3. Like Roman numerals. Here, this wall is one side only as well, so we can only really come out here. Now in this room, we want to get up into this pipe, up into this morph ball track. It's going to be a tad difficult though, because we can't double jump, but we can ball jump. So maybe if we do like this. Oh fuck, yes, we could do that. Okay, perfect. That somehow worked. And then I screwed it up, but we know we can do this. Okay. We're back in business. Okay, somehow got it the first time. I'll say we could also maybe go over here and... Oh, crap. Nope, 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 nope. We cannot do that yet. Definitely not. Please do continue, yes. We cannot do that yet. No way, no sir. We need the protection from the acid rain before we can wander out there. I'm gonna zoom in the camera a little bit. It's been at like a decent zoom this whole time, but you know, it can be bigger. And I don't mind that zoom, lets you see more of my shirt and face, but this is more the normal zoom. Worth confirming it. Yeah, buddy. Whatever. See you later. I don't care. You can shoot me as much as you like. I'm leaving. It's good to confirm that that is, like, literally not an option and it will not work. And there's nothing I can do to make it work. I suppose this sort of, like, ball jump jank isn't considered, like... Must be part of logic, right? That you can do this. And of course, like, morph ball bomb malarkey is, like, a big part of the franchise, so it's, like, pretty normal. But I don't know, seems like, could be classified under, like, a trick. Were we, like, here the first time? Turn the camera, please. One of the great things about the Wii U, or sorry, the Wii, is that it has no right stick, so can't. Camera controls are often awkward. Did I say great thing? I meant not as great thing. There we go. Those guys were waiting for me to get up there before they started running. Very nice of them. Oh. I think that's the hyperball. Hyperball will let us get into a whole new area. Let's fucking go. With a whole new area, you know, that just... It'll let us get into SkyTown. Which is, you know, huge. Hyperball! Yeah, SkyTown is now open. Oh, God. This has been a whole, We were stuck there for a bit. Now we're not stuck. And hell, we even have, like, more things we can do here on Pirate Homeworld. You know, we're not done yet. By no means are we, cooked. Missile expansion acquired. Missile expansions are nice. And also, that means that Morph Ball thing is open. Wonderful. Here... Over there is, rain. We don't want to go there that way. We'll die. So, drop down here. And let's morph ball pipe it up. Again, Brio is now, or not Brio, the next area is now super duper duper open to us. So we really have our choice of next areas. But like, I think it is just good practice on principle to clear out an area as much as you can before you leave. Not sure whether to go left or right here first, but let's go left. Feels good to be unblocked. I wish I had double jump. Really do. Next time, I'll say this. Next time I play Metroid Prime 3 Randomizer, I will start with everything that is basic to start with. I think I will. Okay, so this is... We definitely ended up here. Next time I do the randomizer, I'll start off with everything that's default. And maybe I'll give myself the command visor because I do want to be able to land my ship whenever I want, wherever I want, as needed for the purposes of fast travel. But other than that, you know, we'll just go with the basics. And, you know, if you do need hyper mode, I'm sure the game will give it to us, similar to how it's given us, like, so many other things here to make that work. What the hell is that? Well, isn't that something? This is clearly multi-missile, or something that unlocks with multi-missile. That's also clearly an expansion. I don't think we care then. What is that? Door closed. We need a fancy gun to be able to get through that, but we need a fancy gun to open that door anyway, so it's all kind of moot. It's all kind of a moot point there. I think this is the coolest X-ray visor they ever had in the series. And, you know, it's just cool to see like, oh, I'm seeing through the wall and seeing all the gears within it. They do some neat stuff with that. That is just rad. Incidentally, I can now disengage this airlock, maybe? Can I? Advanced visor system. Okay. Get this all. Okay, come on. Be pretty damn accurate. Beautiful. Now we've opened a path. No, we haven't. We have to use we have to have boost ball, don't we? Oh, no. No. Just ball. Just ball is good enough. Fantastic. Okay. We could return and do a save real fast if we wanted to be, like, extra safe, but I think we're good. I don't see myself dying anytime soon. Also, I'm not sure if we can actually do anything here. That requires, like, spider ball or something. This is a weird room with some lore in it. I bet if you disabled that, this room would become a way to access that room once the windows was, like, down, but they're not down, and, nothing doing over here. We don't have what we need to open this, which would be the proper beam. Hey, guys. Excuse me, I'm just gonna... Excuse me while I leave. I think we can do a little bit more here. If we go up to the 3rd floor, I could do more in the pipe area. I say the pipe area. That's a weird way to describe it. I could do more. There's still a little bit I can do here before we leave, but those things made it look like they were gonna pick a fight with us, but not that serious, I guess. Just if I happen to look at them funny, I would have to fight them. Okay. Flip this and then go into there. I guess we should have gone to this one first. I was thinking that the one that would be the extra one would be, like, not critical path. Oh, this requires spider ball, so it's right out. Okay. I think we're done here. Again with the hitting of the microphone with my Wiimotes. I need to not do that. I apologize. There's something over this way. An energy cell. Oh, fuck yes. That's gonna let us get into the ship. We can now get into the ship now. Alright. That's sick. That is sick. And remember, in this room, we need the multi-missile to access the other collectible, and it also, I believe it was just a simple power-up. Not something that we really need. So let's leave. We're done here. I mean, it could be an echo thing where you need to shoot the ones in order. If that... I say echo. A X-ray visor thing where you need to shoot the things in order and it tells you the order with the X-ray visor. I don't think so. I don't think that's the thing. I don't think that's it. let's go to the abandoned ship just to like poke the head and see like if getting into the next room gets us anything. And then it's SkyTown, baby. It's time for SkyTown in earnest. We're about 2 hours 45 minutes in. Actually, as of right now, exactly that. I think this is okay pace. I guess, I don't know. I'll say I did start tonight with plenty of time. You know, I started... Oftentimes, a stream will more often start at like 8 o'clock or something. If that was the case of this stream, we'd be going way late into the night. You know, but in this case, since I started like around 4-ish, it's not that late. I say around 4-ish, we had some technical issues where I had to switch some drivers, some plugins around before it would render properly. But no. That was a minor thing, fortunately. Oh, let me put this into the tracker. 1 energy cells. How many are there in the game? 9? Okay. There are 9 to get. I don't know how many are, strictly speaking, necessary. I think how this whole game works is that on some level the energy cells are like the main objective. And like to unlock the final battle, typically you need to go through the whole space station to get like the coordinates or whatever. I feel like that's a little awkward. Maybe well, possible the randomizer eschews all that and just says like, no. You finish the 3 bosses for the main area, and then you're like, you know, on the way. Hints. Hyper missile is on Norian. Yeah, we got that. We got that one. Okay, so there's hints on this shuttle. Not very helpful hints. I mean, I don't want to be rude or nothing, but you know, saying something's on a whole planet, that's a little bit vague, isn't it? Okay, and now that we're in here, we can see that we can see quite clearly that this is another case where we need to have double jump to get much farther into this area. There is this door, though. We can at least go in here. That'll be a second hint. Energy cell data accessed. Status report downloaded. Why did it turn all red when I went into the logbook? That's funny. Well, it kind of matches the color of the tracker, so that's fine, I guess. Interesting. Hangar security system. This is like default. Like what you would usually get. But yeah, a lot of this game is like finding hints that'll tell you like where the next here you'd find hints to tell you where the energy cells are that you need to get. And then you'd come back and get them. I guess it makes sense that in the randomizer here, oftentimes that's replaced with something a little more specific to us. with energy, be able to get up there. Without energy. Not able to. That's it as far as anything here. There's an additional check once we have 2 more energy things. And we can get like deeper in here if we get the double jump. I guess it's time to go to Elysium then. Time to go to SkyTown. Good to know. So it's always good to know like what we need. It's always good to know like what's the next thing. It's funny. And now? No. So let's take off and save and enter ship. Go to the next area. I'm thinking now. SkyTown! That's where we're going. SkyTown. It's time for SkyTown. With how it's always, you know, open from the start of the game, even in the original game. The only thing that prevents you from getting farther in this is the hyperball, so you know, now that we have the hyperball, it's open to us, and coincidentally, because it's so like tied behind, because it's so locked behind the ball, it is the last major area that we're going to. The last major area that is new to us in the randomizer here. I say last major area. There is, of course, the end of the game. That's more of a... It's not really an area. It doesn't really have things to collect. It doesn't really have logic to it. You just go there when you finish the game. When you do everything else there is to do. The point is, we've been everywhere, and everything is a little bit open to us, if not all the way in a couple cases. With the exception of like a couple rooms, you know, based on what items we do and don't have. You understand. There we go, we put that down. Imagine if immediately we weren't able to go any farther. Well, we have the grapple beam, so the grapple swing, so that's no barrier to us. Wonderful. Is this... Feels like this is faster than I remember this being. But, I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to, That's fine. That's great. These guys are steam-powered. That's cool. Are they literally steam-powered? Okay, yeah, there's something wrong with the logbook. Logbook is funny. The tin bots now patrol. It doesn't mention if they're steam powered, but we can clearly see, yes, they are. I like those. Do. I guess with our, like, plasma beam. We're really just making short work of all of them. I can't jump up there because I don't have double jump. Another thing I can't do until we find the double jump. Battery unit is connected to the things. Battery unit? Right. I guess you can't shoot that guy even if you have the X-ray visor. Okay. I like how each world has different doors. That is just a great touch in this game. I hope Metroid Prime 4, like, continues on. I mean, I don't know what they're doing for that. I feel like there's not been a lot that they necessarily said, but I hope Prime 4 has multiple worlds like this one do. That to me would be better than if it was just like, hey, here's the one world again. Explore a single large world. Definitely think like having the option to fly between different worlds that are, you know, worlds apart, let's say, is a damn good thing in this game. Missile expansion. The multi-missile thing. I can make this jump. I just have to jump better. Two things here. One, melt all this crap. Does that get me anything over here? No. There's nothing over here. Where does this lead? It leads somewhere we haven't been, but also this shoots me somewhere I haven't been. Let's be a little more, I'm pretty sure they sped this up. I'm pretty sure they sped this up. This did not go that fast in the original Metroid Prime 3. And I appreciate that. They made that less of a thing. But there was gameplay there, so it's kind of funny that there isn't any now. Kind of funny, but also I don't mind. Hang on, there's... Spider Ball! Sick! Sick, that lets us do some stuff, that lets us get some checks. Ooh, that opens up a good amount of things. Probably like... Probably like 3 or 4 things that I have seen. Maybe like 4 or 5 that I've seen. You know, a good amount beyond that. Like, perhaps even in this very room, it might open up something. I think I just saw a spider ball track. Now, those are just, little piston thingies that, like, hit on you. You know, that... Oh, there's one! And it gave me the hazard shield! Fuck yes, we're now gonna be, like, invulnerable to, the acid rain. Oh, fuck yes. Hazard shield right there. Perfect. perfectly timed items there. Perfectly timed, finally, the game is being nice to us again. I say as we're dropped into a room that, I'm not sure if you can exit this room without the boost ball. Can you exit this room without the morph ball? Without the boost ball? Please tell me we can exit this room without the boost ball. I don't have a boost ball. This guy can't hide from me because I have X-ray visor. You know, I don't know that I've seen a save station this entire game that wasn't, so far, that wasn't just the ship. That feels odd. There's like save stations and stuff in this game, right? Like a bunch of them? It's like a whole thing? Kind of odd, kind of odd. Good, it looks like we're not, like, locked in there strictly. It looks like we can get out and go places. Like here, we can go here. And then go over to there. Or we could go over there, maybe. I think that's... One of these is the main station where... Jeez, that's so fast. That's so fast. There's a missile cannon. This area with the... I guess also in Sanctuary Fortress... The areas that have, like, a bunch of little robots running around them kind of reminds me of Star Wars. You know, how Star Wars is often, like, have all those little beep boop, beep boop, you know, droids running around. Even, like, small ones that are, like, rat-sized. I don't know if a droid impression was really necessary there to illustrate the idea of, like, a... gonk unit or something. It's cool, I like it. I am legitimately surprised that there haven't been any... I don't know, I found a single save station. There are save stations in the game, right? Like... Why wouldn't there be? Oh, hey, there's that dude, but we can't get to him without boost ball, so there you have it. Not even sure if it's necessary to get to him in the randomizer here. Maybe you don't need to say anything to him. That jump would have made it if not for the stinky fella that I ran into. They have a name. I don't really know these guys' names, like, off the top of my head, despite them all having them. and that being a whole big thing. You think I would know? Oh boy. He's here. Right, but we only fight him later when he goes to our ship to fuck it up. Which... how does that happen in the randomizer? I wonder. There is a missile expansion. I guess we could safely ignore that. Wanted. Without that being too terrible a concern. Okay, you fuck off and you also fuck off. Here is one of the, one of the places where you dock your ship. So that is good. We'll get a nice save in. Assuming that we have everything we need to, like, open the way. How do we get this shit down? Ah, boost ball. Okay, we need boost ball to open this fast travel point. Okay, crap. That's, fortunate. Are there independent save stations in this game? Beyond just your ship? I guess it would make sense. Your ship can land in multiple places. Why not just have it be one thing that gives you, that you can save at? I feel like there must be a save station here somewhere. I mean, like, if we look at the map here and look at help. Yeah, there's S for save station. But I can't think of any that we've seen. There's one in the... oh yeah, we have to, like, drop something here. There is one I can remember. Okay, I can remember... in the first part of the game, when you're in the ship, there's a save station in the ship, the first ship. But so far, that's been a one-off occurrence. Kind of odd. It's kind of disorienting, but whatever. There's that. It led to the missile expansion. As I knew from before, there is a screw attack wall. Can't do that. No, sir. Okay. Head back here. Go to the, guess to the left. Whole building complex we haven't been to yet. The left of this whole complex. I were him, I wouldn't leave the mech suit behind. I feel like that's like your main thing. Pretty cool thing to have in a Metroidvania world, a gigantic mech suit. That said, I guess, hey, you know, you get here and then you're like, oh fuck, my mech suit doesn't fit in the damn door. Well, in that case, you do like the obvious thing. Which only works because... what would work in real life, which is to say, like, yeah, you just use your mech suit to make a hole in the wall. Which, yeah, in real life that would be an option. But, oh, robots, I don't have anything to do with you. I don't have ice missiles, so I can't go get that power up. So I might as well just, step out. That said, I do have this. So I can power up this thing and, activate this, travel thingamajig. Over there is a whole bunch of stuff, but that requires the ice missile, which you don't got. Looks like there's some... oop. Need to be opening these doors. I can't turn my perspective. Is that normally how it goes? Well, whatever. Fortunately, we have Spider Ball, which I see there's some sort of something. Ah! I have Spider Ball, but I don't have Boost Ball, so I can't do step 2 of this Spider Ball sequence. I can't, boost to the other side. Fortunately. Okay. We sure about this? That's not nearly close enough there. Can't get anywhere near close enough to doing it. Well, drat. We haven't saved since we, got here. I don't think. Anything we can do to, like, warp back home in case of softlock? Did put, I think, in the options something like that. You never got a notification? I put it in the Discord. The Discord thing. And you're just saying Twitch didn't give you one? You can always get a Discord notification, opt in on the Discord channel. Is an option that I have. But, you know, what the hell. How you doing, Rock Party? Hate the thing. Let me check something. I'm just gonna search for soft lock here. Da, da, da. Let me see something. I thought I had that setting. Let me check what it is in Randomvania. Give me a second here. How you doing? How's your day before New Year's Eve day going? Anyone in chat, feel free to say. Well, it's not Randomvania, it's Corruptivania. Corruptivania, by the way, is the the X. You got Star Wars Outlaws today? It's not bad? Really? Heard people weren't like too... Heard it sound pretty mid, but you say it's not bad? Hope you got a good deal for it anyway. Let's see now. Let me look at the options I have here. Quality of life. MP3 updates. A myriad of quality of life changes, including backing out of a flight destination. A menu HUD to prevent soft locks. Allowing the packs of some items to be scanned via scanning certain objects. Removing cutscenes, as well as various fixed crashes. Let me search for MP3 updates. Well, MP3 update Metroid Prime. Just so I know, like, what it means by HUD soft lock protection. Because I think that might be, like, a, you know, some sort of warp back to home. I see the GitHub page, but I don't see, like, information about how to... Let me search MP3 update on the Discord of this randomizer. Want the patches. Update will move the spawn point outside the acid rain. I don't know what it means by menu HUD to menu HUD to prevent soft locks. Does that mean I have some sort of pause? I can also just go to the home menu, I guess, if I wanted to. I can go to the inventory. I can go to the logbook. Look at all the entries. This probably isn't it. Rotates, not very well documented, I'll say that much. I can quit. Let me just check. 1 second, I'm gonna throw to a break. Let me, see if I can look into this a bit more. And when I come back, we'll figure out how to unsoft lock or otherwise quit the game and redo a whole bunch. Give me a minute. I'll say, I'm back, by the way. It was a very short break. I'll say I'm looking at this right now. I do see, like, some updates as far as, like, version history. Maybe I can find what I need to know from here. I'm gonna throw to a break again while I troubleshoot this. 1 minute. Update 2. There's a README file. I'm gonna check the README file. Back to a break. Back to a break. This is all getting cut out of the VOD, so that's why I'm doing it via break rather than just rambling on while I look at README files. Oh wait, the README file just says this is a mod that does this. Well, I'm gonna continue looking into it. Give me a minute. Alright, I got an answer from, I asked on the Discord that they got, and I got an answer of how to do this. Okay. Hold A, B, D-pad down, and then shake your controls. Okay, checkpoints? I can save. Refill health and ammo. I don't think I want to save. If I save, let me ask if I save. If I save, where do I restart? Start of the room? Or what? Or where I saved? It would be bad if I saved right here and I respawned right here. But if I respawned at the start of the room over there, that would be, ideal. What does checkpoint do? Also, what does checkpoint do? Also, what does checkpoint do? Doesn't seem to do anything. Save, checkpoints, trigger death, refill health and ammo. If I save here and like we start right here where I'm standing, then it's over the whole run. This whole seed. If I save here and respawn over there, then we're good. I guess we should save relatively often while we know we're like not somewhere. You know, you should use this to save, like, before venturing somewhere that you might not be able to come back from. You know, just in case. Or, like, maybe like, after getting every major item. Let's say after getting a major item. That'd be a good time to do, like, a hard save. Just as a precaution. You know, it kind of sucks to lose a bunch of data. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and we'll see if I get some answers from their Discord, the Metroid Prime Randomizer Discord. By the time I'm back, give me a minute. Whoopsie daisy. That's what I get for letting that reset. Alright, I didn't get a straight answer yet about, like, what exactly a checkpoint does, but I think I might have like, checkpointed myself to right here. So, let's trigger death and see where it puts us. I think that's the best I can do right now. I did do checkpoint, but I didn't do save. So let's see what that means. It might mean that I spawn where I was, maybe at the start of the room. That'd be good. If I start where I was standing, that'd be bad. This is good. Okay. We're unsoftlocked. Okay. Okay. Death. And that, fixed it. Put me in a better place. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Okay, good, 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 good. Also, I think that based on that, if we had saved, we would probably end up right here. So, yeah, that's a good, a decent enough place to be. Woo. All right, crisis over. We're out of the soft lock. I'll say MP3 updates isn't quite as powerful as the, as like Mario. There are similar type things for like, for example, I want to go to the side there, actually. Unless, this is where we were going, right? And this is, kind of looks like a promising path as well. Turn around and go that way. I'll say, when you do, Metroid Prime 2 randomizer, it's like, debug options are like, overpowered to the point where you can be like, yeah, just warp me somewhere else. Doesn't matter where. Literally, it'll let you just send yourself wherever you want to go, which is, okay, we can't go there. Go this way. Which is, again, overpowered, but very handy, because if you want to just go back to the home, you can. In fact, if you want to go to any room in the randomizer whatsoever, you can. If you don't mind being a little bit scuzzy about it. And, like, you know, Metroid Prime 2 does not have like a built-in fast travel system like this game does. So a concern. Speaking of Softlocks, I can't get through this room because of the thing, because that requires a double jump to get back up. I did just do a save. I am a little concerned that might have been in error. That said, do stuff over here. If we can do stuff over here, maybe we can at least find. No, that was a screw attack room. This requires the fella, the big brain, to be fixed up, which requires boost ball, at least. Okay. We are nominally unstuck, but, like, remains to be seen if we can go everywhere under the sun. Certainly, okay. This is out because this path disintegrates. This is out because it looks like it requires screw attack. This is out. This requires this and that. Can I get back? this whole area bad? That's very concerning, if so. I did do a save. Maybe I shouldn't have done. Guess there is, you know... It's not so simple. Just like... Softlocks are not that simple where, like, oh yeah, you know you're not in one. How do you know you're not in another? Like, more troublesome. Wait, when did I get the ice missile? Did I don't remember getting the ice missile. Oh, okay, hang on. Let's see. Wait, no, I don't see weapons. Missile launcher. I'm confused. It looks like I don't have the ice missile. So how come I was able to destroy that door? Is that like a soft lock prevention? Maybe that's like a soft lock prevention. I think that, I'm confused there. Okay, I have no answer for why come I was able to live there. I'll say, though, we don't have boost balls, so we can't do this thing. So we can't get this item over here, but we can proceed and hope for the best. This next area will have something for us. Okay. Really confused about that ice door. Like, I thought... I don't understand that, but... whatever, I guess. Game wants to be nice, then I'll let it. Also, I guess originally you need the boost ball to get back from here. So, like, we don't have that, so... We also don't have double jumps, so this whole path looks a little bit fucked. Fortunately, we do have the power energy transfer, so we have an alternate path up. Cool. Okay, looking like there's nothing out there. So we just need to head inside. Wait, this thing. Oh, it's a fuck you, boss situation. That was screw attack, though. That was screw attack. That gets us places. That unsoftlocks us. I think, maybe, depending on if we're able to get back to This isn't multi-missile, this is just shoot the things, and then shoot him. I guess the thing about missile expansions and energy expansions is that unlike all the other items in the game, it is not required to do anything. You know, it doesn't open up new paths. So like if there's 3 items that you can get and just 3 items, like most of them have to open a new path, or else it's just possible. I'm missing a bunch. They have better aim. It's a completely different skill than like any modern shooter, you know. I'm motion control aiming versus like just, you know, using thumbsticks to dial it in. I wonder if this fight is easier on account of I have the fire plasma beam. Or if it's like same difficulty as it ever would be. Alright, get fucked. When you put the controller down, it's aiming to the side, and, you know. That's all screwy. Screw attack! Oh, gee, video game. I actually, no, I don't have boost ball, so, you know, what am I to do here? Unless this is boost ball. Grapple swing. Okay, another copy of grapple swing. Already have that. I only have a single jump, so I can't get enough height to really start a, start the thing. I don't have boost ball, so I can't use this. Plus, I can, like, get up into there. Can I not do a... Is the space ball... Is the space jump required for the screw attack to actually, you know, jump you back up? Huh. That's an interaction I did not know about. Well... I could checkpoint to... Here's what I can do. Hold down A, B, and down. I shake. I can do checkpoint. I can do trigger death. And I can hit continue. And I think that'll take me to the start of the room, which would be up. If it doesn't, this whole seed is fucked, and we're trapped. SkyTown has been a city of Softlocks, I'll say. Ah, thank God. Alright, that gets us out of that softlock. But, no, we're not exactly home free. That said, assuming this fucking screw attack fucking works, and can actually, like, get me distance provided enough, like, let's find out. Okay, I'm just gonna jump off a cliff right here. I don't have space jump. I don't have double jump, but I do have screw attack. Let's see how this works. Yeah, I just fall like a rock. Oh my God, it's useless. I can't do shit with it. Fuck. I feel like screw attack should work regardless of if double jump is acquired. But, whatever. These, usually, in base, you know, Metroid Prime 3, you would never not have double jump, so, you know, I guess it's something that they never would come up vanilla style. Shit. Shit. Fuck. Well... I can almost get to that platform. Maybe I can with, like, the little boosty... the little vertical boosty from the screw attack. It doesn't look like it's actually giving me a vertical boosty. No. Oh, wait. I am on the top of the first platform. But only the first. Looks to me like anything further is just like a pipe dream here. I can open up that thing for all the good it does me. Maybe I can, like... Maybe if I, like, put my feet... Nah, it's looking like... This just, It's not an option. I could jump from above. Maybe. I could get up above, walk this way. But, like, I can't get the distance. I can't get sufficient distance from here. And I think, like, I'll just fall like a rock. Can't get far enough, you know? Oh, shit. Oh, is this the place I was trying to get to here? No, this is where I started. And this room is also super fucked. This room is, terrible for me as well, without the ability to double jump. Unless I can just barely make it. No. It'd be really nice if there could be just a return to the ship button. Like, that's kind of what I was hoping for as far as soft lock prevention goes. Truth be told, like, just literally warp me back to the ship. Have the ship pick me up. That would be the ultimate soft lock protection. This requires you to be, like, very preternaturally aware of, like, yeah, no, this is, if I go here, I'm not coming back. Which, no, isn't better. I mean, maybe I can do a checkpoint. When you do a checkpoint, is it the start of the room, or is it like where you entered the room? If it's just the start of the room, maybe we can just warp to the other side. It's the other thing, it's the other thing. It's the other side. Okay, hey. We made it to the other side here, but... well... now that I am here, it occurs to me that, oh! The platform is back. Cool. gonna say... Oh, wait. No, it's gone. That said... You know what? If we can if this room works like the previous room does, maybe we do a checkpoint. We do a tree or death. Maybe we do that, we respawn on the other side. We can only hope. I would call the other side the entry of this room, so... You know, that's... If there's one spawn spot, there's one safe spot in the thing, it'd be on the other side. Hell, maybe we can do that in the room that requires a double jump to get out. Maybe, like... We can retrace our steps further. Man. We're on the wrong side. If screw attack was functional, I could maybe get out of here. But it's not. If I had boost ball, I could maybe get out of here. But that's also not online. Fuck. Right side. On the bright side, I have not saved. I have not saved here. So... I can reload a save. And lose, like, I don't know how much progress. That also being said, the save is after we got into this whole situation to begin with. Going past a place where we could not return from. Make sure there's nothing doing over here for sure. Like, yeah, I can't jump that far vertically, horizontally. That's just not an option. Best I can do is get to, first platform. Maybe if I jump... far enough, like... I jump under this platform? Nah, it doesn't want to spawn me on top. We need to go out, and we need to reload a save. And we need to hope that the checkpoint... The save is the thing, and not the checkpoint. The checkpoint temporary, the save permanent. Ooh. If we can get out of this, I will be very happy. This fucking city of Softlocks. But we'll see. I think we just lost a good amount of stuff. Don't have us be where we just fought the mini-boss. That wasn't a save. That was a checkpoint. Or the room that we were in. Okay. Where are we? Okay, we're back at the main ring here. Before we took this path out in that direction. We don't have the screw attack anymore, so that needs to be untoggled. Charge beam, we have that. We have hyper mode. We had all of this crap from before. We, still have Spider Ball. We have most of everything that we had before. Other than, screw attack. Here's what I'm thinking. Fuck. I'm thinking the one room that we were stuck at whilst backtracking, maybe that room can be checkpoint, can be like worked around with a checkpoint. If we can do that, if that works, we can get out of here. I'll say though, just like apropos of nothing, warping back to the ship would be the ultimate soft lock protection and like would be foolproof pretty much because, you know, if you can get to your ship, you can go anywhere. And no, I don't think you can be soft locked from the ship. That's just not possible. Or like a return to the starting place overall, like wherever you start, which typically would be from a ship area, but whatever. So yeah, we can't get that far, but checkpoint. Trigger death. If this puts us on top of that platform, we can, I think, escape. If it puts us at the bottom, we might be screwed. I think we're at the top. We're at the other side. Okay. Oh, fuck me. That was an ordeal. The last, segments. The last chunk of the game. Excuse me? Hang on, my, Wiimote disconnected. There, it's now reconnected. Good, okay. Go fucking figure. Well, perils of using actual hardware. The save station. Finally, we found a save station. I don't know why the missile is able to suddenly open ice missile doors in some cases. That don't make sense to me. I don't got the ice missile. But I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. Say I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. I mean it. I'm just not gonna do it. They sped that up real nice. all those parts. Not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. No way, no sir. I will say though, rather tired of all these soft locks, and I'm ready for there not to be any. I'll say we'll be more... Oh right, this room requires boost to get something online. Surely though. Okay, we're not out of the woods yet, folks. We gotta figure out how to get the fuck out of here. How do we get out of here? Get back through... I'm confused. Clearly. I'm confused, I'm lost, I'm missing something. So... Over here... The Aurora Chamber. There's the save. There's the one-way that leads us over to here. Meanwhile, from there we can go there, which is a dead end until we can open up the... Get the Aurora back in control and free them. I don't suppose the Aurora might just not require Morph Ball, like those ice things don't require ice. That wouldn't... That'd be too easy if we could just open up the fast travel that way, right? If we could just open up the ship port like that. Get access, because otherwise... I say otherwise, it kind of does look like we're still borked. That looks like we're still a bad way. Yeah, no. Yeah, clearly this requires the boost ball. There's nothing to be done about that. That requires the boost ball. If there was a way to warp from your ship from, like, a save station, that'd be handy. You don't suppose that's a thing. It is in some of the randomizers, like in Metroid Prime 2, I think you can always just say no, and then you hold down B or something, and it's like, oh, do you want to warp back? That'd be a optimistic thing. Optimistic hope, I guess. If I could access this, that would work, but it's clearly a multi-missile thing. Clearly requires you to hit all of them at once, which I cannot do. That'd be one way of getting home free. but not an option here. That's a boost ball thing. And over here. This requires screw attack and double jump. No two ways about that. Well, don't despair, because there is this bullshit again. Checkpoint. Trigger death. This could respawn us at the top of the room, in which case we can still get out of the city of Softlocks. Please, please, please. Ah, this is not it. It's not where we wanted to be. This is not good enough. We're still soft locked. Ah. Where else? We did it. We can try this bullshit in some of these other rooms and see if it teleports us somewhere better than, like, here. But, like, our options are very limited. Like, we could do it here. That could get us to here, which isn't good. Isn't useful. We already know that doing it in this room gets you to the start of the room, which saved our ass, admittedly. We could try it in this outdoor area. Hope that it takes us, like... Now, let's admit, this is not connected to this. This would only take us to one side or the other side, which we can already get to. We can get to both sides as is. I don't see an out. I don't see a way. I don't see any options here. I can at least try. If there's any way to get back to the ship, that would save us, but it just kind of looks like this seed is, fucked. I think that, Metroid... I feel like I'm getting ready to just do final thoughts here, despite being nowhere near the end, on account of, like, I have no options but to reset the seed. I'll say it's on me to a certain degree, you know, not enabling a double jump from the start. That was probably not advisable. You know, I thought it would be fun to find it, but I didn't realize how not fun it would be to not find it, considering how core to the game design that ability is. So, yeah, that's, very shitty and awkward. I suppose I could just, like... Can't just do like that or something, or do like this or something. That's just not gonna fly. It didn't occur to me how miserable it would be not to be able to do it, and how much it just really restricts where you can go. It really does screw you not having the option to you know, do a thing. Return to ship, double jump. That said, like, the thing that we're actually being blocked by, particularly in this case, is, like, not having the multi-missile. That would also get us home free. Not having the boost ball, that would unlock enough stuff probably to proceed. You know, at times this has seemed like a baby seed. But, like, the one thing that you can't find... Wondering, like, where do we go from here? Because, like, yeah, I'm boned. Nothing I can do. I'm trapped here. And as far as I can tell, the item that I need is not here. We can call an audible and start looking at the spoiler log and see if there is any way to get unstuck. It's very possible the spoiler log's like, yeah, you're supposed to get the environmental thing, and then you're supposed to double back and come home before you get softlocked yourself. You know, in which case you'd be able to come back, you'd be able to escape. What if I trigger it in midair? What if I trigger a checkpoint in midair? Would that make a difference? Why would that make a difference? I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here. I could generate a new seed and do one that, what if I generated a new seed that started off with everything that I already have? Would that be funny? I could do that. Plus double jump, plus double jump. I mean... That's an idea. I will say the very obvious, which is that, we would have to re-explore a bunch of zones to get the stuff that I already got. That's an interesting solution that I've never thought of before. Just generating a new seed with everything I've gotten, and it not including everything that I haven't gotten. Huh. Well, I'll say the obvious. This seed is borked. This seed is fucked. This seed is not going to be recoverable. We're trapped. We're trapped here. We're trapped there. We're trapped every place we dang look. There's nothing we can do. Nothing we can collect. We're hosed. Wait. We've been over here. We've collected everything over here. It's just screw attack. Okay. Yeah, this seed is dead. This seed is dead. This file is dead. This progress is dead. But let's not have this be the end of the night. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to generate a new seed that starts with everything I currently have. If I could eliminate as like places to check everything that I've checked before, that'd be great, but I don't think I can do that necessarily without, you know, remembering a million places I've been. That's not gonna happen on my first try. No, I can't do that. No, no, no. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make a copy of my preset. I'm going to add double jump. Double jump will be turned on from the start because fuck not having it. And then we're going to proceed from there. Okay? I am giving myself double jump. It was a mistake not to. I'm calling an audible. I'm gonna throw to a break while I do this work and while I take down this game and boot it back up with a new seed. So, you know, it's gonna be a different thing. Okay, break time. Come on, camera. I'm over here. There you go. Folks, I am back from doing a bunch of setup shit. If you didn't watch the previous bit, maybe you're jumping to the point in the stream where the new timestamp is. We got really soft-locked, and we were unable to get out, and I had a choice. I could either stop the stream and say, okay, we're done, or I could say, do something else. I decided to do something else. I went on break for a while. I made a new preset, and, well, basically, the new preset is starting with everything I already had. So everything that I've had, the new preset has. Everything that I don't have, we still don't have. And, well, obviously, things could be anywhere in the game now, but I will say I did increase the rate of instances of each object that is left, you know, so that there'll be more copies of it, because you know, we're kind of starting from square one now, you know what I mean? Well, I guess we have no control over the energy tank, so I just realized I don't have my mouse. I'm gonna go grab that while it loads. We do have 0 energy tanks. That's the one thing we don't keep. But other than that, like, yeah, no, we're basically restarting. But in another way, we still have all our crap. So, yeah, cool. We will have to fight some boss fights. We will have to, one boss fight, I guess, particularly. We will have to do some stuff over, but I think that that is a small price to pay for being able to continue, basically. Yeah, let me grab my mouse so we can actually track our progress. And, then we're gonna get going. Alright. Woo, woo, woo! Shit. This has been a rather screwy first stream of this particular randomizer, I gotta say. Like, learning experience, I guess, you know. With some of these Metroid ones, you never know, like, oh, also I gave myself double jump. Didn't have double jump before, but now I do because fuck not having double jump. Not having double jump really sucks. Anyway, yeah, so everything that remains has 1 extra copy, so anything that's progressive that we hadn't collected both copies of now there's three copies of individual items that are left, and 4 copies of progressive sets of items that are left. So that's how it's gonna go from here. Makes sense? Makes sense. And now we get to continue playing the game, and we don't have to do, like, end-of-stream analysis. And I don't have to sit here and go like, well, I think it's a pretty good randomizer, but I got super soft-locked, and the soft-locks would be solved if I just had a debug option that said, take me back to the ship. The 4 debug options that are there can be useful if used right, or they can doom you to hell, basically, if you misuse them, like, at all, a little bit. Kind of feels a little bit dull to start with the easiest area, go back to Norian, and just clear that out again, but it is the easiest area, and we can clear it out and probably get a good amount of missiles and a good amount of energy tanks as well with any luck. So let's do that. That's something? That is something. Right off the bat, we're getting the boost ball. Well, that solves a lot of the softlock issues we had with Softlock City back in SkyTown. So that is a relief. We will be able to go back there if we want to, and we'll be able to get out, more or less. From not just... In multiple ways we'll be able to get back, you know. It'll be a whole thing. This might go very easily if we continue having luck like that. But I said that before, and then I got super soft locked to the point of me having to restart, so, you know, that sort of thing. That's just hubris talking. You know, like, you're only lucky until you're not in a randomizer like this, you know? You're only lucky until things go so sideways, you have to start over. And, you know, you can do that in multiple ways, depending on, like, how salty you want to be about it. I'll say I like the solution I've come up with in this moment. It's, very nice to me as the one playing. The thing is about, like, debug options like that is that all the primes have, like, a different set of them. You know, like I said earlier, Metroid Prime 2 just lets you warp to any room of your choosing. Literally any room can be a destination. There's the ice beam, or the ice missile. Fuck, we're getting some... Baby seed, baby seed. This is a seed where we're starting out with most stuff because we got soft locked on our previous one, so already it's a abnormally kind seed, but still though, we got ice missile now. That means we can go to the ice missile room. Come on, get off me. We can go into the ice missile room down here, which I think is just maps. Ugh. Hello. Please scan lore. What? Oh, it's just a room with some lore in it. Cool. Okay. It does say data storage. I knew that going in. What it was called. This fight was tedious. Now we get to do it again. You know, I think we'll go to Brio now. There was a whole lot of Brio that we couldn't see previously because we couldn't double jump. Now we can. So, like, it's just an obvious place to go next. And it will be an area that we haven't seen much of, which will be a good, which I think will be more interesting than going places that we have seen before in the last, previous run. In the original seed. You know, I'll say, another thing that, one of these rooms has a spider ball track that we were unable to do before. I think it's this one, but maybe like another one of them. I mean, I guess it's quite obviously like a whole different... You know, it's not like it's the same morph ball track, the same item as in the last seed, but if we had been able to escape the Softlock city, the city of Skylift, whatever the fuck, we would have been able to do some spider ball stuff, in addition to the hazard suit stuff that we had unlocked. I'll say right now, like, you know, we had unlocked most of the things in the game, where we're only looking for, like, well, I guess it depends on if all the energy cells are necessary to go to the end game in the randomizer here. If they are necessary, then yeah, we would have to basically check everywhere, because like 9 random checks, they could be anywhere. They could be anywhere. If that's not the case, then like, you know, we just head on to the end game, and you know, as soon as we get a handful more items, which would be lovely. We weren't able to get that one earlier either. What is this? It is a missile pack. I might still get that, even though it's just a missile pack. Oh, I just get it for free, okay. Thought it might be a case where you come in from the other side and work your way back. I was gonna say, like, we're starting off with 5 missiles up to 15 now, but like we should earn up a good amount of them. And like I said, I have like up the count now that we're on our second go round. I have replaced all the ones that have been taken out of rotation with more missiles and things of that nature, so I'll look forward to that. Also some ship missiles. There's some ship missiles now to be found outside of the ship missile, I don't need that. Outside of the ship missile main thing. We don't need the map. I'm passing on the map. Ah. So in this room, you can now come up here, get whatever this thing is. Obviously, this was different from what it originally was, but like, who cares? It's a new check. Isn't that good enough? Not really, it's just missiles. But, still feel good to check something that we couldn't do before. Also, I think that, apparently, if you fly from one... apparently, I was looking at the website. I was looking around about, on the Discord for this randomizer. Apparently, if you fly from one unlocked station to another, they give you the command visor. So, maybe it's not necessary, strictly speaking, to quote-unquote start with it. You still will get one, just given to you, I think. Or maybe that's talking about the visor check, rather than the, thing itself. Who can say? This is still off limits because of the yellow door. What the hell is that? Why is there something... I didn't see that earlier. Why is there something on the other side of the basic... of the original location? Let's fly over there. See what that is. I mean, it's probably going to be missiles. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. But, oh, maybe that might be a thing that we somehow overlooked first seed. You know, and if so, that could be, like, one of the major items that we missed. You know, if that was Boost Ball, for instance, that would really explain, like, you know, why the next item seemed to be consistently... something in why a lot of the areas, you know, actually that doesn't need an explanation. We went into areas that required boost ball and double jump to get out on our own because I thought that, you know, we might get either of them. I don't really know what I was thinking, honestly, but I will say this, that we were unable to get out, and nasty. I don't want to get hung up on that whole thing that happened last time, but no. Definitely makes you think about how you will set up. Oh my god. I got a ship missile. Oh my god, there was a free thing behind the whole time? All you had to do is, like, grapple? My god, that could have been it. That could have been a major thing that we just had no idea about. Shit. I didn't even consider that you could walk that way. Ah, crap. Well, whatever. That's, live and learn, as the song goes. I've been having a very lazy holiday weekend, holiday week. vacation, as it were. Just sleeping a lot and getting very little done. You know, the most I'm getting done is like putting together top lists for like my game of the year, anime of the year, etc., etc. And that's easy, all things considered. I'm just chronically overthinking it and overthinking the order, and you know, won't be too hard to get that all finalized and stuff. Shouldn't be, but I am mulling over it, and I continue to mull, or I could just relax. There's also just a lot of things that, you know, if I'm thinking about it, I would love to catch up on. You know, like, one of the things for the channel is I like to go back and I like to clip through old streams, and I've been behind on that for a year now. Like, chronically, horribly behind, where, like, yeah, most streams from this calendar year are not clipped up. And a couple even from 2023 are still left. I'm sort of going in random order, which I think is more fun than just insisting on the doing, you know, linearly. But it turns out that going through sometimes 10-hour streams and trying to find all the best bits, that takes hours, and you know, it's something I've definitely been thinking about, like, you know, oh, that's gonna fall. No, it didn't. I don't remember there being a path here, but okay. Does this collapse at some point? Oh, there it goes. Now with the ability to double jump, we can just come up here and do the thing. Maybe I should have just not include the double jump just for the sake of consistently, but fuck that. I regret not including double jump from the first place. I'd rather just give it to me. This is just way more satisfying. Those locks have always been cool. They kind of remind me of like Mortal Kombat's. Those dragon locks. Very MK-esque. Those guys are shooting something. I'll say I did manage to sit down and clip up 2 random old streams last night, which was nice. I did the first Metroid Dread randomizer that I did, and I also did the one time I played Golden Sun, you know, on stream or otherwise. I never went back to Golden Sun after that stream, but it's nice to get that done. It was interesting going through that old Metroid Dread stream. I completely forgot. You know, I'll say, like, obviously, oftentimes when I'm going through a stream, I have not thought about that stream since I originally strummed it. And it is sometimes interesting to rewatch it and, you know, find out, like, oh yeah, I was talking about stuff. In that particular stream, I actually did my card gimmick. I actually had, like, cards and talked about things, which more recently I've just been foregoing on, like, streams that aren't the Friday streams, right? I didn't come in today with anything to talk about in particular. For instance, I'm not here going like, oh yeah, I finished 5 anime over the weekend. Let me tell you about them. Like, nah. I'd rather just save that for Friday when I'm not doing something that is, that I haven't done before. You know, not to say that people's viewer levels are things I haven't seen before individually, but, you know, I do it once a week, every week, and have done for years. So, like, you know, it's a good time for off-topic talk. there's plenty of time to fill with, like, okay, let's talk about Demon Lord 2099, which I ended up giving an S, actually. Oh yeah, I actually thought about it and it's like, yeah, shit, this is an S tier. This is a one that I loved, actually. Not just one that I really very much enjoyed. Like, nah, it was fucking great. Right up there with all the other S tiers. I'm maybe pretty generous about giving S tiers, or, you know, in other terms, like, in the letterboxd scale, doing like a heart, you know, like 5 stars with a heart would also be another way of saying S, as far as, like, I'm concerned, as far as, like, my personal scale goes. I'm probably a little generous with that. I'll also say, I always believe in, like, if you get an S, there's no further tiers up that, you know? There's not an S+. I feel like introducing an S+ would diminish the value of an S. But I'll admit the very obvious thing, which is that, like, yeah, well, that does tend to mean that there's twice as many S's as A's, because, you know, A's are divided into A's and A pluses. You know, if S's were also divided, it'd be a whole thing, but, you know, I feel like it is an insult to say that an S is as good as they come. That's how I feel about it. S is the top. And to say that there's above that is silly. And I don't like to do it. This is a mini-boss. Oh, there's multiple of him. They're not that tough. I'll say I did look at the upcoming anime of next season. Actually went and, like, checked that shit out, and other than 100 Girlfriends, there's, like, a bunch of bangers. Like, Apothecary's coming back. Returning bangers, specifically. Apothecary's coming back. I'm thinking about the one anime I've seen from next season already. Apothecary's coming back. Dr. Stone's coming back. A couple that are, like, pretty okay to good are coming back as well. 100 Girlfriends is coming back. There's quite a few fucking bangers next season, and, you know, that's not even considering, like, Shangri-La Frontier and a couple other continuing shows that also kick ass, and I'm extremely glad that they're not going anywhere anytime soon. It's gonna be a pretty good season next season. I think this last season, relatively weak season. Though it had some stuff that was extremely good, like Danadan, Ranma, Shangri-La. Kind of a star-studded, like, S tier. You know, as S tiers tend to be. Like I said, I tend to put a lot of things in S tier every season, so, like, that's not unusual for me. But, like, kind of weak as far as the more middle-of-the-road shows go. A lot of those are weaker than they usually are. I feel like the best shows that are more middling were... The midfield was a lot rougher, and, you know, a lot of shows that, like, have great characters, but the plots are messy, things of that nature. And, you know, I feel like in a more contentious season, I've definitely had, like, cases where I was like, oh, I love these characters. Wait, but the plot sucks and I don't know what's going on. 2 out of 5. Whereas in this season, and that kind of happened again, but this time I was like, 4 out of 5. The characters are still great, though. Or 3 out of 5. It's like, I hated the story, but the characters are very fun when they do their gimmicks. Maybe it's not inconsistent. Maybe I just feel different ways about different shows. I don't know. It's probably not worth lingering upon. I'll say I did watch that that first new show of the season. What the fuck is it called? Bahe Neko? Oh boy, that's a thing. Oh boy, I'll talk about it on Friday as well, I bet. You know, when I go through all the shows of the season, as I tend to do. But, like, Bahe Neko is, like, an ecchi about, like, a guy who gets reincarnated as a cat monster. And there's a girl who's really far too familiar with a fucking kitten. Like, look, you all love cats, right? But it's not like that, you know? It's not weird. I don't think it's right to... I said this in what I put into a comments on, like, AniList. I said, look, I've watched some horny business, but I don't think it's right to get steamy over a kitten, you know? Like, that's not how the relationship between cats work. Yes, you want to pet them, but because they're adorable, not because... You know, I understand, like, oh, part of it is that there's a former human in there. It's like, yeah, but... That's weird. The way that you're sort of making this a lot more sexual than it needs to be. Also, it's uncensored, it's on High Dive. They love doing that. I'll say I don't have an issue with I don't have an issue with the breasts. I don't have an issue with that necessarily. But, like, you know, the relationship between man and cat, woman and cat, can be a really wholesome thing. Can be a really heartwarming thing to see, like a person cuddling with a kitten. You know, like, it's adorable when people do that. But if you make it weird, you know, you can't enjoy it. You've ruined it. You've ruined the whole vibe by trying to go way too hard on it. I'll also say, like, that aside, it does seem like it's pretty okay as far as, like, the writing and, like, the production values go, but that extra mustard they put on it is like mustard. It's unappealing, you know, in real life. It is like mustard in that you put it on something and it's like, oh, this seems like it'd be a really good burger, but you've ruined it. I cannot eat this anymore. And I haven't dropped it yet, but probably will. You know, I'm waiting to see what else comes out on Saturdays, which is one of the busiest days of a season. So, like, yeah, it's not gonna make the cuts. I imagine. A lot of times at the start of the season, I watch a lot of shows where it's like, okay, this is okay. And, okay is probably being too generous, you know, I probably need to cut it, but it's only once there are, like, good shows to compare it to that it's really easy to go like, okay, yes, this one needs to go. I watch too much anime, watch too many shows. I'll say. To the point where you're like, yeah, no, if it's not too busy, I might watch that one. But it will be too busy, and I won't, I bet. Other new shows are starting tomorrow. And, you know, like always, I'm gonna watch them. I'm gonna go in sight unseen. I'm not gonna know, like, which ones are weird 3D monstrosities, which ones are ecchi, which ones are, you know, the best shows of the season. Just gonna sort of find out, and, I enjoy not knowing till, like, oftentimes midway through an episode. Some shows, they grow on you, I'll say. Like, I don't always know what the best shows of the season are. In fact, some shows that are in S tier, some shows that have been in S tier, I was borderline after watching the first episode thinking, like, is this enough? This could be too slight. This could be not worth it. And, you know, they grow on you such that, like, oh yeah, no, this is S. I love this. This is fucking good. Like, 365 Days to the Wedding. I think I was kind of fiddling on that when it first started, but by the end of it, I just thought it was, like, the most heart, you know, swell-ass shit imaginable. You know what I mean? Like, the most chill shit. Really nice way. Okay. Other than that, I don't have any plans for this week. I'm just gonna, like, you know, do a lot of nothing. I'm gonna do a lot of nothing. I'm gonna watch those new shows. I'm going to probably try to do something. What's a good thing to do if you're not interested in, like, going out and socializing? Things of that nature. What's a good thing to do on New Year's Eve? Like, up to the countdown. I could just be boring and just, like, clip up some old streams and do some stuff I've been meaning to get to. Things of that nature. I could watch a movie or something. I haven't watched any movies recently. I'll say I was thinking this year how I don't really have enough to, like, fill out a movies of the year list. Like a top 5 movies of the year list. Didn't really watch that much crap. Just Ship Grapple Beam. That's pretty good. That's Seeker Missile. Where is Ship Grapple Beam? There we go. I was thinking about, like, how I didn't have that many movies and thinking about doing something like, we could do some Marvel Rivals. Yeah, that's always fun as well. That's a thing. I've been playing a fair bit of that. Not like every day or nothing, but I did some last night and that was pretty fun. I tried doing a thing where I used this, let me turn it off just for convenience. I used this new Bluetooth keyboard so I could play it from my couch whilst using mouse and keyboard controls. And, that wasn't the most comfortable thing in the world, but it kind of worked. Kind of had a good time, playing it on mouse and keyboard, but from my couch. That low-key, mostly worked, and, I'm thinking about... Definitely could play more of it that way. I mean, as far as games I could play, I still have tons and tons of infinite wealth to do, but, you know, Yakuza games, I love them. I think they're so charming, but I also think, like, finishing a Yakuza game, it's hard to go the distance with Yakuza. with him, with like a dragon. How did I get to that one? It'd be nice if, like, multiple people could come. If it wasn't, you know... If a bunch of people were on board for Marvel Rivals leading up to New Year's, that'd be fun. Like, in whatever communities that I run in, whatever communities that you run in, etc. Like, could be a social thing. Could be, like, a bunch of people coming by and having a good, fun, social night. How the hell do you get up there? I think probably we just need to get through that door, right? With this, is he able to reach? Reach with your other hand. It's fine. He'll figure it out. That's an idea. That's definitely an idea. Could also, you know, hang out with my family. Could do family time. Could have a nice family dinner. That's, possible. We've been, I mentioned last time, I've been, watching Better Call Saul with them, like, every time I go over. And now we got to the parts where I haven't seen it before, season 4, so, like, yeah, now every time we watch a Better Call Saul, it's an episode I haven't seen before, and that is nice. Oh, it's to the point where me watching an episode once a week isn't enough. A couple episodes once a week isn't enough now. Oh. There we go. That's it. Remember, scan visor. It's the smart thing to use. Last year I did a stream. I did a stream on New Year's Eve. I played Overwatch until the bell rang, until it was New Year's. And then I tried that other game, Romaction. I think the name seems relatively familiar. Romaction has a familiar sound to it. It's a good name. It's been a while, probably, yeah. How you doing? I kind of want to relax more this week is part of it, you know? I only have so much time off. You know, it's, I want to savor it. I want to just have a day where I don't do nothing. I want to have 3 days where I don't do nothing. And then, you know, do the Friday stream, and then have 2 more days where I don't do nothing. You know? Like, when you get right down to it, there's only like 5 days that I have nothing planned on them until I'm back at work and things are just going down. Way back, Metroid Dread Randomizer. Oh yeah, you were around the first time I played, was it the first time or the second time I played that randomizer? I just went through that old stream and pulled up Twitch clips from it after like not most of a year, like 4 months or so. Funny coincidence that. I mean, I was thinking about it because I was gonna do this today. And it's like, okay, well, whilst Metroid is on the mind, let me go through this old stream and clip up all the funny bits from it. I'm confused why this isn't working. It's not like an invisible thing, is there? Oh, maybe there's like a grapple thing and it's actually there even though you can't see it. That would be my bet. So even if you're trying to clear that gap in other ways, you will run into the thing before it's moved. I'm doing good. I'll say this randomizer has been has hit the rocks in a way. I'll say what I said earlier, which is that we ended up getting like super duper soft locked. So what I ended up doing was I generated a new seed with everything that I already had as starting. So yeah, the stream is lagging from your end. Okay, good. Not anything I have to deal with. You can always try the YouTube, I say, without necessarily giving any sort of guidance or request in a way that would break TOS. But there are options for viewing the stream if you know, you're having trouble with one service or the other, one chat or the other, etc. I'll see messages in either one, so, you know, it's cool. I'll say, by the way, I don't have that phone thing set up for this scene that where I can bring my phone up and show it's on my phone, so don't expect that this stream. It's against TOS? Yeah, Twitch lets you stream in multiple places, but they say, like, you can't tell people to switch from one to the other. Can't tell people to go watch over there. I would never say that. I would never say that. Watch wherever you please. I will make no, bones about where you watch. In fact, like, you know, Twitch has ads that can pay me, so, like, you know, some fraction of a penny per view, so, like, you know, if anything, Twitch is, like, the place to watch as far as, like, benefiting me goes, but, you know, don't worry about that. I wouldn't ask, like, YouTube people to watch on Twitch just because of that neither, right? You'll see if that works. Up to you. I didn't request it. What's up with this? Oh, there's a thing right there. Maybe not. Maybe that's. Okay, what is up with this? Localized explosive blast. So, like, local bombs? What does it mean, explosive blast? Maybe we need to, like, trace this thing back to its roots and blow up, there we go. That'll do it. There's our localized blast. You can also always try quality options, but you know, you're not picky. I'm not sure how that works on Twitch or YouTube, whether those quality options are there by default or if, you know, you have to be, like, quote-unquote big enough to have them. All I know is I stream in 1080 by default, and now I like having it be big quality by default, you know? Just better. More pixels is better. I say as if 1080 is more pixels these days. 4 pixels would be 4K. But, like, I don't know. I don't even have a 4K capture card, so that would be, like, extra overkill. And I have... Is it worth doing 4K for, like, not 360, but for, like... I wonder with the Switch 2, is that, like, going to be an inflection point for 4K online? I say as if the Switch is, like, the reason why 1080 is still, like, not considered, like, the most outmoded thing in the world, because, like, yeah, though, the Switch still runs on it, and, you know... Well, I, for one, mostly play games on the Switch and things of that nature. I guess I'll say, as far as 4K goes, I don't have, like, 4K monitors hooked up to my computer. Just, like, good old-fashioned 1080p ones. And, I have no intention right now in upgrading all that shit. That seems like it'd be a pain in the ass to do. I don't know. I feel like right now, what I really gotta focus on is, like, my lease ends in, like, next summer. I gotta think about, like, trying to get a house, trying to go to the next stage of, like, get out of the rent system, you know? It doesn't have to be a full house. I'd take half a house, you know, a townhouse or whatever. Like, that would be probably better for me, considering I don't need that much space, but I definitely want to be able to control my own space. I definitely want to be able to just paint walls, do things of that nature. And, can't do that until I have a house. Or a permanent, you know, home, or whatever kind makes sense for a single dude. Also, I'd like to have a dog. I'd like to get a dog. I would like that dog to, you know, have, like, a backyard to be able to run around in and poop all he wants, or all she wants, you know? Poop and pee and do all their business, like, do all their business, you know? And for it to be, like, effort-free, you know? Just, hey, go. Have a good one. See you later. Let me know when you're done pooping and peeing. That sounds really nice. Also been thinking about, like, colors. My parents recently moved, and they just have been repainting. I think they're just finishing up repainting the place to be, like, whatever color they want it to be. And their colors are all very, like, mild, you know? And I'll say, like, from my perspective, as someone who's lived in apartments that have been, like, monocolor forever, you know, last 10 years, I feel like I want some real fucking color in there once I have, like, my choice of, like, you know, room colors. I'll say there will be a room that's just painted green, the color of a green screen, so that's, and that'll be the studio, you know, where I can just, you know, always have the couch right up against a, green screen wall, and not necessarily like what I have now, which is, there we go. Which is just a, you know, retractable thing, which is very convenient for, I'll say I got these retractable green screens earlier this year when I moved, last time I moved, and, goddamn, they've been really nice. I've really quite enjoyed having green screens, and, you know, it's quite convenient to move them out of the way between streams and to fully put them up for streams. But, on the other hand, like, if I could just paint a wall, that would be perhaps the best possible thing. The best possible solution. Long term. This will be a check. Get my ship to land, and then upgrade its missiles. But you know, it'll be something else. It won't be the actual missiles, because those are somewhere in the world. But let's see if it's something else that's good, which it could be. I'll say we could also go to Cloud City, and I think right now we probably wouldn't necessarily get soft-locked like we did before. Like with Boost Ball, with some of the other items we got, I think we can now escape and backtrack, things of that nature. That would be good to be able to do. Oh, that is just ship missile. Unless that was a ship missile capacity, and not a ship missile, let's see. Oh, well, yeah, no, I got the ship missile. Got the ship missile. That's, Huh. Well, I guess something has to be vanilla. Who knew? Who knows? I don't know how that works. Let's go to the area that you need the ship missile for, and do that whole zone, because I think that is necessary. One of the things that's, like, necessary to, like, do the main thing. With the amount of items we have left, I think it is time to really start seriously thinking, like, okay, well, the important thing is to reveal the way to go to the boss of every world. Right? Like, that's kind of what matters here. That's kind of what's important. Not much else. I don't know if, you know Rome Action. I don't know if you were here for the second stream of Dread, but I did eventually go back to Dread, and I did have a run that I was able to take to completion in Metroid Dread there. Took, like, probably, like, 7-8 hours. Was a very solid run. Check it out, it's on YouTube. The VOD is on YouTube. Even if, well, the Twitch VOD is still probably there as well. It hasn't been that long. It was just a couple weeks ago. Hey, Axel. Just like the start of the month, I guess. Ugh. I'll say this randomizer is also really cool. I wish I am now thinking like what can be done in terms of like setup. You know, like definitely for sure I have learned not to start with start with the double jump. The double jump, it's the game is designed around it. Don't think for a second it'll be more fun to exclude it. But also, Yep. Back. Come on. Yeah, there we go. I do have some feedback for the Handovania people, like, or the Corruptivania people. Like, I would like, just, if there was like a warp back to ship, that would be the ultimate soft lock protection. You know, like warping to the start of the room can sometimes do this trick, and being able to save also will help, but You know, there's a reason Metroid Dread's randomizer just lets you go back to the hub, you know, or just back to the starting point. Because that's the simplest way to ensure that wherever you end up, you can proceed. Ugh. I did look through the list of anime that are coming out this season, next year. I mean, I'll say, like, I don't know necessarily which ones are going to be good and bad. Oh, that guy's there. There's definitely some things that look cool, though. And, you know, I hope that the ones that look cool are actually cool. That guy just threw his friend. Sort of a Hulk Wolverine interaction there. How about that? It's nice looking down the list and just going like, okay, well, that's looks like a nice, that art looks nice. That sounds like an intriguing premise. And then put it out of mind until it actually airs. I'll say, like, actually, now that I'm saying this, I think I have zero memory of any instances of, like, what's coming along. Why is this so screwy? I assume you're supposed to do a morph ball half pipe here, right? Like, this is clearly... Here we go. Oh, come on now! This pipe is just way too narrow. Maybe we're not supposed to do it that way. Maybe we're supposed to jump off this cliff or something. I could do like this. Go like here. Didn't jump over here. Then I suppose if there was anything left to collapse over here, it would have been done in by the missile. What is that? Is that an energy tank or is it an energy cell? Kind of looks like an energy tank. I could scan it. Either case, I want it. That's a cell. I want cells. A cell is more green than blue, I guess is the difference. Come on, door open, door open. Ugh. Cursor, there I am. There are 3 progressive beam upgrades I could find that would bring it to the Nova beam. I say progressive because I got the plasma. I'll say it again, by the way. We ended up having to restart, and how I ended up doing it is I made a seed with everything that I had, So there's tons and tons of places to check in this game. And, that guy be tricked into eating. Okay, I bomb him as soon as I have, like, got him stunned like that. Ugh. I pull out his tail. That opens his stomach to be shot in. This beam does enough damage where it almost can one cycle if I had been faster. Okay. Oof. More guys. Did you guys not just went through a really intense battle here? You guys could just not come do this thing. Relax. Everything's cool. Okay. That's a save station. I'm gonna take that. Not that many save stations in this game, like, because of the presence of like places to land your vehicle, your ship. I feel like more of those are just you know, those instead of the individual stations. Maybe that's just coincidence. Maybe I just haven't been to the right places. Alright, this is a whole cycle. This is a whole set of rooms. I wonder if you can shortcut this based on, like, whatever items you have. Like, is this a case where you're kind of just going around in a loop in order to get, like, a certain item that lets you... Stop that now. Fucking door. No, no, you try to bomb it, those turrets are gonna stop you. Oh, but you do need to try. Because trying is what opens the doors to let you, go kill the turrets. So, gotta destroy those things. I mean, it might be a case where we can maybe... It might be a case where we might be able to get away with, like, going backwards just because we might have, like, I don't know, Spider Ball or something. Lets us bypass the intended route. But, I don't know. Right, that's what it is. You try to leave and then they come in. I don't have to fight these guys. I might have to fight these guys. I don't know, we've been to the part of the game where it shows off, like, you know, I don't think we've been to the part of this world where it tutorializes your meter going up during this particular seed. You know, like I said earlier, we had to reset. Have you gotten past where you were stuck? Technically. Like I said, we restarted. Technically, this is a new seed, but starting with all the items that we had. So, we are unstuck in a fashion, but also, why isn't this door opening? Well, let's go around the vanilla way then. But, you know, in a way, I am exploring areas that I hadn't been in the first seed. So, you know, we are still seeing new things. We are all still checking new checks. It's just that, you know, there's plenty of checks I saw previously that might have like an item or one instance of an item. And like I said, I put multiple in to compensate for the fact that, you know? Or like, how I don't really want to look through the entire game to find everything I need. Quote unquote. Probably would not do it this way again. This is a very silly contrivance just to make sure that we can keep on going and not just burn out, not just go like, okay, we're trapped, that's it, the end. I just don't find that a very satisfying conclusion to a stream or to a randomizer. So yeah, we're in new areas, and we're now doing things that will, like, lead to the game being completed. You know, at this point, I feel like that has to be the focus, right? Not just finding the items, but doing the things that will open up the end game. These guys just keep on spawning, don't they? I need to do the thing. Also, I have tons of health, so, like, that won't be a concern. I'll say the obvious. When it comes to randomizers, they are living, breathing beasts. And, you know, in the last month, since I first set up, like, using Joy-Cons on, you know, on the computer so I could do this randomizer this way, they have put up an update to the Randovania for Metroid Prime 3, and I did make sure to grab the latest version and generate from that latest version. So, like, you know, it's possible that any issues that we have today, maybe the team will, We'll look at that and go like, ah, dang it. And, you know, make further changes to, improve that. And certainly it seems like they are trying to patch out softlocks. I think I've seen, like, in the patch notes of the thing, like, oh yeah, we fixed this softlock, we fixed this softlock. Like, I'll just say, like, straight up, if you just have the option to warp back to your ship from anywhere, there will be no such thing as a softlock. Just gonna say it. That would be true. And also, I will note that Metroid Dread Randomizer already does that. So, or it lets you warp back to the starting point, which, same basic principle, really. So, would not be out of the ordinary to have that as a feature. Just saying. Of course, it's up to them, like, what is and isn't in, their randomizer. Don't get me wrong or nothing, but I'm just saying. I think it'd be cool if it would work like I described. Like the other randomizers. As a second energy cell. How about that? 2, not 3. Ugh. I feel like with the list that people have been putting together, there are a couple games that I have not heard much talk about that people are putting on lists, like, what is that one? I'm glad you're here? What is that game? I saw that on several, top 10 lists, or I say several, at least one top 10 list. What's the deal there? Anyone know about that? It's too late for me to buy and play another game for Game of the Year purposes. Like, I just have to choose between a couple last games that are on my list, you know? I just have to choose between Zelda and Minishoot for number 10, and then I'm pretty much good. But I am curious about these games that no one's been talking about that apparently make people's lists. I know also it's a taste thing, you know, some people. Not everyone would put the same games on their list. That much is obvious. Oh, there's multiple holding it down. Undo all of them at once. also those guys just keep on spawning. You just, like, undo it like this, just, like, one at a time? Or is this always just gonna be... and with you way behind? I think there's 3. Okay, now get that other one. There we go. Ooh. There's the second one done, and now we can bomb the thing, and, does that mean we can go and beat this world if we so please? That might mean we can beat this world if we so please. I do please. I would please to beat this world. Get out of my face, dude. Ah. There's a missile. How do you deal with that? Clamps. Can I do it from up here? The other bridge thing? Oh well, that's fine. Well, I don't need a missile upgrade, that's fine. Go ahead and destroy that thing, and I think I have to destroy a second one too. I think I have to destroy... Yeah, there's clearly multiple things on the shield. Clearly multiple things on the shield there. That just destroys one of those guys. But, like, point is, I think I've done this whole area. Gotten everything that's worth getting. Worth bothering with. So, yeah, we can leave. A weird thing about a randomizer is that, you know, at a certain point you are just playing the whole entire game. So, like, guess when it comes down to it, how long it takes is, on a certain level, just how long would it take you to do the entire game. And, yeah, that can be, like, at least 7 hours. Maybe 9, 10 hours, maybe more. I guess it also depends on how you configure it. I'll say the obvious thing here. I've said before. The fact that there is a built-in fast travel system in this game is a hell of a good thing insofar as keeping it moving. You know, like, at the very least, even if we have to backtrack, even if we have to go places, we don't have to, like, make the full trip every time. You know what I mean? Don't have to start from the very start. Start from a hub. Blue Lock ended pretty well. That whole season has been kind of a mess. Oh, god damn it. I got turned around. This is where we were earlier. How did I get turned around this badly? Blue Lock has been kind of a mess, but I liked the way it ended. It has had its hype moments. I'll say I am fairly happy with that. You know, 4 out of 5 fairly happy. Not 5 out of 5 fairly happy, but you know, with the production issues it's had, a higher score is kind of off the table. The thing I would say about Blue Lock's production issues, Blue Lock being a high-octane soccer anime where the gimmick is that everyone is a striker. Everyone is trying to score non-stop. Strategy isn't really... All the strategy is, like, entirely unorthodox in a way that's pretty fun and cool. The second season, though, has been a major downgrade as far as the animation goes, where just... You can really tell that they couldn't get that much... They clearly couldn't get enough people to animate, like, frames of animation, and try to get by however they could. You know, just like, okay, well, I can stretch this still image out and have it be like, oh, he zips over there. You know, he's not animated, but he's still moving. Still looks a little bit dynamic, and it's just been kind of distracting. Also, when the gimmick is that they do soccer really good, you know, they do soccer really good, having it so that the frames of animation go down to, making it so that, like, oh, one guy, he kicks the ball and he gets it around another guy. It's like, well, that other guy was frozen in place because he wasn't animating. So, yeah, when you can move when everyone else is frozen due to production deficits, it's like, yeah, of course you'd get the ball past the guy. He didn't move. He was a statue. You exploited lag. Anyway, good season, but hope they can do better next time. As far as production values go, I mean, come on, dudes. Come on, you gotta do better than that. Gotta do better than that. Is that something up there? It looks like it might be something. Yellow. I'm trying to think what yellow would be. Regardless. Anyway, that's there's not kind of not a lot going on right now, other than just I'm watching stuff. I'm trying to sleep a lot. I'm completely failing to get my sleep schedule back on track. Not that I haven't had opportunities. Like I woke up this morning at 10 a.m. Why? Well, they were mowing the lawn outside. Apparently they do that on Mondays, during that time of day, and I could have just stayed up, but instead I read Twitter for like a half hour or so, and I went back to bed. And then I woke up like an hour or so before the stream, and you know, got things set up reasonably okay, decently well, but not like, we had some technical issues at the top, and certainly I regret some parts of my setup, for sure. Regardless, they're good, I'll say. What is this? What is that? That looks like something. This looks like something. Why is it green? Nova Beam! This lets us shoot through walls, and also it's more powerful. Well, some walls, certain walls, not every wall, I guess. It's not like a wave beam from the 2D games. It's just for certain plot walls. Last Friday I watched I'll say last Friday we rated Dan Reichert after the stream, and he watched a very like Skinamax type movie where there were just some topless ladies, like, gratuitously in a good number of scenes, and that was a bit of fun. I enjoyed watching that. Just some dumbass low budget action movie where, like, yeah, no, just, you know, this is the kind of thing that when we were kids, at least, you know, ages ago. I think it's probably different now, all things considered. You know, it's easy to find this shit now on the internet. But back when we were kids, it's like, you know, you saw a movie like this, you'd be like, hang on, what's going on here? You know, it'd be like it'd be an attraction. Now it's just like a silly novelty of like, what the fuck? Okay. Yep. No, that top's coming off. It's kind of fun watching a movie like that to just be like, you know what? I smell a sex scene, you know, or not a sex scene, you know, a topless scene. I sense that this top is not long for this world. And then being right or wrong accordingly. That's kind of a fun way to go about. What was it, like Road to Hawaii? Like, set in Hawaii, there was a snake, boobs, a lot of boobs. Again, gratuitous. But, like, not bad. I mean, the movie was a B movie, right? It was not well made, all things considered, but, like, you know, like, shit, it's kind of fun. In a dumb fun kind of way. Should I watch Civil War? I feel like that's a movie that I've seen, like, top of legitimate lists. Is it, like, good? Does it have, like, is it an anti-war movie or is it a pro-war movie? What's the deal there? Is it like a war is hell movie? What's the deal with Civil War? I saw that it's on HBO Max, so, like, I can go watch it if I so please. I was gonna watch Furiosa, and then I saw it was 2.5 hours long, At which point I was like, yeah, I don't know. I say this 6 hours into a live stream that like 2.5 hour movie just like is too long for my taste, but you know, it's true. At least with a live stream, I feel like, you know, you can watch it or not, who cares? But with a movie, it's like, yeah, you kind of should probably pay attention or whatever, or else you're not going to get what's going on. I watched a video about the worst anime of the year instead. That night while I was making some spaghetti instead of watching Furiosa. I think that was a good choice. It was a good video. Bad anime are fun to laugh at, it turns out. And Mother's Basement, his video, I like his channel. As far as anime streamers or content creators go, he's who I kind of watch these days. It was a good list, full of what sounds like dumb bullshit, and then, you know, also, I have the benefit of being able to say, like, well, I watched one episode of that and cut it really quickly, because I knew it was bad. And sure enough, like, oh wow, yeah, no, it was bad, indeed. Confirmed. I made the right choice. Except one, I did watch Failure Frame, which I thought was, wasn't the worst thing in the world, honestly. I gave it a 3 out of 5. But, like, he is right that it has a lot of horrible qualities, I guess. I don't know. If you want to know what I think is the worst anime of the year, it's definitely Tower of God, Season 2. I think that Season 2 has just been... was just garbage. It's over now, thank God. What's worse is that, like, I got halfway through it and was like, wait, I'm hating this. This is terrible. And then, I was like, okay, well, I'm at episode 10. So let's just finish this out, you know, give it a 1 out of 5 or whatever. And then it turned out to be a 2-core. It turned out to have 26 episodes. And then I had to go through another fuck ton of episodes in order to, like, really give it the scathing, review I was looking to do. I say review, I don't do, like, formal reviews on AniList, I'll say, because AniList is kind of weird in its review system. I use AniList for anime tracking. AniList is kind of weird insofar as it's like, hey, it's kind of weird insofar as it's like, hey, this is a warp, takes you to the cold side of Boreo. This has always been a cool effect. I have the spin attack, so I can get out of here. No problem. Don't worry about that. What was I saying? Saying something about anime. Was I saying something about anime? I forget. I don't think it was terribly important. Lost my train of thought there with the game having some stuff to say, you know? Missile expansion. Just a missile expansion. Don't get too excited. Fortunately, we have screw attack already, so this isn't a problem. Was I talking about worst anime of the year? Oh yeah. I was talking about how AniList has some great stuff as far as like tracking anime goes, but for reviews you can only do like they make you do really long reviews, right? You have to do like paragraphs and like whole like a 2-page review or something, you know, a lot. It's a lot to ask for in a review. I like to do more letterbox style reviews, you know. I like to write up like a blurb, essentially. I find that to be satisfying to do every time I finish an anime. You know, as to like summarize my thoughts, as to like get it out on paper, as like a creative writing exercise. It's nice. But, you know, I did indeed write that scathing review. Now it is done. Now I can, hopefully in the future, pick out shows that are good. And I'll say, like, yeah, I think I'm done with, that show in particular. Tower of God comes back for another season. I'm not in. I'm out. I'm good now. I think that's anytime I gotta start dropping shows even if I've watched the previous seasons if they weren't good in the first place. You know, I gotta be like, okay, well, I don't have to watch season 2 even if I watched season 1. If it was mid, if it was bad, I can just say, okay, well, I'm not gonna continue. I say that, maybe when it does come out, I'll be like, okay, fine, I'll watch an episode. I'm gonna say no, in this case I won't do that. I will stick the line, I will, be good about it. Because I really didn't like it. And, just thoroughly dislike everywhere where that story has gone. Really, since the twist at the end of the first season. Like, that twist at the end of the first season is like the first sign of trouble. You know, where it's like, oh. At that point, the show is just like, oh, we're doing a twist here. The character you thought was your good friend. It turns out she's actually a huge asshole. It turns out she's actually horrible. Ooh. How do you like that? And you say like, well, it's kind of stupid and I don't know why she did that. And at the end of season 2, it's like, this is still stupid. I still don't know why she did that. And also now there's like a bunch of other heel turn twists that have happened, none of which were explained, and most of which were, you know, characters whose name I didn't even know. You can't have your plot twist be like, oh, Bingle Dong is evil. It's like, who's Bingle Dong? Bingle Dong? He's the guy with the yellow hair. You know, he's been in the background a couple times. Oh, Bingle Dong. I don't think I ever got his name. I don't know that he ever said his name. I don't know. With Tower of God, I was literally at the point in the last episodes, characters saying things like, he needs to use your bing bong. And me just going like, what the fuck are they talking about? What the fuck is a bing bong? Like, this is the second to last episode of the season. I don't know. I feel like I probably... If like, there's specific terms that could have penetrated, maybe it could have been written in such a way where the audience understood what this shit is. You know? Like, maybe there's a reason why, like, you know, to be safe, My Hero Academia starts every episode with, like, in this world, people have powers, and the powers are called quirks. Just so, in case, like, someone comes back season 3, and, like, they really have, like, no memory. I mean, I think the quirk system kind of makes an impression, you know, it's different from the lantern system or whatever Tower of God has, the Bing Bong system. make sure that no one comes back and is like, wait, what's a quirk? Why are these, huh? I mean, I guess it's not complicated in the case of My Hero Academia. They're just powers. Honestly, I don't know that My Hero Academia needs that recap, and I kind of think, like, with series that big, some of it probably definitely has to be, like, mainstream appeal, right? Oh, we're trying to make sure no one gets left behind. But probably another part of it has to be just like, oh, we got like 20 minutes to fill. If we do a 2-minute recap in every episode, that's just extremely economical right there. Oh, is this a pumpy thing? I'm pointing, you can see. Come on! Pop! Come on! Look, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. See? 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 Nah, come on. Okay, relax. Point properly. Okay, there we go. I just need to... about the angle of the thrust, you know? Of the thrusting action. I need to point at the motion bar. I have one plugged in just into a like power thing, so that I don't have it to be like It turns out with the Wii U, the power thing only turns on when the Wii U is on, which means that I couldn't just use that. I had to get a separate one. I'd say I had to. It was easier just to get a separate one. I remember being able to, I remember being able to like just use Wii's without the Wii stuff being on. I don't remember why I needed to, but it was once a thing, and I thought about it, and I think I remember why that was. I used to have like a Wii light thing that wasn't like a Wii bar, but was just like 2 separate nodes that you like stuck onto the bottom of your TV. And that's how I did like Wii motion bar for years. Nowadays I have it, they just sit on a box. It's not a fancy box, it's a old let's say it's actually my current iPhone's box. And that just puts it up just high enough to be over the sound bar to be nice and perfect. Is it weird to have my iPhone box be part of my TV setup? You know, for the purpose of motion bar. It's pretty handy, considering gets it off the ground at just the right height. I don't know, it's that's funny, that weird. Quite smooth, you know? Okay, so I did that one. Now I can do this one as well. That explodes and opens up a whole path for me. Beautiful. That guy die? There it goes. The charge shots were not killing it. Go figure. Oops. Up, daisy. Up. Up. Another one. This is kind of a big, complicated room, huh? Sure that doing all this must be necessary. I say, I have no idea. Could be this is all just for one check. In which case, I will feel very silly, but this seems to be like an... Okay, we're good, we're good. Seems to be like an important place. I mean, I guess we have the ice missile, so we can make platforms, and we can make platforms in the muck. Are we immune to the muck? Oh, wow. We're immune to fuel gel. I didn't know that was a thing with the environmental suit. That's really nice. Really nice bonus of having the environmental suit. Oh, damn it. There we go. An energy tank. I'm taking a fueled gel shower. How about that? Seems to me like it might be in there. Nah, that's just fun. A fun thing. That destroy that thing? That wire there? Yep. Good little puzzle. Good little simple little puzzle. I like it. Let's see now. Gel Cavern, Temple of Brio. Oh, I think this is like where you go to fight Iceman. So yeah, we're gonna go fight Iceman. I think for this chunk of the game, we have everything we need. Right, like we just are missing one of the hyper things, the Seeker missile, which you don't usually have, and that's it, actually. Like, we are really close to quote-unquote go mode. Quote-unquote. I say quote-unquote just because, like, you know, it's not going to be trivial, right? It's not going to be like, oh, just run to the end of every area. I mean, in some degrees... In some ways it will be like that, but in other ways it will not be like that. You know, like we do have to do each individual objective. We do need to missile all the shield generators. We need to drop the one building on top of the shield generator. We need to go beat the bosses in there. And we need to hope like hell we don't actually need to get all the energy cells and do the energy cell area. Oh, Boss Man isn't here. This man actually isn't here. Gonna do a minute tank. Make this go fast. I guess the first time you come here, you fight these guys, and then the second time you fight Iceman. If I'm not mistaken, we might just be able to drop our missile and leave. Oh, okay, hey, it becomes Iceman fight. Okay. That's how it works. Iceman from Top Gun, that's right. That's, this character here. He's been phasoned. He's now one with the phazon. We've already fought, like, his duplicate form from the duplicate lady fight. And also we have, like, a beam that you would not usually have at this time in the game. So... I mean, I guess the thing is, with these boss fights, is that you can always, even originally, lean on your, like, your hyper mode to deal damage. So, like, even at the start of the game, it's not like, even at the start of the game, you're not hurting for damage options. That's like a Mortal Kombat, finisher there. Except he did it to himself. Well, I guess, okay, what it was is the Phazon ghosts, using his power to sacrifice himself so that she could absorb his power. It could absorb his power. Shit, missile. There's only 2 things to find now, so that's like relevant. So, you know, keep an eye out for that, I guess. Keep an eye out for those, and if we get those, we'll feel really good, and it'll be officially go mode, but if we don't, no, still not bad. It's just not go. Is there just 2 shield generators or 3? Pointing? I'm pumping. Point and pump. 2 steps. I always thought these, freezing the fuel gel was just so cool. You know, making platforms out of these, like, spouts of fuel gel. Like, the way it's, like, cyan and orange and all mixed together into, like, a bespeckled whole. Just looks so dope. Hey, buddy. What are you doing? We should leave. Not a good place for, to hang out right now. I need to do something. I need y'all out of here.
Data received.
Is it just 2 shield nodes, or is it 3 shield nodes? I feel like it's 2. There we go. Shields down. Now we can fight the boss there. Of this first world. You know, it'd be cool. I don't think the ghost ship has, like, anything quite resembling a boss. But it would be cool if they could have gotten, like, Phantoon in there. You think that's what they were thinking? You think they were thinking of doing, Phantoon for that? I guess I say that. I don't know, like, there are any repeated enemies, like, from previous games in this one. Oh, Ridley. Mecha Ridley. Duh. He's in there. Ridley and Kraid are, like, the 2 famous ones, but they should probably put, like, Crocodile and Crocomile or whatever the fuck. They should put the other ones in there, too, sometime. What is that? That looks like a missile. Yeah. I'm out of here. Peace. Man, I gotta say, like, the Metroid Prime series has had some best in genre, like, laser gun effects. Like, look at this shit. Oh, I'm out of missiles. Oh my god. Okay, there I go. Like, look at this fucking gun here. It's sort of like a tech gun. Kinda. It has, like, a pixelation quality to it. It's, like, all kinds of cool little effects there. And this was on the, you know, on the Wii. This is not a high-tech console. This was basically 2 GameCubes stuck together. And yet. Oh, that's how you get that one. You come in back through this way. And it was a missile expansion, so we don't care. I mean, I could use more missiles. I haven't found that many, all things considered. I've probably found nearly as many energy tanks as missiles. But, yeah. First boss, let's go. Ooh! 6 hours in, we're fighting our first boss. It is worth noting we did have a restart, and we did have to do some janky stuff to get here. But, you know, it's true that this is kind of our first boss, and it's true that we've been playing this whole time. We haven't been to the updated planet of the pirates yet. Pirate planet. Pirate planet with pirates. We haven't been there yet. Or have we been several other places in this new seed? We haven't really been to Brio yet. Or, not Brio, Cloud City, that one. We haven't been back there since it softlocked us so badly we had to do some jank to get it back into order. And yeah, right now, we just have lacking Seeker Missile, which would probably only be required for the last boss. One of... Probably not, like... Not this one, for sure. And we're also missing, like, the Hyper Grapple, which... Yeah, that's like what you get for finishing the last of these bosses, so no way that would be... That's basically like out of logic, essentially, more or less. An interesting thing here is there's no like super missiles. As far as I know, there's no super missile, so I can't like upgrade my basic missile. But since I have upgraded my beam twice, this guy doesn't know what he's in for. Like, usually you'd be playing this with the basic... basic beams. I have to go around the back, don't I? Yes. Up. Okay, he did insert a ball, but, I think it might be faster to just, like, regular multi-shoots. Yeah, that's looking better. You don't have to be as accurate with that. Okay, what happens now that they're all dead? How about I scan? Ah, now I have to do, Damn, those things are tough. Feels like my regular gun is doing more damage than the, Phaaze is doing. There we go, we got one. Next we need to deal with the boots. Get rid of those with some well-placed bombs. Easy. There we go, we got a second one. You know, I think because we didn't go to the area where you usually get the scene that overloads your things for the first time, I think our Phaaze just doesn't recharge. We don't go into red mode. We skip that bit. Funny how that's possible to do in the randomizer. But also a little bit unfortunate for us, considering that we now have a finite limit. Each tank of energy. Come on, dude, open up your balls. Fuck you, dude, fuck you. Really? There we go, there's another one. Pretty low, but it's only because we spent so much on, mostly because we spent so much on Phaaze mode. Kind of an awkward thing about the design here, like there's... Our health being our resource means that we have to spend our health liberally to beat some of these bosses. Look at this, the fucking... first boss of the game, practically. First major end-of-world boss of the game. I guess, like, there's one at the end of the tutorial who's kind of... you could count. Open up. Ugh. Do your hand thing. Do your hand thing. Give me some energy back. Does that release energy? Yes, there we go. We got some. Just a little bit, though, really. There we go. That's one of 3 down. That looks like a missile. I'm pretty sure that the goal is to beat all these guys, right? Not 100% clear on that. But if... what else would it be? You got a big dose of Phaaze on there. This would be the Phaaze on ball tutorial then. Oh yeah, these fucking things. These are kind of like the mother brains, but for the enemy. Or like the Aora cores. Which I'm pretty sure... the idea of the Aora cores, right? Mother brain is like one of those, right? Like, that's definitely a thing. I don't think it's explicitly said, but... sure as hell is quite a coincidence if it's not that way. Let me see. Aora. Or... is mother brain a Metroid? What? Why did you ask that? An Aora unit. There we go. Gonna scroll down. Someone has asked this 7 years ago. Aora was presumably based on Mother Brain. It's not elaborated. Well, yeah, there you go. Mother Brain was built by the Chozo. Aorus may have been an attempt to reverse engineer Mother Brain, but it's not explicitly said. Huh. I didn't know the Chozo made the thing. That's a fun fact right there. That's a fun fact. It's 11:41. It has gotten pretty late, huh? Well, such is Randomizer. Okay, where are we at? I mean, there's still a bunch of stuff we could go do if we wanted to head out in this direction. Or even better, fly over there. Look, there's some juicy checks just waiting to be, well, checked in the missile room. Let's do that, and then, in the missile upgrade room. Let's do that, and then we'll go to Cloud City. I mean, there's no reason now we have to do things in order. I mean, I think we honestly might have enough to do... I'm not sure, like, Here's the thing I'm wondering, right? What is 100% required for space pirates? I have the environmental shielding. I have the good gun that can shoot through walls and stuff. Is that everything I need to go do the Pirate's Fortress? Do that whole, like, lead up to destroying the shield generator? It might be. In which case, we should beeline over there after we do these checks. And that would be like a good thing to get out of the way so that, you know... We might be in go mode. I don't know. I don't know if we're in go mode because I don't know... Well, actually... Okay, there's gonna be a tutorial for the last hyper mode ability, the hyper grapple, and in that final seed, we need hyper grapple to do that final seed. Then, that I think that's just true. So actually, yes, there is something we need before we do pirates, at least in like its entirety. That said, we can just go over there now and do what we can do now and leave what we can't do till later. More missiles, let's go. Keep up the good streams, brother. You got a good personality for this. Thank you, Spoon Gaming. I appreciate the compliments. I do like doing a stream twice a week. That is just, I think, a perfectly sustainable rate of streams. Whether they're full playthroughs or, like, you know, something more like a one-off like this. I really enjoy doing random things. I will say one thing that I'm thinking about now that I was reminded of recently. +1 sub, I appreciate it. On the YouTube side, YouTube sub. I appreciate that, Spoon. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. I was reminded that, that there was Mario 3D Builder, Mario 64 Builder. I need to try that out at some point. I need to do a stream where people give levels to me in that. I feel like that needs to be like a January thing. I feel like in January we should do that. And I should do it in such a way that... I mean, I really don't know, like, how feasible that is as, like, a viewer level thing. That's sort of my main thing, by the way, if you don't know. If anyone is unaware. Viewer levels, Mario Maker 2 style. I do those every week on the regular. I don't know, like, how many people are going around with, oh, I've made a Builder 64 thing. Thank you for the YouTube sub. I cannot see the notification because my, my chat is in the way. But thank you, thank you. Was that, you, Spoon Gaming? In any case, I appreciate it. Well, I have too many windows open, so now I have to select the, get my tracker back up like this. I don't know I've ever seen what it looks like when Windows 11 has too many tabs open. It's not pretty. It's not pretty. Good opportunity to capitalize on a niche market? Oh, sure. Like, if anyone does have that, you know, hopefully you'll be looking for, someone to play it whenever I end up doing it. I'll announce it ahead of time. It'll be a whole thing. Whenever Metal Gear Delta comes out, there'll be a full playthrough of that. I was really thinking it would come out this year and we would have like a full playthrough of that in calendar 2024, but they delayed it without any big announcement, so whatever. Whenever that comes out, I'll do that, and then later after that, I have some plans for, like, big... Is that an ice thing? Yes, it is. I have some plans for, like, I have plans to do a bunch of rare playthroughs that I haven't gotten around to, which, I'll say I'm a big Rareware fan, so it's kind of a damn shame that I've not done, like... Cameo, Elements of Power, Conker's Bad Fur Day, a couple other ones that are on the list. The plan is to do it randomly and have, at the start of the stream, no idea which one it's going to be, and then I'll spin a wheel and then, you know, start the playthrough. It will be start to finish. It will be start to finish. Like, once I start, I will go all the way, but, you know, at the start, we won't know. It'll be a random rare replay. Random rare replay? Like rare replay. Not necessarily restrained to the ones that are on real replay. you know, on my list is also, my list includes, Grunty's Revenge and also, the GBA, DKCs, which are marginally different. And I think I could probably do those in, like, you know, those games are short. I could do them all in one stream if I really wanted to. I say they're short. I don't know if they're really that short or if I'm just very good at them. You know, played them enough times. I think they're short. But if you ever, like, struggle with... Oh, shit. If you struggle, it might seem... they might seem harder. I thought about before this stream having things prepared, like, oh, well, what if there's time to talk about stuff? You know? Would it be good to be able to talk about, like, anime of the season, last season, or whatever, show that list? I said, like, nah. Probably, clearly, there was time. But, nah, it's fine. I'll show that shit off next time, and it'll be all good. Fuck you! Fuck you! God damn it. I'm okay with that. I'm, you know, like I said earlier, as if, you know, people remember what I said an hour ago. I say earlier, I mean an hour ago. I've been more recently just talking about stuff that's off topic during the Friday streams, where I feel like it's just good, like, a good end of the week, like, recap of, like, everything that's been going on, everything I've been thinking about. I will say, speaking of YouTube subs, I have been thinking about that. You know, just like, you know, something YouTubers often say is like, oh, you know, this amount of my people watching aren't subscribed, so remember, do the thing. And you hear that all the time. And I'll say, like, I don't know. I haven't looked at my stats as far as, like, y'all go. But I was watching some YouTube and I realized, like, oh, fuck. You know, I was watching some man carrying things, and I realized, like, oh, wait a minute, I'm not subscribed to man carrying things. What the fuck? I really like this stuff. This stuff is very funny. Why not am I subscribed? And, I guess that's sort of what happens when the algorithm just, like, you know, is how you find people generally, and you don't even realize that, you know, before you know it, someone is just a regular thing that you watch, and at no point did you say, like, I will subscribe to man carrying things. It just, you know, it just sort of snuck up on you, and eventually you're just like, oh, hey, what the fuck? I don't sub to that guy? There's also that guy who did the... I see a lot of skits by that guy who does the videos. I originally knew him for those videos where he was like, recaps of movies, where he did the funny joke where he says the line like, actually, it was barely an inconvenience. He actually does a lot of other skits, which I've been watching more than just those original, that first thing where it's movie reviews, and I think his other skits are like more entertaining. I don't know if I'm subscribed to him, but, like, you know, I feel like his skits can be a little bit hit or miss. You know, that one joke is great, but, like, man carrying things got above. I guess I should sub to anyone who I watch, like, multiple videos of. I guess the other thing, alright, is that subscriptions mean very little to the algorithm, and no one uses their sub tab. I don't use my sub tab, I'll admit that full well. To where, really, if you watch, like... If you're looking at someone's videos and you're watching, like, a second one, you might as well sub, right? Just for the metrics, just for the sake of, doing someone a solid. Like, it's weird, but that's kind of the main thing about YouTube subs now, right? Just, yeah, they're nice to drop. They're not really going to change, like, what the algorithm suggests to you. So you might as well just drop one. I'm sure there's people nowadays that haven't subscribed to a single channel on YouTube, you know, since it's been like just algorithm first for so long, right? Like, you know, there have been people whose whole lifetimes, as far as YouTube goes, you haven't really needed to subscribe ever to quote-unquote follow someone. It'll just be presented to you. From a viewer's perspective, you think the amount of subs gives a lot of credibility to the channel? It's kind of silly, because you should really subscribe to someone whose channel you like, but... Gotcha, yeah, so... That's another way of thinking about it, right? Like, lending credibility, even if it's just, like, +1. And, you know, for certain numbers, it doesn't even... You know, if certain point it takes 10 to increment, at certain point it takes 100 to increment. Right? People are more likely to sub when you have a lot of them. And, of course, subbing unlocks certain perks, like being able to do memberships and, the like. Which I would like to be able to do someday, considering that, you know, I have YouTube subs, or, sorry, Twitch subs, which are premium, and I would like to be able to match that on the, YouTube side one day. You know, especially if, like, subscribers get extra perks, you know? That just makes sense as a thing to be able to offer. You know, like I've been thinking about letting Twitch subs skip the line for viewer levels once a stream. With a limited amount of lives, you know, it's not gonna be 12 minutes. They only get like 3 lives worth of their level skipping the line, but I think that'll be a good value add to that subscription level, especially when the queue sometimes gets pretty damn long. And I would like to be able to offer that to YouTube people as well, but it's just not really an option until I get, you know, the requisite metrics. Certainly, subscriberships helps with discovery. I'm not saying it does nothing. As far as the actual streamer goes, the YouTuber goes, etc., it does a lot, for sure, for sure. Like, that much I am sure about. You know, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, like, practically from a large battery seems to have been removed from it. Practically... Oh, do I need to wake that guy up and he'll do a thing? I need to wake that guy up and he'll do a thing. Practically, from the perspective of, like, a viewer, it's weird. I guess you could think of it as an endorsement. I guess you could think about it as an endorsement. Like, yes, I endorse this person. You know, it's kind of a weird way to frame it. But as far as YouTube goes, that's kind of just how it is. Twitch is different. Twitch prioritizes. It gives you a list of the people you are subscribed to or follow on Twitch. And that's like the main thing you see when you log in, or when you log in, when you pull up the page. You know, with Twitch, I follow a lot of streamers, you know, sometimes following back after raids or otherwise people who seem cool. Gotta get to bed. Good meeting you. Thanks for coming by and hanging out, hey. You know, however long you have. Appreciate company and stuff. You got notifications on so you can see me around. Excellent, hey. Fridays at 6 p.m. usually, as well as Tuesdays usually. Not tomorrow on account of New Year's Eve, but like, those are the 2 days that I stream. Not every Tuesday, you know, like I said, New Year's. And next week will be like my first week back on the job. I might take next week off from streaming just to, like, you know, get back used to office life after a vacation off, you know? Might be good to take a break from a stream for a Tuesday. I might have a really good idea, though, so, you know, TBD, TBD. What happens there? To be determined. I could lift this head up and bring us somewhere. Looking forward to it. Good night. Good night, dude. Good night, Spoon. I'll say, you know, when I do viewer levels, y'all don't have to have viewer levels to hang out and chat. Like, that is easily an option. And obviously, like, when people are here submitting levels, that's like the busiest time. Random streams that I have only done one of before, they can tend to struggle a little bit. You know, the chat is slower, less is going on, but, you know, hey. So long as I'm having a good time, I am satisfied with that, I suppose. With that out of the way, we can get up there. But I think we need to only get up there and get the item. And then we should just drop the fucking head. I don't remember what the head is for, but I'm pretty sure wherever I'm going, I don't need a head. And I'm worried that a head might just be dead weight. Okay, that's a grapple thing. Wait, that's a hyper grapple! Fuck yes! That's the grapple we don't got. We just had, there's just fucking one item left in the game that we haven't got yet. Fuck yes. I almost don't feel like finding... Where's this other item? How do you get to that other item? I don't know. There's a million other places where those items could be, though, so... You know... I don't know, we need to really buckle down and... Oh, well, here we go. It's probably through here. Interesting place to hide a thing. This really would require the hazard suit. I say it would. Maybe you could just damage boost past it. You know, just... I don't know, like, how much damage this fuel gel does, but... Maybe you could just grin and bear it. I need to drop off this head, I think. I mean, I could probably do something with this head, but... Oh, maybe how it works is that if you go to the... I bet how it works, if you tell your ship to land, it'll drop off the thing where it got it. And if you don't want to go actually deal with it. Okay. Well, if we see where it goes on the way, we'll drop it off, and if not, we can boogie from here. Yeah, we're going to Pirate Homeworld. We have everything we need, I think, to do the Pirate Homeworld boss sequence, to do the running through the rain sequence, and then to do the boss seed after that. So, how do we get to the fast travel from here? By the way, we don't drop, like, we do something with that head. But, don't worry about it. Is this where we go? No, we go the other way, through the hole in the ground. Whew. We go to Pirate Homeworld. We do that. Bing, bang, boom. We got the second one. That oversimplifies a bit, but not by much. We just do 2 things and then we're done. I'm just realizing there's no power bomb in this game, is there? No power bomb, no super missile. I guess in both cases, it's just like, yeah, the function of those is served by the hyper mode, bomb, and missile upgrades and beam upgrades. Which, you know, aren't entirely the same. The bomb ball, the hyper ball is more of an AoE effect than it is like a... I mean, I guess it does hit like everything around you, but in a different way from the classic... A different way from the classic power bomb, which is just hits everything. The hyper ball hits everything in a short range from you, making it like a lot less useful generally. I guess the power bomb is like one case where it is a downgrade, the hyper version of, but whatever, you know, it's kind of a charming, very, very cute weapon, the hyper bomb. Scratching my arm. I'll say, like, I am super duper glad that I was able to get the Joy-Cons working for this.
Data received.
Drop that shit. That's right. I'm really glad I was able to get the Joy-Cons working. I think they are just an essential part of this, if that makes sense. You know, if we weren't doing it with the Joy-Cons... I'm sorry, the Joy-Cons, the Wiimote. The Wiimote and Nunchuck. This game would be a lot less, pleasant. I mean, I think it could work with Joy-Cons, but... no one I know has ever connected Joy-Cons to PC. And I don't own, like, the VR type of controller. I guess VR controllers could do it. I wonder what they're thinking about for the next generation, you know, the Switch 2. I wonder if they're fixing on, like, Pirate Homeworld, let's go. Go there, push our way to the seed. I wonder if they're looking at, like, GameCube Online and Wii Online and trying to think, like, okay, how in the hell are we gonna make this work in handheld mode? That's sort of the big question for Wii, I think. Right? Like, Joy-Cons kind of low-key can do most of the stuff that this can, and, you know, maybe you adapt a little bit and be like, okay, well, from here on out, like, click in the left stick for nunchuck shake, because, yeah, all the nuance in that is just strictly like shake or not shake. That's it for nunchuck. You just need a button for that. For this, it's like, nah, you need to be able to, like, lower and raise it. You need to be able to push and pull it. You need to be able to shake it. You need to be able to shake it up and down, side to side in some cases. Like, at a certain point, it kind of is... If you want to make controls, you might need to make custom controls for basically every game under the sun. Is that feasible? I don't know. But it's what they're gonna have to do if ever they want to include those games, and I hope like hell they are thinking that, because man, I still think That's something? That's a ship thing. We don't need it. We already got all the ship things. I'm gonna grab it anyway, just for safekeeping. I don't know. This is technically our first time here, so we haven't gotten any of these areas open. Technically. But, again, to say what happened earlier, we had some soft lock earlier. We had to start the thing over, and instead of just starting it over, I generated a new seed with all the items that I had gotten previously. So, you know, it's kind of a ridiculous setup. Also, I made sure that there were more copies of the remaining items, so we should be more likely to stumble upon them. And, yeah, we have only one left. One left until go ? Mode. I'll call it go ? Mode because, honestly, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I need... I don't know if we need energy cells. I don't know if we need to go to the ship. If we need to go to the ship, if that's required, then that's gonna be a whole headache. Because, yeah, those could be anywhere in the game. If we can just push on to the end from here. That'd be great. I should consider going... You know, we should make a pit stop, maybe, to the place where you have the cutscene where your energy starts going up again. Because we haven't been there in this new revised seed, and as a result, our Phaaze does not recharge. I feel like you can make it so, you know, we're talking suggestions for the randomizer team. You can make it so that some of those cutscenes are just, like, activated from the start. Right? Like, I don't need to do that scene where you clear out the thing. We can just assume that it's in hyper mode. That hyper mode is real from the start, right? I don't know. This is some sort of teleport? Where the hell does this go? This is, okay, it's like off to the side of the airlock. Okay. I guess maybe this is where you have to unlock the thing. Also, fun fact, we haven't been here before in this seed. We were here earlier, though, so, you know, it's not our first rodeo. No, we gotta hit these, thingamajigs. Well, I don't need to be here. This is not where I need to be. Probably here. Let's focus. There's just one thing in the game. We can probably just find it in passing whilst completing main objectives, and maybe we don't even need it. Maybe we don't even need it for those main objectives. Maybe we can even leave it behind. Where the hell does this train go? Oh. Up, daisy. Downsy daisy. People don't say downsy daisy. That's not a thing people say. There's upsy daisy. There's no equivalent for putting something down. Unless you say what I say, which isn't a thing. Maybe something like, here we go, here we go. Or just like a general, ooh. Jesus, yesterday's short did phenomenally. 246 likes. Wow, I think that might be the, most likes, ever. I don't know if... Most liked shorts. I'll say, apropos of nothing, random thoughts, I did not expect that short to do so well. You know, I kind of looked at that short just on its face and went like, this one's okay. Apparently it's my most liked ever. Go figure. Well, part of that's probably algorithm. Part of that's probably algorithm. I don't mean to downplay what apparently is 7,000 views. Is that like my top viewed thing? That's a pretty high number. Hang on. Let me look. Any of them's doing this stream, I bet. Hang on. Let me look. I'm curious about this. Hang on. Most viewed. No pick and hold Mario. Did 12K. There's a couple that have had more views, but... by like a good margin, actually, but... those ones have fewer likes, so... you know, this one is gonna go the distance, I guess. Huh. Shit. Well, I'll take it. Eh. If anyone happens to be watching this because of that shorts, yes, the mushroom was, the mushroom... it was important not to take the mushroom, actually, to save it. I don't think I cleared that level, also, in that stream or otherwise. Never ended up, haven't ended up getting back to that one, but hey, maybe one day, one of these days, if said viewer submits it enough times, eventually, maybe I'll manage to get through. It's part of their super world. Been a while since a short has done that well on this channel, so I feel pretty good about that. Hey, you know, keep it going. Just keep it going, and eventually some will hit. Whatever. I won't worry about it. I'm just gonna shoot this guy and hope I'm in the right place. Is this the right place to end the thing? I mean, this is... look at a scanner view. Fractures ready to be mined away. I think it could be a, no. No. Okay, it's not that. Oh, I think I remember. Either, well, actually, I'm remembering this or another, this thing or another Prime thing, which is that there's like a drill or something that you have to, yeah, activate the drill. The drill will do it. Beautiful. Beautiful. look at those metrics again. Title reminds me of finals season. I don't know what that means. Genius says one commenter. I don't know what that is, but I'll give it a thumbs up nonetheless. Genius. Okay. I don't know that there's anything particular. You know, I don't want to give myself too little credit here, but I'm just avoiding a. I just jumped through a tight space as small Mario. Is that genius? I don't know. Maybe. Hit it. Do it. There, I had to press another button. Don't get distracted. Play the game. Worry about comments and things of that nature later. It is important to keep an eye on that crap, you know, just in case you have to do moderation, but it's really not been a problem. Really not been a problem. I don't know, like, bigger channels maybe struggle with it, but the live chat, like spam bots doing the stuff where they say like cheap viewers, things of that nature. That's been a lot more of a problem than like mean comments, things of that nature. Even on these shorts where people do see them, you know, YouTube puts them out there sometimes, most of the time, depending on what game it is, I guess. Tomorrow, putting up like a Golden Sun short sometime soon. Like I said earlier, I clipped up a bunch of Golden Sun clips from the one time I played Golden Sun. We'll see if Golden Sun, like, has anyone watching shorts of that. Maybe that's like a, maybe in that case, YouTube will show it to 0 people. We'll see, I don't know. I think it should show it to more people. I kind of feel like with shorts, it's just a matter of, like, oftentimes it's a matter of, like, how many people it shows it to. Shows it to more people, it'll get more likes, etc., etc. Better metrics. Maybe there's things beyond that. Okay, I got a spin. I got a spin right here. I mean, I'll say I actually have 2 shorts that I'm looking to move, like, ASAP. One of which is just, like... I've shown that thing recently where I can put my phone on screen as in the overlay of a giant hand. I want to have a short of that because I thought it was... When I showed that for the first time, I made it, like, a surprise type thing. And I think that moment is, I think that holds up. This is lore. This is the ground. Oh, doorway, right here. Look at the map. Pay attention to the map, that'll tell you where you need to go. What is that? Oh shit. Is that a ship? Well, it can't be destroyed, so let's just, be on our way. You know, if they were smart, they would make the bosses out of the same materials they make that drone that can't be destroyed out of. I mean, come on, it can't be destroyed. Why not, why aren't we coded in that crap? Why aren't the bosses? I guess, you know, I'm being dense here. It can't be destroyed. Therefore, it cannot be broken apart. Literally, by its nature, it cannot be broken apart and used as, like, you know, to make a coat. Right? Literally impossible. Obviously. Obviously. That just makes sense. That's just science. If you could take it apart, then it could be destroyed. That's the whole point of the material. Presumably these things came into existence fully formed and just, you know... whatever, wherever I'm going with this. This seems like a long way to walk for the final boss area. I'm not sure if we're going the right way anymore. Was I ever sure? I don't know. I would have thought it'd be behind that door, but maybe we have to, instead of going in the side passage, you had to, like, go the normal way. Well, it's not like we haven't found a good number of things, like, exploring. And, you know, who knows, we could run into the last thing we need. I say the last thing as if there's not, like, a million billion, I say a million billion. If there's not, as if there's not, like, 8 last things we need to grab. What the fuck is that? Decoration. Decoration. Nothing. It's also nothing. Really. Oh, well, we walk around it. Missile expansion. Woo. I didn't see this earlier. I mean, I didn't see the missile expansion earlier, but this is where we were earlier. So, go figure. What is next? What is the next thing I'm doing? Playthroughs aside. I don't know. I like randomizers, and it's always good to do one. Though, I feel like with randomizers, it's often such a time commitment, you know? You don't know how long, like, a run of a randomizer is gonna take, right? You could be playing something that's pretty straightforward, you know, like, okay, well, this is gonna take, like, with this setup, 6 hours or so, and that's, like, pretty nice. Or it could take, like, 8 or 9, which, it's like, yeah, that's great, but you're not gonna do it on a weekday, you know? And I work on weekdays. And it's like, well, there's Sunday, but, man, I like my Sundays to be... I like my lazy Sundays, you know? Okay, let me take care of this guy. This guy. I like my lazy Sunday, what can I say? I like to sleep in. I like to do truly nothing. It is the one day in the week where there is time to just sleep through the entire thing stress-free. Saturday you can do that, but I like to, I have social obligations. Family. Gotta do stuff on Saturdays. I guess I could always, do things on other days. I could move my schedule around accordingly. And I could have a family night any night of the night, really. And any night of the week, really. I don't have to do it on Saturday, so long as I, plan it out with the folks, Appear for dinner, have, a meal, watch a thing, go home. It's not a complicated itinerary. No, you can do that on Tuesday. My parents like to do, I don't know if this is, telling tales out of school, but my parents like to do, Taco Tuesday at, their local Rosa's, the local Mexican restaurant that we have here. Could easily just, take them up on, going to Taco Tuesday with them. That would be perfectly viable. My sister's gone to a number of those, sister and brother-in-law. Them two. I think, that's their main, family day rather than Saturday. I don't know, I like the weekend, though. Growing up, we would always do, when I was a kid, right? We would always do, when I was growing up... What is this? This requires a hyper missile, right? Or this. This is what it is. Growing up, we always did Saturday nights as a go over to Grandma's house and have dinner there. When she was alive and able to cook. Alive and capable of cooking. And that was a nice thing every week. And I feel like Saturday night family time is an extension of that. When I first started working, it was once every other week, but nowadays, for ages now, we do it every week, just regularly. And it's, good. It's good to do. What can you say? This looks like it's the way to the thing. Way to the objective. I mean, it uses the grapple thing, which you would get from the boss, so how does that make sense? That doesn't make sense. This has to be a side area that you unlock later. Where the hell are we? I'm not sure, but let's see what this area is. I don't know that I've ever been here before. I don't think I've ever, I don't think I've ever 100%ed this game. I wonder if that's, a thing that, I have said before I love. I don't know if I said this stream, but I have said before that I love Metroid Prime 3. But I'll admit, every time I finish, a chapter, I'm out of here. Woo, I'm gone. I'm fucking out of here. I'm not coming back. What the hell is this? A teleporter? To where? That kind of looked like a mother brain. Like an aura unit. Where the fuck are we? We're in space? Are we in a...
Samus, it seems command code. We have detected that the abandoned ship. It is possible that it still returns to Valhalla.
Okay, so... Right! Oh, yeah, I remember now. Okay, this is how you get to the end of the game. This is how you get to the thing. Ooh, so we do need to explore the Valhalla? Ooh. Well, I'll say if that is really truly necessary, and it's not a case of beat the bosses, finish the game, I think that's kind of unfortunate, considering that, like, as far as I could tell in, like, Seed Generation, there wasn't a way to, like, increase the number of canisters that could be found, the amount of energy cells that can be found. I could be wrong, but I just looked at that, like, you know, middle of the stream there. Let me see. I could check right now. I was customizing it middle of item pool. Energy tanks, hyper mode, grapple movement, suit visors. Yeah, no, I don't see anything that changes the energy cells. Shame, considering they're like the main thing that prevents you from finishing the game. Yeah, I'll say, like, small note here. It'd be great if you could determine where how many of those are in the game, because yeah, no, if they are actually what you need to get to actually beat the game here, then we would have to basically do every check. We would have to continue even after getting every item, which I don't know. I mean, I guess that would be the case with the original Metroid. Like, if we were to start middle of Super Metroid, or Metroid Prime 1, let's say, right? We would have to get all the artifacts. I mean, that said, I could probably start myself off with a certain number of artifacts. I'm gonna bet that's already a feature in Metroid Prime 1. I bet you can determine how many artifacts you need to get. I'm gonna bet that's already a feature, because you can totally do something like that for Metroid Prime 2 Randomizer. I know that much. I know that you can say, like, okay, it only requires this many keys, and also you can say, like, oh, those keys also, the bosses just have them. You can just be like, okay, the goal here is to beat the bosses and go from there. And that's it. That's not the case here. Ooh, that's awkward. That's, I don't know, I like that. Like, to me, a randomizer, the fun part is getting all the items, right? And once you have all the items, I like... I would, like, consider it to be basically over. You know? I would say, like, yeah, once you get, like, all the items, it's like, you should be in go mode. You should just be, like, chilling to the end. Because the whole world is basically open. At the very least, there should be, like, pretty explicit, like, mark it on the map, show me where hints are, you know? Not like the kind of hint where it's, like, big. I guess we saw a little bit of the Valhalla. I guess we did see that there are hint things in there, but they seem to be half the time for, like, actual items rather than for things we're missing. Energy tanks. Also, they might just be for, The energy tanks mods might just be how they were in the original game, not necessarily like rewritten to reflect that, you know, the energy tanks are somewhere else. Okay, so with that, we've undone the planetary shields and let the guys in. Let the, these motherfuckers in. We've stumbled into the answer for Pirate Homeworld as far as what you have to do. You let these guys in, and then, you can continue from there. That means we can go meet with them and do a thing. Or we can explore some more. Because, you know, it's gonna get us more energy tanks, more other crap. Potential even major items. Here in this room, the main thing you get is there's an item here, but you need the multi thing to get it, and the multi thing is the one item we don't have, so I guess suffice it to say it's logic. I also think it's sometimes good in randomizers to be able to say, like, okay, I want to be able to define my clear condition. Right? Is it beating all the bosses? Is it beating specific bosses? Is it like beating 2 of the bosses? 2 of the 3 big bosses? Like 2 out of the 3, honestly, I think that'd be good enough for my taste. Or 2 out of 3 specific bosses, you know, up to you to decide. In like a really mature, well finalized randomizer. No. I'll say midway through the thing. Fuck. There we go. Midway through the thing, I'll say, I think this randomizer does a lot right. Mostly in terms of, like, you know, the stuff that comes for free, right? Like, the game is really well suited to randomization. You know, has a lot of places that are very dependent on certain things. I think it could use the same thing as Metroid Dread, where you can warp to home at any time, perhaps from a save station, perhaps from the debug menu, more like Metroid Prime 2. Needs that more fully implemented. I guess if your thing is like flying, it's not necessarily at a specific place. It'd be weird to warp back home to it. Take it to the hub world then. Take it back to the hub world, that's fine. That would work for this, what I'm talking about. There's an energy tank, I'll take it. I think that would solve like 90% of the problems I'm having here. Like, main one is just like, yeah, no, you get soft locked, you're borked. The other thing would be, that I would say as a point of criticism, a point of feedback, would be make it so I can just set my own parameters. If the energy tanks are so important, honestly, like, I think it'd be cool to make it so that you get them through the bosses, let's say, for sake of example. That guy is doing something while this cutscene plays. He should cool it for a second. I'm in a cutscene now. Is that a door? Nah, it just kind of looks like one. Maybe that's for, like, enemies to come out of. But not our boys, not us. Not friendlies. I think with just, like, those couple simple changes, this would be, like, you know, just as good as the one for Metroid Prime 2. In fact, I'll go so far as to say, like, with a couple simple changes, as noted, I think this would be better than Metroid Prime 2, insofar as Metroid Prime 2 does not have a fast travel system already in it. You know, with Metroid Prime 2, if you want to go somewhere, you sort of just have to walk. You can't take a shortcut in your ship. You can't fly there. And, you know, that's a major difference that has a huge effect on, like, how the game goes. If that makes sense. You know, being able to... Just being able to fast travel willy-nilly, I think, takes this up a level from, like, most other Metroid Prime randomizers. The other two Metroid Prime randomizers. And gives it such a clear leg up on those other ones where, like, no, yeah, you just sort of have to... You just sort of have to walk for 10 minutes to get where you're going. To walk all the way across the world. And God help you if you switch up the elevators, if you randomize the elevators. Now you have to remember, like, which elevator is which. Maybe the answer there, just don't do that. Don't randomize that, and it won't be a problem. Okay, yeah, we were here earlier. This is where we did the thing. Let's go out through that door then, I don't know. Wait, no, that's the train. That's the train. It takes you back to wherever else. There we go. Here's the door that takes us to this hallway. We already exited through the back door of this hallway. What is this door? Ah, well. It's a locked door that I can open. I will. I am glad we started at 4 p.m. I'll say. I regret that there were delays in that we actually started a bit later. Oh, this is nothing. This is just for lore. Weak. It's just for the lore thing. That's right, we did that earlier, and it was also for lore then. I should remember these things in the first seed. Hey guys, I'm just heading out. Don't mind me. Let's do the big set piece battle then. We've kind of checked. Probably not about everything. There's gotta be like a whole error. Have we checked, like, have we been through everything in this level? Feels like we might have done. But also we haven't been over there. We haven't been wherever that is. We haven't been to the area where you fight the lady. We haven't refought the lady after the reset. But also we don't have to. Because it's time for our boys to come down to town. If I were to say one issue with this game, I guess I would say that the canister thing is like a secondary main objective that only comes online basically at the end of the game. I mean...
Outstanding work, Samus. I don't say this often, but I
Thank
sure
you.
am impressed.
I appreciate it. I guess... Metroid Prime 2 and 1 both have that in a way, right? With the artifacts and the little ghost ball guys that are invisible. Those are both like some go through the levels again and go get the stuff. I don't know.
You've still got work to do.
Energy canisters just feel a lot less
There's a large security door located
major than galactic keys or
demolition troopers are needed to open the final door, so
magical artifacts or
enough of them make
mythical
it safely
keys,
through
you
this
know?
area. You
Less
are the
magical,
only one who
more
can destroy
just,
the seed. We'll
you
help
know.
along the way. But once we get there, it's up to you to finish the job.
It's like, why can't we just, like, commission, like, say, like, to this guy, like, hey, by the way, I might need about, like, 9 energy cells. Do you have, like, 9 energy cells that, like, you know, they could be things that power, like, drills or, like, monitors or things of that nature. You know, your average ship probably has, like, 2 or 3 somewhere in there powering up, things. You know, I want to power up everything in the abandoned ship.
We're right behind you, Samus.
And to do that, I need, like, a bunch more, so... Please, just hook me up here. Should I save just to be safe? I haven't saved in a bit. I'll save right here. Using the debug menu thing. Excuse me, let me past you.
Samus, we are part of the demolition. Since our armor is weaker than most of the troopers, we need you to watch our backs, dude. Most of the demolition team. Good luck.
Okay, try to save these guys if we can. It's not a big deal if we can't. What was that? Was she hurting because she was putting energy into the thing? Maybe that was Samus doing like a pained grunt. A pained grunt as you do. Hang on, wait for me. I'm figuring out where I need to go. You should probably wait for me before running forward. Oh, those are the good guys. This sequence and the one at the start of the game are kind of interesting insofar as it's like, I don't know if this is true, but this might be one of the only times where like the foot soldiers of the Federation are actually like portrayed or actually like shown. It's interesting. I want to make sure something is, everything is good, so I'm just gonna mute and unmute everything to make sure all the sounds are in sync. This is something I do sometimes. I feel like with the performance stuff tonight, things might be a bit screwy. I'm just gonna do this as a precaution. Okay. I'm not sure if there's gonna be any difference, but if it sounds like the sounds are more in sync, it's because that sort of reset the syncing of them. But it's probably no big deal. I hope that Whoa! I just got ran over by a train, but I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Apparently, that's a very survivable thing in this world. For Samus, at least. I should be more careful about trains, I guess. Okay. I guess between the only thing we know of the Federation is like this, the Emmys, and these guys here, the Emmys, and some random things like, oh yeah, they have some operatives who are like sort of independent bounty hunter types and sort of not. Like me and like the other guys who are like mini bosses in here. I guess all their foot soldiers are like grunts of some nature, right? They don't have like that much of a unique set of dudes. I say that, they do have the Emmys. The Emmys are pretty interesting as far as like foot soldier types go, as far as like unit types go. If you did a strategy game in the Metroid universe, like, would you be able to make out complete factions, right? What would the Space Pirate faction be like? What would the factions be in the first place? Would it be just the Space Pirates, the Federation, and, would you do like a Chozo faction? Or like, Chozo or other aliens? You know what I'm gonna say? You do a Space Pirate faction, yes, but you also do a Metroid faction. Is there enough to the Metroids to make their own faction? In like an RTS sense? It would be a really unusual faction, I feel like. You know, considering that most Metroids just like fly around and suck. I guess, you know, there have been already established like the life cycle of a Metroid, the different units that there would be. It would just be like, oh, you have these units, and if they live long enough, they turn into other units. Whereas the Space Pirates, you know, at least they would have, like, the gas guys. They have, like, the gassy floaty guys. They have, like, various drones. I think there are, like, automated defenses that were from, like, the troopers, right? I guess in Prime 2 also there are, like, zombie troopers as well. From, like, who get affected by the Ing. Let's, consume an energy. Make this nice and trivial. I got so much energy, I should use it. I'm really curious where they go with Metroid Prime 4, honestly. You know, I think that the Metroid games that are more quick to be like, okay, we got an entirely new setting here. You know, where these guys these guys aren't the Chozo at all. These guys are the X or Y, you know, they're the... Prime 2, I love the plot of Prime 2 and the setting of Prime 2 and the bird guys and all that crap. The moth people, they're moths, they're not birds. Kind of close in profile and like demeanor, but they're moths, the Luminoths. I love their whole vibe and how they are just like a new idea, as well as the Ing. I mean, I say I want new ideas, but also I'll say if the Ing do come back, I think that would be phenomenal. I really love the Light World, Dark World conceit of Prime 2. And, like, I think that a Light World, Dark World conceit in, like, let's say, Dread 2, or, like, the next 2D Metroid, I think that would be phenomenal. I think that would be really exciting if it was just like, hey, not sure how you protect these guys, honestly. I'm killing the enemies, like, as fast as I can, pretty much, but... I mean, maybe I could be freezing them or something. But that basically takes as much time as killing them do. Apparently, they have gotten dangerously low, so don't hit 0, I guess is the message here. Oh, right, I forgot that that's a mechanic there. Where when you zoom in on a guy who has, like, a weak point, you can, like, target their heart or something. That's a cool gimmick that I completely forgot about. Oh, you probably need at least 2. At least 3. At least 4 guys, if this cutscene is any indication. We might have been, like, borderline... You have to start over. We might have been closer to failure than we thought, actually. Huh. This train station goes right to the Leviathan. So long as this doesn't require any multi-missiles, which, fingers crossed, we can go beat this guy right now. I'm gonna do a save using the debug thing. Let's plow on. Come on. Oh. I gotta not get disoriented. Move quickly. Through the door. Apparently I'm immune to Phaaze, so that's good. It's a good thing to be. Here's another hand. That opens the station. Somewhere here you can call in your ship. And that creates like another fast travel point. I think it might be right here. Or probably through that passage or something. Whoa, what the fuck? Who's that dude? That dude, he kind of just looked like all the other dudes we've already seen and fought tons of. Except this dude... I mean, actually, I haven't tried this X-ray trick on all these dudes before, but this dude don't have a heart. These guys have hearts, though. Let me lock onto you. Asshole, stop running around. Dickhead. I always feel like the Wii was worse at handling aiming than you would think, right? Because on one hand, it kind of, you know, it's just like a light gun, right? It just, you point at the screen and shoot, but in any game where you have to sort of turn, it's a little more awkward than you think it would be, right? Because you have to, like, turn to the edges to actually turn your view. It's just, never been the most good way for a game to feel. You know, I think it says a lot that there never was like a fully high quality... That guy literally vanish? That guy can literally vanish. There never was like a super high quality ten out of 10 like 10 out of 10 traditional ass shooter for the Wii. It just didn't exist. It just never happened. The Conduit is like the closest you got, and like I wonder if the Conduit holds up. I never played the Conduits. Was the Conduit good? Do people like the Conduit, really? Or was it just like a, yeah, kinda works type situation? A good, like, 3 out of 5 game. That's what it looked like to me, a 3 out of 5. I mean, I'll say the obvious thing, which is, at the time the Conduit came out, I was not, like, made of money, you know? I wasn't buying every single game under the sun, sight unseen. I was buying the games that spoke to me. And the Conduit said nothing to me. And hell, I still mostly just play the games that speak to me.
Data received.
Sick. Blow that up, and let's go. So with this, we just fly right into it? We fly right into it, right? I'm remembering now. I remember we fly through this corridor into the thing. It's gonna be a long VOD. I'll tell you that right now. I'll say this, if we I think at this point, you know, we pretty much got everything sorted out, right? We got everything but the multi-missiles, and that's, you know, we'll find that. The question is, though, how necessary are those energy cells? How much do we really need? How many energy cells do we need to beat the game? How many energy cells to beat Metroid Prime? In Metroid Prime, there are a total of 14 energy tanks. You need to fully upgrade your energy cost and beat the game. Not energy cells, with a different item in the Metroid Prime series. Right, I said Metroid Prime, not Metroid Prime 2. The autocorrect said it. That was autocorrect. AI-generated answer. I guess you are technically correct. You need to collect 9. That's not true. You need 5 out of 9, says GameFAQs. Okay, Metroid.retropixel.net. You're misleading you're misleading the AI. You have misled the AI. You don't need that many. You just need 5. We got 2? Oh boy. That's not great. Smallest suggestion here. Make it so that you could just... Make it so you could start with a bunch. Make it so that you only need, like, 1. Or, make it so that they're all in the boss areas here. Again, these aren't suggestions out of nowhere. That's literally how Metroid Prime 2 randomizer works. No, I feel like, I'll say, like, all the suggestions, any suggestions I've had... what? Excuse me? Ah! X-ray, Pfizer. Cute. Cute. If this requires the multi-shot, multi-missile, we're going to have to come back later. Oh, it's Ridley. Hey. Cool. I forgot that you fought him again after the prologue. I guess he is the leader of the pirates. I guess he is the leader of the pirates. This is their home world. That only makes sense that he would be here to say what's up. I feel like Ridley, if we're talking like RTS, we're talking like an RPS-like faction. I guess he would be like a big hero unit. Be a pretty cool one. He's like big and hulking. You know, 12 foot, 15 foot. I don't know how tall he is exactly, but he's like giant in the way that I don't think necessarily I can think of any hero units that are that. Maybe he's saying, fire a missile at me. Fire a Phaaze missile at me. I'll say as far as other randomizers go, just like a random thought here. No. No. Okay, really not sure what the deal is with Ridley when he rears up. Hang on. What do you do when Ridley rears up onto all fours? Metroid Prime 3. Meta Ridley? Is this Meta Ridley? Omega Ridley. Wikitroid. Okay. This will be okay. Oh, it's from the fandom. Let me do the thing, which is you take fandom and you change it to anti-fandom, so you don't have to deal with ads. Cool. Very good. Metroid Wiki has its own website separate from fandom. Oh, hey. It'll also tell you when there's an unaffiliated non-fandom wiki that you can support instead. That's very handy. Okay. Oh, this kind of looks like a stub to me. His weaknesses are his mouth and his chest that can be ripped open with the grapple laser after he is stunned. After he is defeated, you get a thing. Yes, I know, but there's another phase. Let's see here. Okay, the anti-fandom version seems to have more info anyway, so that's nice. Let's see. Rip off the armor and attack the thing. Our Mega Riddle's armor will be destroyed. He will generate a phasite armor. The X-ray visor must be used. Oh, right, yeah. That thing. Forgot about that. I guess that's like the major mechanic you got just recently, so you should probably use it. They literally did like a tutorial just to be like, hey, remember, use the X-ray here against this Phaaze guy. The plant, look at the plants. A little bit awkward, though. Oh, we should probably get him into the vulnerable mode. And then X-ray him. There we go. Vulnerable mode, then X-ray. Another game I have on my list for randomizers is I wouldn't mind doing the Link's Awakening remake. That game was... I'll say it wasn't my favorite, right? Like, I found it to be quite confusing, but with a map tracker, And randomization, I bet I might like it more. I bet I might actually enjoy it like more than I did. He's flying around now. Use radar. Tell me he's gonna land. Damn it. These strafing runs are awkward to fight against. I injected a tank. The tank makes me blind to where he is. Also, so... Okay, he did land, and I killed him. Perfect. That's what I wanted. That's all I ever wanted. The dark tumor has really grown a bit. There's a missile. I'll say if these 3 objectives are not like secretly the way, and kind of looks like they might not be. Then, you know, I mean, I think let's get the last boss done, but, you know, if that turns out to be not enough, then I think I'll call an audible and say, like, okay, well, I don't know, we're finding like 3 more canisters somewhere in the world. I mean, we'll continue to do these checks, but like, they could be anywhere. Could even be on the ship, far as I know. Still, I think if I beat all these guys, I would feel perfectly accomplished. I would feel like we did a thing. And, you know, even if we don't head up over to Phaaze and finish the fight, I feel like that's borderline fine and, you know, understandable given the fact that we did have half the world reset on us for reasons. It's cool in this game that 3 different plants were hit by... 3 different plants were hit by the seeds. And also one was almost hit by a seed, but then was averted in the first cutscene. You know, considering that that's kind of the plot of Prime 1 and 2, both of them got hit by their own seeds. I wonder... Metroid Prime... What are you doing here, buddy?
Most of the pirates have retreated underground, but you'll still need to stay on guard through these sections.
You're here now? This is like their homeworld, you know? But whatever, you know, hey, you're enforcing the law or whatever, you know? Shit. You guys are on our side, so I support you, I guess. I mean, I guess I'll say we only need 5 of 9, so, you know, there's actually more copies of the canisters than there are, like, the move that we're looking for as well, right? There's, you know, there's 7 in the world right now, and we need 3 of them. I don't know if that's harder or less hard than finding 1 out of 4, or 1 out of 3 of the item that we're looking for. Another progressive missile. Let's pop into the space station. We have enough to, at least to pop 1 into the thing. And, that'll at least get us somewhere in there. And maybe we can pop a second one and we can scan some things and see what's up. Maybe it'll give us hints as to where some other ones are that we can get. And if we know where they are, we can go get them. But other than that, like, yeah, we just need to head to Elysium and do a bunch of Elysium business. Do a bunch of Sky Temple stuff. Twisting, another thing that a Wiimote needs to do that, I don't know how you do on a controller, like, on a per game, on, like, a general basis. We're looking to do, like, a Wii Online type thing. Would Wii Online be redundant? The Wii was already online. Unlike the SNES and the N64 and the original consoles. Hyper Missile is on an unknown location? What the hell? What? I mean, I already got Hyper Missile. Also, you know what? Ha! Those are hints for the items that we included. We started with. Because, right, we reset the thing and I set it up so that I started with half the items. The ones that I got before getting hopelessly soft-locked. So I guess all those are just marked as, unknown location. Well, at this point, I got just about everything, so jot that down. Not sure why it turns red here, but this is relatively minor as far as visual issues go. Connected to hangar security system. This is just default. I don't think this is actually correct. Can't get up there, right? We need the elevator to power on the things to do that. And, you know, we could do that, I guess. Oh, hang on. With some cheese, I think we can do it. Alright, saved energy cell. Unfortunately, it's not another energy cell, so it's just missiles. That's fine. I mean, hey, that saves us 2 energy cells that we wouldn't have used anyway, for what it's worth, but, you know. Whatever, right? It's interesting that this game starts you out with the double jump. I guess maybe on some level they were just tired of making geometry that was only traversable with... Fuck. That required just one jump to do. You know, it just gives you less range in developing spaces. You know, like, oh, you have to put a platform between these two platforms versus they can just be a little bit more scattered if you have double jump to begin with. I mean, I say that. It could have just been in, like, the first level somewhere really early on. But, they really just didn't fancy using it. I wonder if Prime... Right here. Pork ball bomb. There we go. I wonder if Prime 4 will be on time. I say on time. As if it has a date. I wonder if it'll be next year. I'll say this. I do not think it'll be at launch. I do not think Prime will be a Switch 2 launch game. I think Switch 2 will be in March, like the Switch 1. And I think that, Prime 4 will be a holiday release. Is this the thing? That's kind of the one of the difficult things with this. You have to remember which ones are critical path and which ones aren't. Which energy holes. Grapple. We got that one. What else you got? If I'm looking at these are not specific enough. These are not giving us good hints. These are hints to where they were originally, the vanilla locations. Not their actual locations. Okay, I'm gonna energy tank and just kill these guys. Well, if I'm not mistaken, I don't see any other holes to put my thing in. My energy cell in. My one energy cell that I have left. There's just one hole for it, so let's go put our energy cell into that specific hole. I should be more careful as I'm saying words. There's multiple ways to interpret, you know? To avoid the purple guys, I'm just gonna walk past them. See, this is what I meant. This is the hole that I'm going to insert this energy thing in. Energy cell. See, if you use the specific words, it's a lot less, ambiguous. A lot less, suggestive. You know? You got it. It's cool. Understood. See, I put my thing in that thing and then the elevator turned on. That's how elevators work. Oh, I got another energy cell. Nice. I can't wait to put it in a thing. I'm gonna put it in a thing and then, that thing will turn on. Alright, shit. We got a third energy cell. How about that? We need to find 2 more. I'll say we've been going for like 8.5 hours as far as the run goes. There was a false start at the start, so really all things considered, we've probably been going for more like 9.5 hours. And also, there was some technical difficulty as well, so, you know, add that up. As far as the VOD goes, I'm going to cut out a good chunk of that, so, you know, shouldn't have that to worry about. So, we're like maybe 9 hours in, tops. I will say, as a good rule of thumb, important to always... As far as, like, YouTube VODs go, they can only be, like, 12 hours, so that's, like, a hard out. That's, like, the hard out that I have here. Otherwise, I'm perfectly good to spend all day, you know. I went to HEB the other day, on Saturday, and I got some spaghetti, and I cooked it. And then, we'll need to... clear what we need here. We need the missile thing. And I had a big plate of spaghetti before the stream. Is this critical path or is that critical path? Hang on 1 second. Google. How many energy tanks do you need? You have to use them in the right places. Okay, instructions. Energy cells. Let me just get a quick FAQ. This is the Valhalla Metroid Prime 3. How about IGN? Let's see now. The fuck? This is kind of like a stub. If you want to get the game over with, please click here. Okay, here we go. GFS Part 1. Use it for the bridge. Oh, these are like showing you where they were in the original game. That's not... No, that's not helpful. What I need to know is, like, where do I put them to avoid not wasting them? So... Okay, part 2. This is more places where you find them, the energy cells. IGN is like one of the only places where you can find FAQs these days. And they're... You know what? Fuck IGN. Give me game facts. Give me game facts! Game facts. Prime 3. That'll be it. That'll be it. A nice text document that doesn't reload when you scroll it down. That's what I need right now. Look at them. There's like so many energy cell FAQ. That sounds good. Where to find them? Okay, do you have how to use them? You need 5 energy cells to gain access to the final area, and 3 if you use a glitch. I wonder if that's in date. I don't know how old this FAQ is. Okay, let's go to... Let me try a different guide. I'll try the most recommended guide. I'll search for, find in page. Valhalla. Exploring the Valhalla. Exploring the Valhalla. Okay. So you scan the thing, you continue, you melt the rock. You could use both your things to do a thing. That's not what we did. Missile the broken blast door, face the onset of hoppers. Ship missile expansion. Gets far down. Oh no. Put an energy saw into the slot and head through the door. There's some wind. I take the blue door. Take the energy tanks. Head back to Junction A. Take the green door. Back to Junction A. Are we in Junction A? Port's observation deck. Where is Junction A? Can I just see a full map of the Valhalla? That would help. If I could just see Valhalla full map. Prime 3. I just want to see, like, oh, this is really good. Okay, beyond those two doors, still one Metroid Hatcher. Okay, it looks like on the left, that's the way forward here. Though there is a bunch behind this door, actually. Weirdly enough. But, like... Wait. No, you come in through here. No, wait, I'm misunderstanding here. I'm misreading the map. I came up through B. I came up through... Okay, through here is the thing. I go through here. This door is the door. Okay, that's all I need to know. There's kind of multiple routes, it looks like. I wish I had the ability to show my phone right now, but I didn't set that up in the randomizer scene. Excuse me for not doing. I need to set that up in every scene so that it works across the board, except for starting soon / the break scene. That one doesn't need it, but everything else, it would be good if it had it. Oh, fuck yeah. Another energy cell. These are extremely well placed, I'll say. Gotta say, these are making it more and more likely that we will finish tonight. I'll say that, I'll say that. We just have the devil's luck here? Or does the randomizer know that you want to be able to finish it? And gives you plenty of cells to do whatever you need. Once you have enough. Get in. There's something in that room. Might want to double check what's there. But I don't think there's anything we can do here. We don't have 2 energy cells. And also... it is what it is, you know? What the fuck? I can at least put one of them in right now, I guess. One of the energy cells. That wouldn't hurt. Hash that in right now, but... Point at the screen. Turn. And... Yeah, no. We have 4. We've gotten 4. We need to find one more. I'm curious about that last thing that's in this this area. Right? Like, if that could be... What are the odds that that's the last thing that... the last one? Probably not too high. Probably we got really lucky with these two. And, you know, we should just count our lucky stars that, like, you know, there's 5 energy cells left in the game, and we need one more to finish. So that's better chances, better, we have better chances of finding that than we do of finding the last thingamajig, the last, item. You can't, like, pull them after you've put them in, right? Yeah, no, it's permanent. Permanent. For this room, is this like a requires you to use those 2 type situation? No, this isn't even... This room doesn't even have anything in it. Doesn't even have a thing. Ball track on the ceiling. Albeit. If I could get one more energy cell from here, if that were to be possible. Well, if it is, it's not in this hole. It's gotta be, you have to get up there, right? There is a ball track coming from the outside, coming from another room. Coming from around the way. Hang on, though. What about over here? Nah, this ain't it. This ain't nothing. This is lore. I can see my character's reflection. I think the question I have to ask is, can we at least see what it is and see that it is not anything I really need? I can't see it. So, no, I can't confirm. It's nothing. But what I can probably say with authority is that whatever it is, it requires you to use your remaining tanks, get to it, and that is a waste. So, yeah, we need to just boogie. That is not how we want to use our energy tanks. Making progress towards, you know, something that isn't even required. Or might require the quadruple shot, the multi-missile. Also a possibility. Don't mind me. Just on my way. I guess like a beast faction, like a monster faction, might be how you do that in like a Metroid. You know, oh, I know, you do an X faction. That's how you do it. You do like an X faction. And that would be like all the monsters, all the generic monsters that are mindless in like Metroid. And that would, you know, map right onto like an RTS thing, you know, just yeah, they're the Zerg. They have one resource, one type of egg spawnling type, and it evolves into whatever you want it to be. That makes sense. That tracks. Let's go. Cool. I guess I'll say, thinking back on the YouTube thing, I still am, you know, seeing that there's a lot of views and likes on that last video, on one of the last shorts. I do wonder if some amount of commenters are like, you know, sometimes what they're saying don't make sense to me, and I don't know what they mean, you know. And sometimes it's like oh, are you you know, they'll say like the name of a person, for instance. Maybe in that case it's probably legitimate, but you know, I gotta wonder, right? Like, some of these could be bots just trying to look like humans for some reason, you know, just trying to build up a history of saying things on comments that is like, you know, appears plausible. I guess it'd be weird if like a sudden onrush of bots just like made the algorithm think that I don't know. I'm just saying, I'm still looking at that one comment on the video about how I got through a gap good as Small Mario that said genius, and I'm wondering like, are they just giving me way too much credit, or what's the deal there? I don't get it. What if I could missile that? I don't get it. Whatever. Moving on. There seems to be something in there, but you know, like I've said earlier, there's just one thing to find, and it could be in 4 places. So let's just wander around and look around. Literally, it probably cannot be in a place where we can't get to it. I mean, actually, I guess it could be behind its own logic. You know, only one copy of it needs to strictly be in logic, but probably we can find it. And so long as that's true, we can just sort of relax and, you know, we should. Odds are good we'll find it. Again, there's 3 copies. Did I say 4 copies? I meant 3. There's 3 copies of the thing we need. There's 5 copies of the energy cell we need. Spares, you know. The odds are in our favor. We should find it. I'll say this is the first time this seed we're going here. But it is worth noting that we did explore a good deal before. We just got super soft-locked. That city ended up being, coming here to Cloud City, ended up being just a city of soft-locks. And, you know, yeah, by the end of that we were entirely trapped And no, we should feel very lucky that with Boost Ball, with a couple other items that we've gotten, we cannot get softlocked now. It's impossible. We can relax, we can chill, we can just do whatever we please. We need to be careful about rooms that are locked behind the one item we don't have. But, like, that's not gonna happen. A multi-missile lock. I mean, I guess if we go in the room that would give you the multi-missile, that would be like the one softlock that we could run into if we entered that room prematurely. I say prematurely. If we entered it without any such missile. That guy really doesn't know what he's in for now. Not only do I have the scan visor that can see invisible motherfuckers, you know, while they go and hide and shit, I also have, like, the best beam in the game, so dude is just gonna get lasered down if, we get into the fight with him. That is nothing, but we'll grab it anyway. Just to get it off the map. That'd be another hyper grapple. If we hadn't found the hyper grapple where we already found it, we would have gotten it there. And I'll say, like, obviously everything that we started with was taken out of the checks as well. So, like, the only thing we can find are the things that we already found in the seed, if that makes sense. But you know, that isn't to say that it's not interesting. I think it's really interesting, speaking of interesting, that in the randomizer, in the quality of life changes that were included in the thing, they sped up that so tremendously. There's a thing right here. Progressive missile! Oh, fuck! That's it! Progressive missile, that's the... We now have the multi-missile. We have everything. Except for one energy cell. You know, I think we might be able to forego one of the seeds if we really want to at this point. Like, defeating the seeds seems like it's not the primary objective. Seems like the primary objective is getting energy cells and the moves that you need to get the energy cells and get to the place where you spend them and, you know, that sort of thing. There's the energy cell! We have go mode! It's... I'll say, I don't love leaving a, area incomplete. I don't love that, I'll say. But... I just, activate this thing. What happens if I activate it before the fight? I don't love just, skipping a whole chunk of the game here. You know, and not necessarily, completing a chapter. But it looks like we can just finish the game now. It looks like we could just finish the game, if we so please. It's overlapping. Oh, that's awkward. You are not supposed to be able to do that before you fight the boss. Really, for sure, for sure. Is that half pipe being there gonna be a problem for you, my guy? Well, shit. I could go end right now. I do think... Or I could go, like, I do feel like it's kind of a shame that we didn't free this planet. That we didn't do the thing here. But... I feel like that's just, you know, something that's a point of feedback for the developers of the randomizer, you know, just, hey, could you make it so that the energy cells are, you get them from the bosses, the major bosses, so that you could just have it so that those bosses are the main clear condition, rather than just, like, randomly stumbling upon the right cells at the right time. I feel like that could be arranged, and if that were arranged, it would be great. But, you know, whatever. Let's just go back and finish then. Folks, we're in go mode. We got everything we need. In fact, we got it right here, so we really should have turned around once we collected that thing, rather than barrel on forward. I think we're in go mode. We have all the items, we have all the energy cells. If it turns out we need to beat all the seeds to go to the ending, then, you know, we'll go do that. Why not? But, like, yeah, we got all the items. We got all the, energy that we need. Alright, that's how you build the bomb. You take that and you put it in a thing. Multiple pieces there that you string together over the course of, the thing. If we had to do this area, it would be a simple matter of talking to the robot. Okay, how long would it take to do this area? We talk to the AI. Then we collect those pieces. There's like 3 of them or something. We don't have anything in our way, and I think in some cases where you would have to usually get items, we can just go directly to the thing in question, the part in question. So it might be that would be relatively quick if we had to. But we don't have to. Oh, and we might have to fight this guy. The robot guy. If we were to have to backtrack. But I don't think we do. Since we don't activate the guy, the AI guy. Since we don't activate the robots. We also don't activate, since we don't activate the big brain, we don't activate the robot fight with the mercenary robot, mech guy. He's kind of a robot in a mech suit. It's cool. He's a cool fellow. We're not gonna see him. And, then we would just grab those parts and do a thing. But all that's not required because we have go mode. We have go mode. First we have to go to the alien ship thing. We need to insert one more battery into a hole. Boop, boop. That's cool. We need to insert one more battery into one more hole. And then we need to get the access code. Once we have the access code, we can go back to Pirate Homeworld and we can do a thing. Yeah, didn't the ship go get destroyed like right around Norian? So why is the debris like way over there? I don't really understand what the I'll say I'm not really sure what the Valhalla is, where it came from, Hole 9, the backstory of it. I guess I could read one of the wiki pages I looked up during this whilst trying to work that out, but it's fine. I'm you know, I'll say, like, I definitely read the lore and the scans, and, you know, I thought all that crap was cool, but it has been, like, a good number of years since I actually read it, versus just, like, you know, letting it exist in my mind, my memory, you know? Looks like stepping on those guys damaged me, and then they dropped enough health that it undamaged me. Isn't that nice? I'm gonna avoid as much fighting as I can here. I am very curious if Metroid Prime 4 ends up good. I feel like with its tortured development cycle, with its, like, jumping from team to team, with its, like, you know, complete restart, pretty much a complete restart. I don't know if they 100% restarted, or just, like, 55% restarted, but, you know, there's been so much that game has been struggling with that I don't know it comes out the other end clean as a whistle. I don't know that we see a Metroid Prime 4 and it's immaculate, you know? I feel like more likely it's gonna come out and it's gonna be a bit of a shit show. I feel like we have a Duke Nukem Forever on our hands. I guess it depends on, like, how much the Team Switch helped, you know? If Duke Nukem Forever was done by... Actually, wasn't Duke Nukem Forever, like, acquired by... Started off history with some team, and wasn't acquired by another team, and then finished by that other team. And, yeah, it was terrible. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like it might be a Duke Nukem Forever situation there. This is not the way. I'm just curious what's over here. How curious am I? How curious am I, though? I guess is the question. Am I like 5-minute door load? Curious? Yeah, I'm decently curious. That might be an energy cell that you could get in addition. Hang on, can I scan that? Oh, it's locked into place. You could put in another one if you wanted to waste it. I don't. Okay. That's a room from the tutorial thing. I'll say, whilst doing some basic testing for, like, Metroid Prime 3 for this stream, like, before randomization even, I did test doing through the whole basic layout. I was I'll say I was testing, like, a controller setup. Like, before I got the Wiimotes working, I tested, like, oh, what would it feel like on a controller? And I went through the whole first area with a standard controller. And it's a little bit clunky, but doable. I was very ready to say, like, okay, well, if I can't get the Wiimotes working, then we'll just do it this way. But fortunately, with some messing around with it, and using older Wiimotes specifically and not newer ones, you know, not ones with Motion Plus, I was able to get it work, and the rest is the last 9 hours, pretty much. The rest is just the last 9 hours, evidenced by the last 9 hours, I guess. 9-10 if you include the false start. Like I said, I'm going to take out the part where everything was screwy. I'm not going to take off the Softlock City part. That will be in there. But there will be a very obvious timestamp for, like, when we get out of Softlock City. And, now as you're watching, you might recognize, like, oh, more and more, this is all fucked. How do I fight this guy? Ah. X-ray visor. Brilliant. That wasn't... I remember these guys being a big thing in the Pirates' homeworld. I guess whatever part of the Pirates' homeworld they appear in, we didn't go to. Regardless, let's carry forward. Let's get this code. If it tells us we still have to beat the seeds, then, whoa, look at that. That's weird. Between those rooms, all the screen went red. There's some minor graphical issues here with this graphic settings. I'll say, what I need to cut out to start a stream was like 10-20 minutes where I tried to get the game to render properly. I'll tell you, the rendering settings I had by default work just fine with, what? Why do I need a number? Oh, hey. There's a number. 78356. 7, 8, 3, 9, 6. What? 78356. 7, 8, 3, 5, 6. 5, not 9.
Data log entry. Our efforts to repel the space pirate boarding force have failed. They have successfully removed the primary. It is vital that the severing a large bioform is created. Implant sentient darkness coming.
Okay, there's the message. What about the data points? I guess this is where it used to live. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. For some reason it left its pirates mainframe here. Nice of them. That's good. Oh, I guess maybe this is like an attack ship or something that embedded itself into the side here. Why can't we get this information out of the other attack ship that we have access to? I don't know, but we might be able to head to the finale now. We just have to walk all the way back go to the pirate homeworld, and, you know, go from there. I'm very curious if this is actually the way. If it turns out it's more of a false start, then, you know, we'll go and do the other planet and finish that off. But I'm thinking that looks like... It really looks like the pirate code is all we need. From when we were there before, it was saying, hey, go get the pirate code. So, yeah, I think we are, like, in super go mode now. The timestamps on the VOD, if you're watching the VOD later, timestamps will be more clear. Like, you'll probably see, if we aren't in go mode, you'll see, like, oh, finishing the last... Back to Cloud City. Back to Cloud City. Back to whatever the... I think I would use the actual Cloud City's name. Back to Cloud City's name. Sky thing. Skyloft. I don't know. It's not Skyloft, that's Zelda. Back there. Finish that chapter. And then after that, there'd be another chapter like, you know, actually finishing the damn game. Phaaze in actuality. But, if I'm not mistaken, the next chapter is probably just fucking endgame, let's go. Or to Phaaze planet. I'll think about what I call that later. What it's labeled on. What the label of the timestamp is. It's not something I decide in the moment. Something that I can think about later on, and it's fine. Electricity. Go. Cool. What happens if you get the pirate code? Oh, I guess there's like a barrier there that requires you to... There's like a barrier at some point that stops you from proceeding unless you have the energy thing, right? Yes, you have to have the energy thing in order to get to the place where you get on board the guy. So that would require you to finish the chapter, and presumably in the original game, all the previous chapters as well. But in the randomizer, there is no such precaution. There's no such requirements. Really, we finished those chapters kind of low-key out of charity, I guess. Really, we have just left Elzia to fend for its own devices there. And we haven't even been to whatever that is. Okay. This is all still go mode, by the way, unless I see evidence that there needs to be going back to another chapter to do it. Going back to SkyTown to do that, it would get another timestamp. I mean, this is just sort of travel time, you know? It doesn't really need to be split up into, like, travel time on the space station, travel time on the pirate homeworld. Where the hell was that thing, anyway? I sort of found it by, like, accident last time. So there's this whole sequence. Right, okay. There's the mining site. Did the mining site have the, I think I'm remembering. It's like the main power room. I think it's actually probably faster to, not come from here. I think we went through the main power room where... I think I can find my way. I think I can find it. We went through a big power room that we get in through... We go to command center. We go to the top. We go into some pipes. And then we, or just go from there, I guess. It's, getting pretty cold in this apartment. I like it cold at night, and my hands are, like, freezing now. It's, chilly. It's chilly. I'll say when I'm not on stream, I usually just, I like it cold, yes, but also I like to bundle up, you know? I like to get under some nice cozy blankets, and, you know, during the winter especially, I'll say I brought out a second blanket. I not just have one blanket here to, snuggle under, but actually two whole blankets. They're both green, so it actually would chroma out, maybe, depending. I'm not sure. Yellow chroma's out, so you would think green would also, but probably depends on the green. Not. Good use of time, but we're just riding an elevator. Okay, yeah, definitely chroma's out a good deal. This one do. What about the other one? This one's sort of an olive green. This one is sort of just a bluish green. Now, this one doesn't chroma at all. This one is the same below and above the line at which it chroma keys. I don't chroma key anything under, like, this level for this camera because, my couch takes up the whole scene. The whole, like, it's all couch. It's all solid. It's all... None of it needs to be transparent. So it makes more sense to just have it be visible. I think, at least, anyway. So long as it's visible, I can have shirts that have green decals on them and it not be a problem. Which is cool. Can't have green shirts though. Anything above the elbow is too high, too like I need a nice safe zone just so that never will the green be on the green screen be below the line, even if the camera pans up a little bit. Okay, this isn't the room. The difference. Energy room. This is... What I need is the room where you get the green. Oh, this is it. This is it. This is the room. Alright, and where was the big... guy? I don't think it was that way. I think the green was a thing. Check the map here. I think it was this way. So a little bit tricky because I killed the guy and I don't remember. But maybe. This looks like a train to an unknown area. That's where we need to go, the unknown area. Yep, this is it. I'm gonna do one of those funny saves from the help menu. And then let's do it. Assuming that we have all we need and it allows us to just go to endgame right here.
Samus, we have gained control. Now we'll be able to open a... It's time to end this. Once you rendezvous with the fleet, I look forward to fighting along...
Alright, yeah. So we just go to a thing. We have to do a thing. It's not, we're still not there, technically, but... He sounds like he's pretty serious. Let's see if what he says is true. Let's see if we're good to go. Just go finish the game and crap. I mean, I'll say the obvious, which is that it's good that this game doesn't, like... It's good that the randomizer doesn't, like, put the vanilla requirements for getting each world as, like, a thing, right? Not making it so, like, oh, you know, you have to defeat this world to go to the next one. I forget how you get to the pirate home world. I think it's, like, a whole thing, isn't it? Isn't it, like, a whole thing where after you finish the last world, you get the coordinates for pirate world? I forget how that works, but I don't think you usually start with it on your map. It's nice that everything starts as open as it can be, you know, given the items you start with. But, at the same time, I'd love to have a choice of like, clear conditioned. That's gotta be my refrain as far as, like, improvements that can be made. Like, better softlocked protection. Just literally warp me back home. Warp me to my origin. Warp me to the nearest or the last place I docked my ship. Or the start of the game if there is no such location. I could have just gone through here, gone through the double doors. Remember the double doors. That's what I should have done. I forgot about the double doors. The airlock. That would have been faster than the way we went. Alas. Better softlock protection. If softlock protection... If, like, softlock protection is the whole reason there is, like, a system like this, a whole special menu, then a teleport would be the best option to be, like, 100% safe. You know. Or, I guess, like, to be 1,000% safe, you could also do, like, a save reversion system, or, like, oh, just scroll back through your progress and rewind to when you had everything you needed. But, that's silly. That'd be a lot of work to implement, and, no one would want to do that way. I mean, maybe you'd do that in a modern game, right? You'd have, like, revert to an older save, a system like that. I think some games have worked like that in the past. I mean, certainly some games just save, like, as many copies as you want. Here we go! Folks, we're going to Phaaze. It's the end of the game. It's the end of the game timestamp that just passed. If you clicked that timestamp at some point during the part where I was walking around from this pirate ship to the one Leviathan to the back to my ship and to the whole thing, you didn't miss anything. It was just, walking. What the fuck? If you click forward at it from any other point, well, we're at the end. And we got all the items too, so that much is straightforward. Whee! Yay! We did it! Woo! This is pretty much just like a... This is not a cutscene. This is not automatic. This is not free. But I think, if I recall, this is the freest final boss in a Metroid Prime there has ever been. You are in Phaaze mode the entire time. I wonder how that works, since we never went to the part of the game that made it so it starts overloading. You're in Phaaze the entire time, so you can't get hurt? Is that right? How does it work difficulty-wise, though? Do we have health? Even though we'll be in Phaaze mode, we'll be in hyper mode? Where did all these ships come from, also, the enemy ships? Aren't they, like, organic beings? Maybe they got, like, some space pirate ships to be, like, their air force, their space force. Anyway, we're gonna head down, we're gonna shoot some guys, we're basically gonna go through a linear sequence without any frills, really. We're gonna fight Dark Sammy, who we haven't really seen all game. She's just sort of, well, I'll say vanilla style. You might have seen more of her. We saw her twice when her ghost left dead bounty hunters, but yeah. Here we go. I am pressing A. I am pressing A. I think we're just in Phaaze mode from here on out. Venting energy tanks. Okay, I guess we just have, like... You can see now, we have, like, a meter that is going to charge up. And I guess we need to keep on firing it. Oh, it doesn't seem to be, going down as I fire. I guess I just have an infinite supply of, Looks like I just have an infinite supply, and also, that slowly rising meter is gonna be my health. I mean, I'll say, this is also a very un-Metroid-y thing to do at the end of the game, I think. Is just, like, take away... You know, you spend the game gaining energy tanks and just stocking up on all that crap. And at the very end of the game, it's like, hey, don't worry about that. You're good. Don't worry about that. You just have infinite health, infinite ammo. I'd say infinite ammo. Well... Oh, I do have a missile count. I do have missiles. I do see that I am spending my missiles to fire them. I have hundreds, though, so it's fine. I think I could maybe do this and, like, give these guys my energy if I want to unload. That seems to be the only way to, like, get rid of energy right now, is by transferring it around. I've finished this game maybe, like, 4 or 3 to 5 times, I would say, in my life. You know, so I'm not gonna say, like, oh, I'm an expert of this area. I've been here so many times. Like, I've been here a bunch, but it's not, like, etched into my memory, you know, like, say, for instance, a Paper Mario section would be. Especially since I've gone through the randomizer a bunch of times in the last couple years for Paper Mario. Like, Paper Mario is just permanently in there. I haven't done a Paper Mario randomizer in a minute, though. Wouldn't mind going back to that at some point. Doing some PM rando. Oh yeah, I said before we could have backed out as soon as we got the last item, but I forgot that the last item was not the last item. The energy cell was the last item I actually needed. Yeah. That was like a half hour ago, so you probably don't understand without the context. I'm talking about back when I got the this is so long ago, it doesn't, how can I even explain? Back when I got, should I even explain? I'm gonna try. What else am I gonna do right now? Back when I got the multi-missile, I got an energy cell right after. And then later as I was backtracking, I passed where I got the multi-missile and was like, oh, I guess I could have turned around right here. But no, I couldn't have, because I wouldn't have had the energy cell, which was the actual thing that I actually needed. The multi-missile didn't end up factoring in at all, actually. It was just sort of a lucky, I say a lucky coincidence. It was just something I got, like, seconds before I got the actual last thing I needed. And clearly, it would have made no fucking difference in this fight. Honestly, you could go here from the start of the game if you started out with all items, right? Like, if you started the game with all items but no missile expansions, no energy packs, nothing like that, you could just go here. I don't even know if you need anything, just enough to open. I guess all you need is enough to open the thing. You need all the energy packs. You need enough to open the, You need energy packs, you need hyper mode, you need enough to get to where it is, the hyper mode thing, which might be kind of tricky, honestly. Like, it is pretty deep in pirate territory. Like a whole adventure to get there usually, vanilla style. You probably require quite a lot. Is it out of pocket to say, like, Phaaze is a little bit disappointing compared to, like... I don't know. It's just so... Because you've, you know, spent this whole game getting, like, more and more Phaaze-ed and getting all this crap, by the time you get here, you're just... Well, even before, at the start of the game, when you have this much Phaaze, this mode is overpowered, but... You're just basically... It's stress-free in a way that, like, say the Dark World in Metroid Prime 2 isn't, right? Like, this is 1,000 times more lax and more whatever than the Dark World. Or even the original Phaaze mines from the original game. The original Metroid Prime. What the fuck? Oh! Haha. I was looking at that going like, what the hell is that? That is the mouth of a Metroid. Oh, hang on. Is this what I think it is? No, it's not like a, This is a shoot the guys and use your aiming skills one last time. Cool, whatever. I thought it would be multi-missiles for a second, but I guess those are still not available in this mode. I mean, I guess I'll say that I've always found the boss fights of the final boss fights in Metroid Prime 1, Metroid Prime 2 to be extremely fucking brutal. To the point where, you know, famously the Morph Ball Guardian is like the most famous hard-ass boss fight in the series. But I've always found, like, the original Ridley from Metroid Prime 1 to be the actual biggest fucker. And, I'll just go ahead and say, I'll just go ahead and admit it here on stream right now. I have never beaten Meta Ridley. Don't think I ever have. So I've never seen a Mega Ridley. I've always just gotten to the point of that fight and gone like, okay, well, I can't beat it. I'm done. Out. Later. That was a weird thing. There's a lot of good weird things in this world, but they're all, entirely non-challenging. Because we have infinite energy, and our only danger is if we overload on energy. So, you know, we're just constantly pooping it out, and we'll, get by. Kinda looks like a Metroid, that thing. Oh, what am I doing? I'm thinking just in terms of, like, giving or taking energy away. This is a yank situation. No, you guys, I'm actually need to give away my energy, so jot that down. I wonder if these guys are working in reverse, giving energy rather than taking it, considering the whole nature of this part of the game. Where'd that fucking fish go? This guy takes a lot of damage. Am I meant to kill him, or am I meant to move on? Can I grapple this guy? Possible. Meant to just move on from here. Or to Attack the fish from multiple angles. There it goes. Okay, so that depletes my energy. Collecting those things. Health guys. Here's Dark Samus, famously from Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And, you know, Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3. This is the end of Dark Samus. This battle, so far, very reminiscent of the previous battles with Dark Samus in Metroid Prime 2, let me say. I've played Prime 2 probably more times than Prime 3, I'll say. Definitely for sure. And I played the Randomizer a couple times as well for Prime 2, so, you know, more fresh on the memory. Am I supposed to shoot that? You know, now that I've been all phased up, and I know that you're basically invulnerable when you're phased up, I don't know why Dark Samus isn't basically invulnerable. I'm basically invulnerable. What's she doing wrong? What is it doing wrong? That it can't be basically invulnerable. I guess maybe we're technically building energy up on it. You know, that is a thing in this, is that the Phaaze guys, they're only immune. You have to hit them with their own energy sometimes, in some way, to, like, bust through. So maybe it is a situation of, like, yeah, we're just overloading this thing. That's how you destroy Phaaze, is by fighting fire with fire, as it were. I like the charge beam on the the hyper mode, especially. That's just it's real good. It's real good. I like how they all spill out of the gun, like, at different angles, but all, like, converge as they go. Can I grapple and do like an energy transfer thing? No, I cannot. Not this form, at least. Doesn't look like these ones either. Those guys are giving me, like, health healy thingies, so that's diminishing my thing. That's just how you do in this fight. It's really not a challenge. Kind of a gimme. You know, like, really, you can't prepare more energy for this fight than what it gives you. You know, it's not like, oh, if I do the whole game, I'll have an easier fight because I'll have more energy. Like, nope, not how it works. You'd think, but no. Really not that funny, Dark Samus. You're losing pretty badly. In a normal FPS, aiming at guys in the air is, like, not the most difficult thing in the world, but it's still, like, kind of annoying. In this one, where, like, you sort of have to move to the top of the screen and, like, wait for Samus to, like, pan upwards, it's kind of hard to track, just left, right, even. Up, down, that's, like, even more of a problem. Like, left to its own devices, it will return to a nice horizontal plane, right? Just looking straight forward vertically. But as far as up and down goes, it's like, no, you have to sort of force it to be up there. You have to sort of put your cursor in a position where it wants to stay up there. He's just about dead. There we go. There's like another thing here, like a big Metroid or something, right? A big mother brain, there we are. Right, the mother brain that was stolen from, the Valhalla. I'm a little bit high in energy right now. That's not great. I could scan. Damage core to... Okay. I'm not sure if I need to be getting these Metroids, these Dark Samuses. Okay, just shoot him. Okay, rip open brain. Oh, that does good damage. Okay, worth noting that, like, doing my spider ball thing doesn't necessarily, like, heal myself, but killing these things is giving me some extra energy that is taking me down a scotch. Ow. Get hit, don't get hit. So should we kill these things? We try to shoot the thing. Looks like they just fade away in time anyway, but I'm just gonna hazard a guess and say that they might be good policy to kill them. Might give us something that we need. Shot him. Now its holes are open to us. Or like whack-a-mole here, whack-a-hole. Okay. Ow, ow, ow. We got some ammo, I guess. Doesn't super help us, though. This is really too close for comfort, I gotta say. This is all... That bar is just way too, high for my liking. But, looks like we did it. Just... Boom! Okay. Cool. Oh, those look like health things. That looks like an additional phase. Yeah, it's not even that much. God. Ah! Back of the neck. I see it. Fuck. I feel like this whole thing might be a big endurance battle. And like fair, but also, I don't know. This is a really long boss to have to do again. I'll say that much. And all you can do is just shoot into its... All you can do is shoot into its weak point. That's all there is. There's no... There's nothing else. There's no health gain. No way of getting rid of the energy. No. Come on! Yes! Yes! Fuck! Oh my god, we were so close to the red there. So close to that bar being full. That was closer. That was more difficult than I was anticipating as a final thing. Oh jeez. Oh jeez.
Sir, we have confirmed unstable energy spikes in multiple locations on
Well, time?
It's accelerating.
Time.
It's going to explode. Order the fleet to disengage and prepare to
Yeah, that's
activate the Leviathan's warp field.
where's my start pause? Here's my stop pause. Time. Little less than 10 hours. Now, I'll say if there's a timer for this whole thing after the end here, it is worth noting that the in-game time is entirely invalid because we did have a whole complicated situation where after I got soft-locked on the Sky Planet and was impossibly soft-locked, I made a new seed that had everything that I had to start with. It had everything that I collected to start with, and we basically just had to start the game over again and, you know, collect everything that was remaining. And I added more so that we were more likely to find everything that remained in the places we were looking.
We've lost 37% of the fleet. Half of the surviving ships are reporting heavy casualties.
Sir, we've
Fuck
confirmed
yeah.
the wormhole has disappeared. All the Leviathans are gone. The crisis is over.
That's funny looking
What about
armor.
Samus? Negative, sir.
Why does it have holes in it? I don't get that. Maybe just for light, for like weight? So that it's light?
Sir, we're receiving a transmission from Samus's ship.
Mission complete, everyone. That's right. 10 hours, 10 hours. Well, for a first time, I think 10 hours is pretty acceptable, pretty good. I'm happy with that. I will say that, like I said earlier, I feel like the, you know, gotta put an asterisk on it. Ended up soft-locked, ended up doing some jank to get us basically a new version of the game that wasn't soft-locked. You can look at that and say, like, well, we still really haven't finished because that first seed was not finished, and this seed was sort of made as a continuation of that first seed. But is it really? That's debatable. And we can also just like not worry about it. It doesn't matter. For this particular seed, for this particular file, it took 4 hours since we started. Ooh, invalid read. That's not good. Ignore for this section? Yes, okay. Error message came up. Funny. Well, it's I'll say I'm glad we didn't run into any other technical issues during this whole thing. I do want to save. So yeah, in-game time, we spent 4 hours here. And if we look at the other file, we could probably see that it also had like 5 hours, probably 6 hours maybe. Maybe a little less because, you know, we had to do some save reloading and backtracking and things of that nature. So yeah, we started over here. Oh, it says 2.5 hours. What the fuck? In-game time is weird, I guess. Probably not including all the loads and all the things, cutscenes, things of that nature. Things that occupy time in the real world. I'm really not sure. This should equal up to like 10 hours, all things told, but it's fine. Folks, I'm just realizing something. 1 second. Oh, you know what? I don't have to do shit. Do that from here. Last thoughts on the randomizer. Like I said, could use better options for getting unstuck. In particular, if you could just warp back to the ship or back to the place of origin, I think that would be ideal. If that is an option and I didn't realize it, damn it, but I'm pretty sure that's just not a thing in this particular randomizer. Make it work like Prime 2 randomizer do. And also, I think Prime 1 probably has similar features. Like, look at those two for inspiration there. Pretty direct. Pretty direct. Pretty straightforward. Make it work like those. Also, I'm typing in some stuff, don't worry about it. Alright, also, the other thing I'll note is that I think it needs a better customization as far as the clear condition goes. Like, if you could get the Metroid code from, like, one of the bosses, perhaps, or if you could get the canister strictly from bosses, and maybe it already has filled in as much as you need, other than, like, the last two, you know, maybe, like, the major bosses have 3, and the rest are just, like, automatically placed in there by default. Something like that would be, I think, pretty handy. I'm typing in some stuff. Don't worry. But I do think these are minor issues. I think that the way that fast travel makes it so you can go from one corner of the map to another just meant pretty much throughout that entire thing, there was no point at which I was just having to trudge from one side of the map to the other, which is very much, I think, the Metroid Prime 2 randomizer experience sometimes, to the point where many times in doing those, I have at certain points gone like, okay, well, I'm done. I'm just gonna warp. I'm just gonna warp to elevators, or at certain points I even go like, save points are in play too. I'm just tired of walking. And, you know, it's been 5-6 hours, and I'm tired, man. I had to walk from one side of the map to the other, and that's, tough. Having it be built in and having it be, like, have, you know, limited restraints on it makes it feel a lot more natural, you know? If Metroid Prime 2 just had some fast travel points, I think that, randomizer, that would help that randomizer a bunch. You know, similar to, and it would make it, like, more on the level of, this one. That said, I do think that last segment is not my favorite. I don't love that last segment, with the phase on. That whole thing is really long and arduous in a way that I don't like. You know what? Another option that you can always put in a randomizer is a skip the final boss thing, or make the final boss easy. Some randomizers, they do that. They will let you just end the game as soon as you get everything unlocked. And that can be pretty nice. That's another thing I would have them consider. But for the most part, I thought that was great. I thought it was, you know, what can you say other than like, yeah, no, it is what it is. It's fun. Yeah, we explored, we found stuff, it was satisfying. We thought we had a baby seed, and then we got hopelessly stuck and softlocked and had to abandon that baby seed in the and trade it out for a completely different seed that had the stuff unlocked in it. I don't know if that was like the most kosher move to make, but whatever, man. Randomizers are here to have fun with, and I certainly had fun with it. folks, let me pull up the old schedule there. This has been the holiday schedule, but, you know, right now, right here, this is kind of the last off-schedule stream. I was typing in the Tuesday thing because I forgot to put that back onto the schedule, but actually, first off, it needs to be above here. And also, I'm gonna put in, here, no stream on New Year's Eve, though. I'll exclude the though. No stream on New Year's Eve. That is to say tomorrow. But I'll try to think of something for next week. Maybe, to be determined. To be determined. This is now not the holiday stream schedule. This is just the regular stream schedule. This is a physical keyboard. I'm not sure how loud it is. It might be audible as I'm hitting these keys. They're like mechanical. That's the word. I'll see you on Friday. That's what I'm saying here at 3 a.m. Jesus Christ, it's late. Wow. I'm glad we started this at 4 and not at like 8 p.m. Let me say that much. 3 is late, but it's not like absurdly so. I'll send y'all somewhere on the Twitch side. I'll send you to who's online, who's playing something. RKO the mic, Ryan Ford. Let's find someone doing Metroid Prime. Oh, there's just 2 people playing Metroid. Oh, that's not Metroid, that's Metroid. Wait, no, that is Metroid Prime. Yes. I don't know this person, but they seem to be playing one of the Metroid Primes. I'll send you over there. Little Lucky Link. Sure, why not? Let me pull that up on my end so I can follow the raid, and then we will end. I can just search Metroid Prime. There we go. Alright, I'll send you over there. That's fun. That's fine. It's good sometimes to search for someone playing the game you're playing or something similar rather than doing just people you know. I think sometimes that's a fun way of doing it. Well, folks, that was a hell of a stream. I had a great time. I also have, like, some feedback for the people who made this randomizer. Let me say, I think there's definite points for improvement here. But we did it. Kinda, sort of. I'll see you on Friday, and then I'll think about if I want to do anything next Tuesday, or anytime, like, between other than that. I think with this rest of my vacation week, I just want to chill and relax and do nothing. My plan is to chill and relax and do nothing, so don't expect any streams. New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, any other days. But we'll see what happens. I have to think about it. It'd be nice to do a Paper Mario randomizer, like a quick Paper Mario randomizer. That'd be nice. That's a little thought. Anyway, I'll see you on Friday, or maybe Tuesday next week. We'll see. Not tomorrow. Friday. Bye!